Day 3 of the second Ashes test, and we are underway. Hey guys, how you going? So down BKR Sport. We've been live for every part of the Ashes so far, and we do continue as a big day is ahead of us. We're going to find out a lot today about how this is going to progress as a game. Where we've seen a lot of runs scored so far, but Australia are still batting. They are 6 for 378, whilst the English were all out for 334, which looked like a solid enough, decent score at the time, but obviously Australia, without that kerfuffle with Cameron Green, could have definitely been looking for 400. Look, if it's a dry track, beautiful day like it has been the last couple of days, you could still see Australia push forward with a good extra 100 runs and lead by 150 going into the English second innings, which we'll obviously see today. But look, if Australia can get through this first session, it'll go a long way to not necessarily guaranteeing a win, but pretty much guaranteeing a win in a lot of ways, because then, you know, England would have to be getting 300 just to be leading by 150 going into the Australian innings, right? And it just looks increasingly difficult, and it's really difficult right now to find a way to bring the English back into this game, especially if Australia do go on and put on an extra 100 runs with their 4 wickets remaining. You know, Alex Carey, he's still at the crease. He was dropped on 0. The drop catches for England yesterday were the biggest reason as to why this game is the way it is at the moment, because Travis Head, he was dropped on 3, ended up getting 33, so we've got an extra 30 bonus runs. Alex Carey, he was dropped on 0. He's now at 46. That's an extra 46 bonus runs. And there were 3 other catches that were dropped as well. So, you know, it's a pretty rough day of day 2 for England yesterday, where Australia was super comfortable, and Australia allowed them back into the game by becoming complacent with what Cameron Green did. But with that being said, Cameron Green still went and got a nice little handy 45 runs. So, like, the runs are flowing, and this track, this pitch is definitely bat friendly. It's definitely what you would be expecting. 1 second, so I've got to put this on mute. It's definitely what you would be expecting from here. But, like, it's another beautiful day. I've just seen the weather. It's just really, really difficult to see a world where England do work their way back in, unless they can bowl out Australia for less than 400 here. So unless they can keep us out under 22, but that means you'd have to get 4 wickets really quickly here, really, and not allow that 22 extra runs. Because currently speaking, you know, Australia lead by rough on end 50-odd points, right? What is it? 44, 54, 64, 74. It's 44 points the difference at the moment, and Australia still have plenty of cricket potential to play. Mitchie Starc can bat. Alex Carey is batting well. Michael Neser can clearly bat. He's got 15 not out. Scott Boland can hold his own. I'm not too well about Brandon Doggett, but you know, Australia, if they got through the night last night, which they did, 4 wickets in hand, coming into a beautiful day's play here in the first session, where we've seen the teams be able to really be comfortable and set their foundation and their platform up. We saw that with the English. We're seeing that here. We saw that with the Australians yesterday. And now we get to see, you know, Australia get their take 2 in the same innings on a beautiful day, where you just really would be expecting them to collect effort here. I think it would take a spectacular effort from England to bring Australia under 450, because that's, you know what, 72 runs. And unless they get Carey early, like, he can open up quite a bit. He can open up a little bit and really start to hurt them. So, look, plenty of cricket to be played. The game does start in 10 minutes' time. Yesterday we saw a phenomenal performance from Jake Weatherald, who really set the Australians up with a phenomenal innings from the start. He wasn't... this is why I kept saying, and I still kind of believe, they should have gone for a bit of an attacking foray at Australia late in the night and put the pressure in, because the context is so different now. Yeah, sure, it would have been a risk, and sure, it would have been a tough one, especially if they didn't get any wickets. But still, it wouldn't have been a great deal of runs that Australia would have been making on that late on in day 1. The 334 obviously wasn't good enough in that 50, 60-odd partnership, 70-odd partnership, that the 1,000,000% all done and dusted. So it was necessary for sure. It definitely was necessary in a lot of ways to keep that, but I just feel like if you want to win it, you have to risk it to get the biscuit, and I don't feel like England risked it when they probably should have for mine. But, you know, that's just my opinion there. We'll see how the rest of the test does pan out, but it is looking pretty convincingly right now like it is going to be a 2-0 lead here for Australia in these first 2 games. Harvey says hi. Hello, Harvey. Mark says, greetings all. Kid around you. I hope you guys are ready for another full day. We are. A lot of people online are saying, like, they feel like England are going to come out and get bowled out for under 150. Surely not. Like, surely not. I know the pressure is significantly on them right now, but surely they're not going to come out and return to a baseball style tactic to try and win this game. It's not the way. They just have to. They really do have to bowl Australia out for less than 450, which means that Australia would lead by about 116 runs. Would lead by about 116 runs or so, which is still meaning if they got 300 again, then Australia would be only having to chase less than 200. It's just too much of a tough ask, mate. It's too much of a tough ask. But I'd love to see England get back into this game and make it competitive. But it's just, Bintang and Fridge, bring it on. Good stuff. That's what we love to hear. Get around the old Bintang. Oh, it's also, by the way, we saw a replied comment from, I think it was Aaron Rose last night. It was actually a good bloke. He was actually just saying, like, good on the banter and all that type of stuff. And that's what it's all about, like comes in and gives me a bit of a slap for day one, but was able to take his own medicine from Jay and I when we were like, oh, Aaron, where are you? And he came, and it was a good reply from him. It was a good reply from him, so good on him. Tadded says back again at 4 a.m. for another Cast Masterclass. Mate, Cast, how does he have 3 wickets? What we saw yesterday, how does the bloke have 3 wickets? It just doesn't make a damn well bit of sense to me, but he does. He does. I don't get it, though. I don't get it, but he was able to do it. Let me just make sure that I've got this audio correctly. Oh, I've got 7+ muted right now. My KO is struggling, so I'm using 7+. Yeah, countdown to the first ball is 8 minutes and 12 seconds away. 8 minutes and 12 seconds. Hopefully it's a good day. Again, I want to see England compete. I want to be able to sit here and watch good cricket where it's a competitive game between two teams. And it was looking likely it was going to be that way, but it hasn't really turned out that way at the moment. It hasn't really turned out that way. Yeah, I just think Travis Head got extremely complacent, and definitely Cameron Green got extremely complacent. And then with Steve Smith, who was looking like he was on for a hunch, he was looking like he would turn up here in this game. He just, I think he fell apart when Cameron Green fell over, and I do feel like that's a pretty strong point of kind of Stevie Smith. I do think that he needs a solid partner alongside him that kind of keeps it moving and grooving whilst he's doing his thing. And sometimes he can play that role, but I have noticed over the last couple of years that if the partner of Stevie Smith will just completely breaking apart. As he says, hopefully we continue to get good partnerships. Well, we've got a current good partnership. I wouldn't expect too many great partnerships from the back end here. Like Scott Boland can hold his own. Mitchy Starr can absolutely bat, and he'll have a field day for his average, in my opinion, on this pitch. Most people should. Scott Boland and Doggett should be able to do as well. Jofra Archer went for his highest ever career total in this game. So if Jofra Archer can do it, then these guys can absolutely do it too. And it's not like we haven't set them up with a foundation of a 44-run lead going into day 3. Like there's so much on offer here, so much on offer. And I've been noticing and I've been saying about Jofra Archer. He didn't exactly look spectacular yesterday in a lot of ways. Should have had 2 wickets. Jamie Smith obviously dropped Travis Head on 3. So he should have had the 2 wickets, but he only ended up having that. Actually, has he got more? Has he got more than just the 1 now? With a couple of those middle order ones? Hold on. Second innings. So he's only got the 1 wicket. He should have 2. He should have 2, but unfortunately he does not. Oh, I've got to put this mouse on charge. Give me 1 second. At least the game hasn't started yet. Give me 1 second, guys. We're not streaming. We're not streaming. I did film a video. I was doing a video before with the NRL Fanatic as we did a Titans draft. Good draft. Good fun. I think he posted on Instagram. There we go. All right, so let's put that. Oh, I'm putting my phone on charge. I don't need that. I want the mouse on charge. By the way, can you guys just confirm for me, as I always ask, just that the internet and stream is working cleanly? 4 minutes to go until the first ball, so I do want to make sure that everything's working smoothly and I don't have to move everything around to get it going, because sometimes it does cause a little bit of funny buggers. But it's all right. At least we're not in the other room from the other day. That was painful. That was absolutely painful. Mark says, I predict 460 even though I only win a mental high 5. Well, listen, you get a mental high 5, mate. Who else is getting a mental high 5? Tell you what, it's not the English, not Stuart Broad. He's doing better than Stuart Broad in the English right now, Mark, and that's the main thing. You're getting that mental high five, and, after Harvey's disaster class yesterday of potentially jinxing Alex Carey here, like, if he doesn't get the fitty, it's your fault, Harvey. And I know you said sorry, and we accept your apology, but you better damn well hope, that we see a masterclass from Alex Carey, and that he doesn't go out, because otherwise you get a 5-minute timeout again. You don't want a 5-minute timeout. It's nearly even worth a 10-minute timeout, to be fair. It nearly is even worth oblivion, hopefully. We'll see. As he says, all good at smooth ways. Okay, good stuff. Mark says, I'm honoured. Look, it's one of the highest achievements that you can get in life. England, they have knighthood. Australia, we have mental high fives from BKR Sport. It's the equivalent, really. But we don't actually just give out. We don't give out mental high fives just to everybody. No, we only give it to certain specific people who correctly predict. And to be fair, you did say 380 yesterday. We ended up on 378. So, unfortunately, you didn't get a mental high five yesterday. But if we end up getting all out 460, well, now we're talking, and that's why it's so special. Because you gave it a good crack, but you were 2 under. It was 2 under, mate. You got to sort that out greatly. But I would really like to see from Alex Carey. I would look to be seeing maybe him get to. I would like a 70. He's at 46. Beautiful day's play. Early part of the day. An extra 24 runs would be really, really nice. If he can get a bigger score, that's even better. It's a belter. But I would really be looking for more so around that 70 marker, because before the test I was thinking 30 to 40. So now he's already past that, and hopefully on towards about the 70 range. In regards to Michael Neser, I don't know really what to expect from here. I don't know if he gets done over early or he can push to a 30 to 40 range, maybe even potentially a 50 bomb. Mitchy Stark on this pitch could go for anywhere between 30 and 55, like anywhere between. And Scotty Boland, I probably would be expecting around the 10 to 15 marker, maybe at max 20. But I'm not convinced really there at all, and obviously I'm not really too convinced overall in Brendan Doggett in regards to the back, in regards to the bat, sorry. So, yeah, a lot of interesting things to happen today, but England cannot give up more than 450 runs. They cannot give up another 72 runs, because then the game is quite literally done and dusted. AFL Legend says, Windies 430 for 6 in the 4th innings, chasing 531. Oh, wow, they actually had a good day. They've actually been having a good day. I remember we saw this yesterday, and I mentioned that they're 4 wickets down, but they're still going to chase another 250 odd. Now they've only got to chase another 100, and they've got 4 wickets remaining. That is doable. How's the pitch looking over there? Look, it must be a really just flat pitch. That must be just bat friendly galore, because they're both getting up towards those mid 500s. Is it me, or is the stream quieter than yesterday? Ooh, I don't know. Give me 1 second here. Let me make sure. Maybe is it because I'm that far away? Does that help? Or I can improve the sound like that. Is that better? Is that better? Woo! Yee-hoo! Is that better? All right, so they're out in the field now, and we're about to see the first bowl that will come up from Mr. Stokes, Mr. Ben Stokes. Tatted says, Windies has been great to watch. 2 batsmen have over 170. Yeah, wow. It must be really just like a great batting pitch, but. All right, Ben Stokes coming in for the first bowl here. What can Alex Carey do? He's on 46. And, he starts off no. I thought it was going to be a single there, but it will not be. It will be a no run. No run. There's only 20 overs left, so I don't think they will win. No, they won't win, but I think managing a draw from the situation they looked in at one stage, especially, having to chase to get to 531, a draw is massive, especially considering the West Indies cricket has been diabolical for a few years now. For them to be able to compete with New Zealand there is impressive. Is that over there in the Windies? Is that over there? Better. Okay, sweet. All right, next up here for Ben Stokes. He's 2 for 93, and Alex Carey will get a single, 47, and Neser comes on strike. Like I said, you just can't give up 450 runs here, England. Shout out to any English fan who actually is up at 4 in the morning, which, Tatted, I know you are. But shout out to anyone who's English and up at this early in the morning for this game, when it's not looking pretty. You're a passionate cricket fan, if regardless of what it's looking like, and regardless how difficult the scenario is, you're still getting up. And I've done it many times when I was in Chicago and I was watching my Gold Coast Titans back in 2019, we won the Wooden Spoon. I was up at 1, 2, 3 in the morning to watch us win a Wooden Spoon. You know, it's not easy, but when you love the game, when you love the sport, when you love it all, that's the way to go. You just have to do it. Bretton says England expect minimum 450. Oh, like they should be getting 450, but I don't think they can win if we go over 450. If we go over 450, I don't think that they chase that down, because then you have to look at it. They scored 135. 135. So that's no, sorry, they were at 335. Sorry, and then if we get to 450, so that's 125 that we're leading by. So then if they score 300, then they'd only be up by 185, I think. Is it? I think about 185, and that would mean Australia would only have to chase 200. Travis Head nearly does it on his own. So I just can't see a real world there for that. No run. Truly, I think England's best chance here in this game is a draw, and they just need to, like Australia bats through until the second session here, and then England, they just try and hold out for a whole damn day and a half at the very minimum, getting through till day 5, and then force Australia to chase like a measly total with a couple of sessions. But, you know, at least kind of put a game into it where it's either a draw or Australia win, or the pressure gets to Australia and England find a way to break through them. You know, that's kind of their only opportunity from here if Australia get over 450 for mine. So next bowl from Stokes to Nisa, no run. Tad says, I was watching the last test from Florida. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you saying that. Yeah, yeah, watching it from Florida, that's yikes. Then that was a yikes of a test too. You're talking about the 2-day one, yeah? The one from Perth. Greaves is on 182. Yeah, I want to see better from the West Indies. You know, obviously their best bowler is currently playing for England, so I'd like to see the West Indies improve and return to what they used to be. Because they really were. They really were a force to be reckoned with back in the day. Next ball here from Stokes. And no run. So 1 run off the over there from Stokes. I wouldn't expect too many runs in these opening couple of overs, as Australia look to settle for a bit. And obviously England don't want to give up too many runs. But with them bowling Stokes here, it shows the fact that they don't want to just exhaust Jofra Archer right now. And I wonder who's going to bowl next, to be fair, unless it is Joff next. Yeah, it was shit. Better for time difference from there, though. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, being in Chicago watching the Titans win the spoon, like that was 1, 2, 3 in the morning kind of shit. That was diabolical. Wow, a lot of short balls there. So he's actually Bryden Cass, your boy, Bryden Cass. Yoo-hoo! Bryden Cass up for a bowl. 3 for 113. How is he on 3 wickets? That'll do me. 17 overs bowl for 113. What is that economy? That is just abhorrent. That's Jack Leach on steroids. So Bryden Cass next bowl here. Australia lead by 45 and make that 46, baby. Maybe 47? No, it'll just be a single. So Alex Carey will go to 48 and Michael Nisa comes back on strike. Just an easy little dinker, you know, just an easy little cheeky little dinker there, just to get the blood juices flowing, get it in between the two stumps. In between the two stumps there, and but that's done me. You know, that's done me. You know, just with his bowling yesterday, and he just gave a run there of his first ball. With his bowling yesterday, just to see that, I wonder what English fans will say. What will people say? Will they be like, that was a good performance there from Bryden Cass because a 5 is a mental stat to have? Or will they look at the context of it and say that like his bowling was absolute shithouse, but at least he did get the 5 wickets? No matter what, there's still going to be that positive of you got 5 wickets. But the context of if you've watched it, you know it's been a really rough innings for Bryden Cass, where he has just been absolutely whacked around, and Australia have kind of had their own way with him throughout the entirety of the first innings, and so much so that I genuinely believe that Travis Head and Cameron Green went for crazy shit on the basis that they thought that he was just bowling absolute, you know, haymakers, and they just went for ridiculous shots. 74.3 overs bowled for England. cast for his fourth bowl here. A couple of dot balls after that single. And that's going to be a nice little single there from Michael Nisa. So it will be Alex Carey who comes back onto the strike. I'm on the old Alex Carey. What's Alex Carey's average? I feel like it's more so around the 30 range, isn't it? What would be his overall average? Partnership of 52 though. Past the 50 bomb. 2 more balls here of the Bryden cast over. Carey 9 tests in 2025. He's got an average of 50 this year though. Wow. He's got 100. And that's a no run. Runs 550 in 2025, 50 on average, and 100 through 9 tests. That's really good for Carey. So he's really improved this year. I feel like in the past I've probably seen him more so around that 35, 30 average. But now, yeah, this year 50 average. Not complaining with that. Not complaining with that. Yeah, geez, the second innings for England. They're going to bowl a lot better than this. Next ball. And shot from Alex Carey. Will there be two? Will there be two? Will there be two? Just the single there for Alex Carey. So he's on 49. Australia lead by 48 runs. Just the 49 there. I'm aware why they went for the one. Ibrahim says, put the cricket back on. I don't want to see them up at Shore Broad. It's funny because, like, they got the Star Wars guys coming in. I can hear the music. The Darth Vaders, there they are. Hey, the Stormtroopers and Darth Vader. Get around it. I love it every time the Test cricket is on. But again, I think I heard that there's no Richie Benos this year. Maybe it's because I'm streaming here, Jay. Maybe it's because Richie Benos streaming here. It's just so cool to see all the lads come together to do stuff like this. Daniel says, morning from a dark, rainy England. Listen, Daniel, firstly, good morning to you, sir. Secondly, no run from Alex Carey against Stokes. Thirdly, it's always a dark, rainy morning in England, mate. Always a dark, rainy morning. Because, again, you'd never had sun in your life. Sounds about right, Daniel. Exactly right, Brenton. You know, Daniel coming in just telling us that basically the sky's blue. But then again, how would he know the sky's blue? We know the sky's blue. Look at Brisbane right now. Beautiful, sunny, absolutely stunning, you know. And this is why I say thank you to my ancestors for stealing that loaf of bread. I'm so happy. I'm like, thank you for going and stealing the loaf of bread so that I could be Australian. Thank you very much. I've never celebrated being a thief, but I'll celebrate that. And yeah, Alex Carey with a 50 bomb, 50 bomb, oh 50 bomb, ba 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 ba, 50 bomb, 50 bomb, 50 bomb, ba 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 ba. Shove that one down, yeah. Get that 50 bomb in there, especially considering he was dropped on 0. Alex Carey was dropped on 0. He is now at 50 bomb. 50 bomb. So 12 50s in 45 tests, and he's got 200s, Alex Carey. So his average probably would be well above it, from what I was saying. Next up, no run. Dom says, afternoon from a dark, rainy Melbourne, Daniel. Well, we always do say in Australia that if anything was the closest to England, it would be Melbourne. In Australia, I'd say the closest city, like Melbourne does look very, buddy, does have a lot of gloom about it a lot of the time, but I would say structurally wise, Melbourne definitely would make me think of England more than any other city in Australia. Oh, there's the 50 bomb gifts. You can't complain when you're seeing the 50 bomb gift. It just means a spectacular moment's happened. So Stokes 2 from 95. Not the worst ERA that they have. Still not fantastic. He's bowling around the 138.9 at the moment. Daniel says, Melbourne okay. Morning to you. Yeah, again, Melbourne is probably the closest to England in that sense. Brenton says, afternoon from multiple fires in New South Wales. That is also, that is this time of the year, yeah. That is that time of the year. Is it bad in New South Wales, like as bad as previous years? Or is it an off year where it's just like, it's bad, but it's not like it has been? I still remember that day when, even 1 second, next up for Stokes. Oh, big swing, big miss. Still remember that day on the Gold Coast, and I know most of the eastern coast of the country had it. This was a good, like, 10 years ago, even more so maybe, when the whole cities were just smoke covered. Like, Gold Coast was just orange. This was a long time ago, but yeah, like a good 10, 13, maybe even 15 years ago. Nate says it's 40 plus and shit house here. In the old Mount Druitt. Who would have thought? Now, Western Sydney gets hot as, doesn't it? I think Western Sydney gets like the hottest, one of the hottest on the East Coast. All right, Stokes, next ball. Oh, he's gone. Nisa is gone. He has nicked it back there to the wiki. And it is 7 for 383. Well, England, I said you have to keep us under 450 to have even a sniff of a chance. Australia do lead by 49 runs. But to have a sniff of a chance here, you do need to get Australia up front of 450. And that's a good start there. Mitchy Stark will come in. But you could see that Nisa was kind of, knocking on the door of going out. Like he was swinging at haymakers. Now it says it was wet and rainy yesterday. Not looked outside yet, but it's definitely dark. Same old England, always raining at 4:13 a.m. Yeah, it should be dark. It should be dark, Daniel, at 4:13 a.m. It should be. Harrison says, there it is. Hey, Harrison, I got to ask you a question here, my friend. I got a good question for you. It's a question I've been thinking about for quite some time here. Very important question here, so I want you to put your seatbelt on. I want you to click it in. I want you thinking about it for a second. Where were you last night? You seem to go AWOL. You seem to go missing in action, MIA. Why? I remember you were pretty confident with England on the day one. Very confident from England day one, Harrison. But he did seem to go missing last night. I don't know why. We missed you, Harrison. We missed you. Don't know why. But needs to be up for 16 from 41. Carey on 50 from 52. Starkey comes in now. It's a great question here, yeah, I was thinking about it for a long time. Daniel Bates says, we've had a decent summer, to be fair. Some 30-degree days. It certainly felt like it while it worked. That would have been crazy. 30 degrees and raining and cloudy. That's wild, Daniel. That's wild. So next ball here to Carey. Over the top, still later. Hey, have that one in your Cassie. Bushka out to Carey with a boundary. Nice little boundary, and that takes the lead past the 50 bomb. Oh, Harrison says, dog ate my phone charger, so had to sleep, I'm afraid. Yeah, look, it happens to the best of us, mate. The old dog eating the phone charger. That is what I believe that they enjoy the most. They don't usually enjoy dog biscuits or dogs go wacko for smackos. No, they do definitely enjoy the old charger the most. Yeah, they do. That's this nice punt. Mate, a beautiful shot over the top. And Australia have really been just using and abusing that little ramp over the top. Ooh, big swing, big miss. They've really been using and abusing that ramp over the top in this test so far. Just over the top. And that's why you saw England, they put a man out the back to just in case it just didn't go that distance. But we still got a 6 over the top of him and still got a couple of good shots back there. But Australia just slapped it yesterday there. Dom says, Stokes is England's leading wicket getter by like 4. Yeah, no, it's wild, dude. It is crazy. And it does show you the lackluster effort that we've seen from England overall in this series so far. Because that would have been paying a lot if you bet on that before the series started. There's a nice little single there for Alex Carey. Might even be 2. No, it'll just be a single. Not you again, Nate. Hey, Nate's India, mate. He's a tough man from the old Mount Druitt. He's had to sit and watch the Dragons. He knows how to put himself through the shit. You can't get him. He's a tough nut to crack, that one. Except for me. I know how to get him. I just talk about the daddy issues at St. George. Harvey says, I think the ram shot is better than the sweep. Well, definitely at the moment, yeah. Depends on the bowl that you get. It depends. Get Glenn Maxwell. If Glenn Maxwell was here, I wonder if he'd be saying the same thing. Maxwell loves a good sweep. And that's going to be a single, and that's going to be a really dumb throw from Stokes. There'll be a single there for Starkey. He's off the duck egg. Australia still with no ducks. We do not do quack quack in the chats when Australia are batting. It's a fact. You cannot argue it. There is no quacks in the chat when we're talking about Australia. You don't do it. It's not possible because there's no quack in the chat. No quacks. No quacks. Worst throw I've seen in history from Stokes. That was a bad throw. But we didn't give up. He didn't give any runs from it. All shot. Yep, thank you. Another cheeky single there for Alex Carey. And Bryden Cast continuing his beautiful ways of his near on 7 runs given up per over. He's given up 7 runs in this over. Edward says, hey, Becky, how do you think England will win a game this series? I think no. I think their best. I said that they had to win Perth to have a chance of winning the series. They obviously choked that one and threw that one away massively on day 2 a couple of weeks ago. I thought the Gabba was pretty confidently Australia's. I thought the MCG was a guarantee. I said the SCG probably is a draw because that place is just shitfest for rain, basically England. And then Adelaide was a somewhat of a chance. Good fielding there. Good fielding the top of 4. But I thought Adelaide was a good enough chance of a 50-50. It maybe is 60-40 Australia, but still probably England's best chance outside of Perth. And so, if anything, Perth. But I don't have them winning this game, obviously. And I don't have them winning the G, and I don't have them winning the SCG. So it just came down to Perth and Adelaide. Their only way to win this series, someone, was by winning Perth. And that's why I just don't think that... I don't think that that they can get the result. But they just have to hope that this goes to day... This will go to tomorrow. But they just have to hope that this goes to day 5, and then there's a lot of frustrating light rain and showers and thunderstorms that is potential. Actually, I'm going to check the weather again, and hopefully it has changed away and there is no. Oh, if you be my girl. Oh, it's getting slightly worse, but it's not meant to be in the night. And this is the day 9 in England. So day 5 actually looks pretty okay for the most part. No run. Tomorrow just is super cloudy, and then you see rain really confidently pick up around that 8 to 9 p.m. mark, which there is cricket still happening then, but super late in the day. So there is probably, maybe the most impact we're going to see from the rain would actually be late tomorrow night. Now that is a world best throw. Fantastic throw, mate. Fantastic throw. Kiwis have always been pretty good throwers. Missed the wicket by a Boeing 787 length. Next up, shot. See you later. Boom! That's a single. Hannah says, there's rumours Oz were putting baby oil on the ball yesterday. Baby oil and ball. Don't know about that one, Mr. Diddy over there. What's going on there? Yeah, rumours started by a Pom. I think it might have been rumours started by a Pom, yeah. Yeah, soon they'll probably bring out the sandpaper and then we'll reply with the mints. We know how the discussion goes here, Harrison. We know how it goes. Someone brings up, if it's England, someone brings up the sandpaper, we bring up the mints. If it's India, they bring up the sandpaper, we bring up literally hundreds and hundreds of receipts of when they've been match fixing and cheating and ball tampering themselves. It's brilliant stuff. It's always a really good repetitive conversation to have. Dasmate says, ain't no, well, that's your team. That's your marquee man, LeBron James, who said that, Dasmate, ain't no party like a Diddy party. No run. No run. Not going to read Jay's comment out because that's a silly man right there. Silly man. He would have had to use Google Translate to get that one out there. He would have had to use Google Translate as he knows Mandarin. His first language is Mandarin. Jay says maybe they got the rumour mixed up. I think so. Maybe it was a Stuart Broad thing. Maybe Stuart Broad was something about that. Tatter says, I agree with that rumour when Cast was bowling. What do you mean? Cast was fantastic. He's got 3 wickets. Cast is your best wicket taker in this test, Harrison. You're not Harrison, Tatter. You got to love him. How do you not love him? We love him. You know what, Bryden Cast? We love you from Australia. So you're not welcome to play for Australia. Maybe South Africa, but you're not welcome to play for us. But we appreciate you. Doesn't seem like the English appreciate you. Done a great job here, Bryden. Great job. Economy of 7 runs and over. Fantastic stuff. As it says, Luke and Reeves are our marquee play set. That is incorrect. If you're going to talk about a duo, we're talking LeBron and Bronny, mate. Come on. Maybe soon Thanasis and Giannis. Oh! Big swing, big miss from Starkey. Big swing, big miss from Starkey. Start. But with that being said, like for the Lakers to get Giannis, they would have to give up Reeves. There's no other option. I saw so many people were like, "Oh, trade him, Bron." In what world do Milwaukee say, you know what, we're going to trade you Giannis for a 40-plus-year-old LeBron James who is great, but also a 40-plus-year-old LeBron James? You're obviously going to be intending to rebuild your Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think that rebuilding with LeBron James is probably the right answer there. And good little dinker there from Starkey for a single. Expat says Carey for 200 and Boland for 50. Oh, Boland for 50. Now that's what we're talking about. Australia leads by 58 runs here. Actually, we haven't seen someone get 100 for Australia in this innings. It's just been the whole team putting in a shift. Compared to England, where they had 4 ducks. 4 ducks, but they had just a couple of guys really put the shift in. With Australia, it's been a consistent effort across the team putting a shift in, and we haven't seen 100. Like Joe Root, if he doesn't get that 130, my gosh. Much better bowling from Stokes today. Yeah, it's definitely been better. Yesterday wasn't exactly spectacular, but he still had 2 wickets to his name yesterday. And again, Carr's had 3. Couldn't score runs in a bathtub, these two. Hi, Harrison. Australia lead by about 60 runs right now with 3 wickets remaining. Just wanted to remind you there, Harrison. Mr. These couldn't score runs in a bathtub, these two. Yeah, Carey's only on 57. Was dropped on 0, just a reminder. Yeah. Yeah, Alex Carey was dropped on 0. We won't talk about that, though. We don't bring up stuff like that. That'd be embarrassing to talk about. I wouldn't want to embarrass England and talk about Alex Carey. Get dropped on 0. That is something that I refuse to talk about. I'm here to be respectful to England, and I would never embarrass and humiliate England for dropping 5 catches yesterday. I don't even know how many number. It could be 5. It could be 5. It could be 5. I won't talk about that, though. And we definitely don't talk about the fact that Alex Carey, who is now on 57, and Stacky goes for 4 as well, mind you. Good score runs, eh? Oh, my gosh. Good score runs. Starkey's just gone and slapped a boundary, son. Oh, my gosh. Starkey on fire. Fire. Oh, is that a no ball? Oh, no. No ball, Robbo, Bryden, Cass. Cassie boy. We love you, Cassie. We do. We love you, Cassie. We do. We love you, Cassie. We do. Oh, Cassie, we love you. It's another boundary. With Cass, it's another boundary. With Cass, another boundary. With Cass, oh, Cassie, we love you. That brings up the 400, by the way. Just as Harrison was talking about how these two couldn't score runs in a bathtub, well, Starkey said, you know what, Harrison, take this one down the esophagus and hit 2 4s. He's finding his rhythm, Carl. The rhythm's on. The rhythm is on. Harrison said, must be cursed. You are betting on the underdog by a significant margin. You're not cursed. You're just betting on the team that's not predicted to win. That's where your mistake is. What I would have suggested you to do is not bet on the team that that loses. I reckon just it's like, you know, when you're playing roulette and it comes up as black, but you put it on red. You should have put it on black. Why'd you put it on red? It came up as black. Aren't you meant to be trying to win money? Well, you didn't because you chose the wrong option. Well, I would have chosen the right option. And then you wouldn't have lost money. You would have actually doubled your money. This is a problem. You know, this is why you come to BK Sport for this helpful advice. Don't bet on the loser. That's usually the right way to go. Don't bet on them. Bet on the winner. I reckon my advice to you would be bet on the winner. And no run. So Starkey on 10 from 11 balls, Carey on 57 from 58 balls, and Cast just on a rhythm of his own. His economy. Through 19.4, This is another 9 runs in this over, mind you. 3 for 132. The fact that he's got those 3 wickets will astound me till the day I die. Ibrahim says, who was the Muppet that said Australia wouldn't get over 200 now? That was Aaron. He actually replied on the first, if you want to go see his comment and his reply, it's on the first day test stream. He was actually really good about it. No, he was a good dude. He was, 1 second, next up. Sure. Oh, no, didn't get a good connection on it. Jay and I both replied to him after yesterday's stream because we were like, where are you now? I was like, wherefore art thou, where art thou, Aaron? And he replied. So, like, at the end of the day, it's good banter. He said he'd come and laugh at us after Australia got skilled out front to 200. But regardless, if you talk shit, you have to be able to take it. I talk shit. If Australia fail, I'm still live streaming. I'm going to have to take it. I might get annoyed, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to be here and still having a laugh. And I understand and respect the whole banter about it all. Oh, big swing, big miss from Starkey. And that's why, like, 49 fours, by the way. Probably 48 of them off of cars. Or just don't bet on England. That's a great point, Jay, but that also aligns with what I'm saying. So don't bet on England, but I also said, which aligns with this, don't bet on the loser. So why would you bet on the loser and England when they combine together? Bing, bong, ding, dong, now we're talking. You know, this is an advice channel. You know, this is a helpful channel. We should be BKR therapy at this point rather than BKR sport because we're providing just such strong advice that might go down in history, really. And the winners write the history. So, you know, Australia winning. Queensland winning, you know, it is what it is. The winners write the history, so we may as well be doing it. Dom says, Cars howls like a cow. Cars howls like a cow on laxatives. Absolutely leaking runs for fun. How did you even think about that? Where did your thoughts come there? Where did your thoughts come from there? Next up, no run. Carl says, morning mate, those 5 a.m. starts are starting to feel rough. Can see I've missed some fun. It's been some great fun, a lot of fun. You did see a wicket. You missed a wicket, sorry, of Michael Nisa. Stokes got it. But now, at least you've turned in for the Alex Carey Fun Show. The Alex Carey Fun Show. And we do have the circus in town in Brisbane. We had the circus in town 2 weeks ago in Perth. Today, this week, we've got the circus in town in Brisbane. And in a couple of weeks' time, we've got a nice little circus heading to Adelaide. So for all you South Australians out there, get down to the circus before the Victorians get to see the ultimate shit show. So Ben Stokes, next up. And that's going to be a single for Alex Carey. He's going to be on 58. That's just that reminder. Well, you're a big fan of cars. Big fan of cars. And it says, hello, Blaze. Hello, Andrew. X-Ray says, which bowler do you think from England has been the best so far? Through the series or through this test? If you're talking about through this test, I genuinely will say Gus Atkinson. He just doesn't have the wickets to show for it. I think Gus Atkinson has been England's best bowler, but he just doesn't have the wickets. I think Bryden Cast, the only reason that he has wickets is because Travis Head thought he disrespected him, but more so Cameron Green. And then Steve Smith was just rattled from what Cameron Green did overall and just broke the partnership that was so comfortable and nice and smooth at the time. So, you know, that one wicket, sure, but like there's context behind all 3 of those wickets for mine. And Cast obviously has given up basically 7 million runs. And then you've got Ben Stokes, who is, I would say, probably been their second best bowler. He's still giving up quite a few runs, but his wickets have come nicely. I feel like was it Labba who got done by Stokes or was somebody else? It was a bit of a nothing ball, but he just lost his concentration and got out to a bit of a nothing ball. But at the end of the day, that's not on Stokes. That's on, I think it was Labba. I can't remember. Next up here for Stokes. And that's going to be good shot. That'll be a couple of 2 here for Starkey. That'll be, 2 runs there for Stark. So, look, if I was to order him, I would say first that's Stokes' 100th run that he's given up, by the way, through 20. So his economy's around the 5. But I would say my top 3, like in order, I think there's a pretty clear and distinctive order for mine. And I would say in first, I would have Gus Atkinson, just doesn't have the wickets to show for it. In second, I have Ben Stokes, who has been underwhelming in certain aspects, but also has got a couple of legitimate wickets. And then you'd probably have to go with Jofra Archer, even though he's done nothing really. He's done because you can't go with Bryden Cast. If you go with Bryden Cast, you make me sick. You just do. For humour, Cast. To be fair, he has provided an entertaining couple of days now. It has been entertaining. And what do we do when we watch sport? We're trying to be entertained. Well, Cars is the ultimate entertainer. He's the ringleader for this circus. He's the ringleader. He's got that big old top hat and everything. Big old top hat. Carl says, hello, Blaze. Say hello to my cricket mad 8-year-old son, Billy, who also got up for the cricket. Welcome, Billy. Get around here, Billy, all the way over there in England. I'm so sorry that you're going to look at me and hear an Australian roasting your team. But it's good to see. It's for you, Billy. It's really commendable for single there for start. Really, really commendable that you are up at this time in the morning to watch the cricket when it isn't looking pretty for the English. It does look quite rough here, and Australia is over 400 runs because we are the daddy of cricket. But, you know, to be up at that early morning to watch the cricket with your dad is just fantastic stuff. So massive shout out to you guys over there. Tatter says the English wicket was nice from Stokes, to be fair. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, his wickets were fine. Like, I didn't have any complaints with his wickets. I think he's given up a lot of runs, but I didn't have any complaints with his wickets. I think that's on Australia, you know. I think it was the Labba one that was the lack of concentration. Maybe it was the English one that was a really good wicket. But again, that's on Labba. That's not on Stokes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, caught by Jamie Smith, bowled by Ben Stokes. So it was Labba. Dom Finlayson with the $3 donation. Get around here for the dono, Dom. It says Cars is the English Siraj, but he's less of a knob. I don't dislike Cars. Like, he's not done anything. Like, he didn't even celebrate when he got that Cameron Green wicket because he was just like, that's just disrespectful. He didn't even celebrate it, really. But no, Siraj, massive knob. And even when I was in India this year, no run there. Atkinson is back to bowling. No, it is a single, sorry. Atkinson back to bowling. So he's on 79 runs, giving up through 18.1 overs. Yeah, look, even when I went to India and I spoke about with some friends of mine in Udaipur and I spoke about cricket because, trust me, when you're Australian or English and you go to India, all you're going to be talking about is cricket with the Indians. Not a bad thing, but you just it's very repetitive. Ricky Ponting. Oh, my gosh, you got Brett Lee, Adam Gilchrist. It's great, you know, fantastic, but you hear it every 2 seconds. The first conversation that I had in India was when I was at the customs, when I was going through immigration or customs, whatever, and the first thing was, you know, Ricky Ponting? Literally the first conversation when I touched down in India was about Ricky Ponting. Of course I know Ricky Ponting, brother. I'm Australian. But it's 50-50. A lot of them do want to genuinely just talk to you and get to know you. You're a foreigner. It's cool that you're actually visiting their country with such a negative reputation that a lot of it does have. And then there are 50% who will use that to actually scam you. And so it's very difficult to kind of get the two mixed there. But yeah, what my point was behind this conversation is that Mohammad Siraj is even criticised there. Like, they understand why we dislike him. They understand. They'll defend Virat Kohli to the day that they die, but they understand why Siraj is not liked. And for legitimate, not liked because he's good, not liked because he is a wanker, you know, because he is just a simple knob. But yeah, Cars I don't have a problem with at all. Like, he's not done anything wrong. It's just the only thing he's done wrong is actually play. So what I will always say is I will never judge a person's character. I don't even judge Siraj as a human being outside of cricket. I will say that when he's playing cricket and the way that he is playing cricket, he's a knob. Similar, the same thing goes for, you know, certain players in rugby league and all sports. I will criticise the character of how the player is playing, but it's actually currently in the sport. I'm not going to criticise their off-field character. For example, Jerome Luai. You have a laugh and you take the piss at the entertainment that he provides. That doesn't mean that I think that he's a bad dude. That's going to be a run, a single there for Carey. That doesn't mean that I think that he's a bad dude, Jerome Luai. And there's all these reports that he's actually a phenomenal guy in the community in Penrith, or now Tigers. But the way he acts in the sport, it's like it's entertainment, and it's great to criticise and have a crack at that. And that's fine. He understands that. But that doesn't mean that I think he's actually a bad bloke. Same thing goes with Siraj. There was another point that I was trying to make there, but my brain just completely skipped off it. The point is that it's all entertainment at the end of the day. It's all entertainment. But Bryden Cars has just been a shit show of a bowler in this test. Nothing to do with who he is and even his persona on the field. But thank you very much for the $3 donation there, Dom. Expo says, nice. I didn't get to see many overs, just highlights. Australia seems to be batting really well. Yeah, both teams batted pretty well. England had a mini collapse in the middle of the late order, but this pitch was expected to be a lot of runs scored on it. It's deliberately done by Cricket Australia. They lose $3 million for 3 days that they missed in Perth. They don't want to lose another $3 million by having a 2-day test and making a pitch really fast and easy to hit on. Easy to bowl on. That's a big swing and miss there from Starkey. So you can clearly tell it was an intention from them, an intention from them to make this test go a good way, and obviously it's working out here for them because we should get 5 days. We should get 5 days. England should probably. I do feel like Australia will take a lead of 150. I think these two guys can get us to a 150 lead, or maybe 130, and then we see Scotty Boland and Brandon Doggett try and come in for 20 runs or so, which would be nice. But yeah, if we got to the 450 marker, then that means that we lead by 116, and they would have to score 300 plus. Is a draw still on? Sure, a draw is still on. It's a better likely chance than England winning. Jofra Archer coming in for a bowl. Brenton says saying daddy to an 8-year-old is a bit weird. No, because I'm not saying it to him. I'm saying that Australia is daddy of cricket because Australia is daddy of cricket. And at the end, oh my gosh, oh wow. I can't believe Carey's not out there, but it just didn't carry back to the slips. No, because it's not like I'm saying that to him. I'm saying that Australia is daddy because Australia is daddy. Well, what you mean? Australia is damn well daddy. The 8-year-old Indians were saying that to us about Jasprit Bumrah and Virat Kohli being the daddy of Australia literally bloody 5 minutes ago. Earlier this year. No, if I was saying it to him like in a weird way, then sure, but not in this context. Look, he's English. We're all Australian. It's part of the banter of it all. So, Australia's daddy. All right, Brenton? Australia's daddy. Australia's your daddy too, Brenton. Harrison says the Lions stays up for England, not gets up. The idiot does that. The idiot stays up for England. If you're staying up to 4 a.m. and then watching the full day's test, that's just stupidity. That means you're not getting any sleep and you're going to be there until... What time's it finish for you guys? It would finish at about midday or so? No. Oh, that's going to go back for a couple. And by a couple, I mean a couple. That is a nice little cheeky 2 there for Carey. They'll get to 61. No, they'll only get the 1 there, so it'll go to 60. Yeah, that's the commentary said. I thought he might be able to come back for 2 there. I think so too. But I think they're just looking to tire England out a little bit in the hot sun as well. They haven't gone well with this hot sun, that's for sure. Carl says, Harrison, try having some internal thoughts, mate. Listen, like I said, this is BKR therapy, Harrison. And you are our client right now. You are the key client. Next up here for Stark, swing miss. Swing miss. Bruce, he ended up being a decent bloke, mate. You go back to the first, he replied. He ended up being quite a decent bloke. Brenton says, close that. Oh, that's close for Carey. Oh, true. Yeah, I didn't even really react too heavily to it. So some of the new generation will not understand the dominance of Australia. I think the new generation should definitely understand the dominance of Australia. We just beat India. We're cleaning up. Ooh, my stream just froze quickly just then. Might have a negative impact about what Australia does at a cricket level, maybe. But if you didn't watch the WTC, then sure, the younger generation knows full well that Australia is the daddy of cricket. Bruce says, I can make a joke off that comment, Brenton, but I'm not going too easy. Brenton says, 8-year Indians think they're 30. Yeah, best to leave that one out. But 7 for 408 here for Australia. So they're getting close to the 100 lead. They're currently up by, 74 right now. 74-run lead here for the Aussies. Looking pretty confident. Archer's fine in the sun. I think he should be. He should be from the West Indies. He should be. But he actually looked evidently tired yesterday. He evidently looked seriously tired, and they can't have him being tired, mate, especially when the English before this series started says that we're all too we're too old, too slow. They're finding out we're too good, but they need a guy like Archer, especially if you're going to criticise the Australian bowlers and whatnot for being old and difficult to get it going. Oh, by the way, 7 for 4 at 4:12. So while I was refreshing the stream, I think we must have hit a 4 or something. Did we hit a 4? Did we hit a damn well 6? What did we just hit? Oh, it was a 4. Okay. Yeah, 5 runs given up there from the over. Richie start for the 4-2. All right, next up. Shot. Salada. That's a 2. That's a 3. Maybe that's a 3 on the throw. Maybe that's a 3 on the throw. Yes, it is. They're going to push it. And they are going to get the 3s up. 3s up. Carl's just seen I missed Smith take a catch. That was his 1 for the game. Yes. It was quite literally a sitter, though, mate. Like, all of our grandmas could have caught that catch. It wasn't a difficult one. Yesterday's one was definitely... It definitely should have been caught, but it was a lot harder than what we saw before. Like, if he had dropped that, I think that Brendan McCullum would have walked on the pitch and just punched him right there and then. So was his drop. Yes, it was more difficult, though. That was more difficult than what we saw from this one. This one literally just went straight into his hands. The other one, he still has to, get across to it, but he absolutely should have been catching it. Don't get me wrong there. Surely the new generation, surely they understand who Daddy is in cricket. The Indians, for some reason, don't. A lot of them don't comprehend it. A lot of them do think that India is the most successful cricketing nation, which is just far from the truth. And now, because they only care about T20, they only focus on the T20. But I think they only care. They do care a little bit about one days too. But because they're not good in tests, they don't care about tests. When they're good in tests again, they'll start caring about tests again. But the IPL has been just dramatic in regards to forcing Indians to realistically care about that. That's all they talk about over there in India. All they talk about it every night when I was in Udaipur, they were all watching every single game kind of deal. They're all about the IPL. So this is exactly why I don't chat shit when we play Australia. It's a great point, Tatted. It's a great point. But like, it is an expectation that the English chat shit. It is an expectation, but you are going to get a bit of a slapping. You're going to get a bit of a slapping, but it's all part of it. That's a single there for Starkey, so he's on 19. Australia lead by 82 runs. Carl says, even Billy knows Australia been better at cricket since birth. Poor kid. Well, Carl, it's like, I don't know if you know about rugby league in Australia, but there was a lot of kids, like 8-year-olds, 7-year-olds, and I'm pretty certain that people are going to know what I'm referring to already before I even mention specifics. But there's a rivalry called State of Origin, which is Queensland versus New South Wales. And Queensland actually won. Oh, he's gone. Carey's gone for 63. Carey's gone for 63. And Atkinson gets his wicket. I think he deserves that. I think he deserves that wicket. I think he's been their best bowler throughout this test so far. And I feel like he absolutely deserves that wicket. And Carey nicks it back to Jamie Smith, who just an easy one there for him. An easy one there for him. So there's a good chance that England can keep us under 450. There's a decent chance that England can keep us under 450, which is what they need to do. They're still in a very unlikely position. But now I think their focus should go to not giving up an extra 18 runs to Scotty Boland and Brendan Doggett. Not giving up an extra 18 runs so that they don't go down by more than 100, and then a 300 score means that they have to. It means that Australia are only down by 200 kind of deal on this wicket. It's not happening. Good bowl there from McGusson. I'm happy for him because he has deserved it. I feel like he's been their best bowler. But anyway, back to the conversation that I was saying. So Queensland from 2006 until 2017 won every year in a 50-50 contest except for 1 year in 2014. They won 8 in a row and then lost 1 year and then won 3 in a row. So from 2006 to 2013, was it 2014 or 2012? No, it was 2014. From 2006 to 2013, anyone who was born around that time had never seen New South Wales win a 50-50 contest. They'd never seen it. Well, to be fair, I guess anyone under the age of 10 has never seen an English Ashes victory. They've never seen England win an Ashes series in 10 years, so I guess it's the same. But yeah, it's like that. But Queensland dominated for so hard, and they're currently they're currently the champions too. Jacko says lower score wins, lads. So Jacko, listen, this isn't golf. I know you'd like it to be golf. I don't think this is golf. I'm just trying to see where the hole is. It's in the middle of the batting order for England. Yeah, that's the big hole. It's a massive hole. It's a huge hole. Huge hole. Dasmate says Queensland won less series than New South Wales before 2005 is what you're saying, right? Hi, Daz. Who's got more Origin victories? Who's got larger Origin victories? Who's got more consistent Origin victories? Who is the current champions of the sport? And since Origin was formed in 1980, when you got to stop using all the Queensland players in your New South Wales team, since 1980, who's won more? Who's won more, Daz? And also, just a question as well. New South Wales led the series 1-0 this year. They led 1-0. 1-0. Favourites, heavy favourites, like $1.50, $1.40 nearly to win Origin series. One game won. Next bowl, there'll be no run. One game won. Lost game 2, fair enough. They're not taking a single. Okay, they're just going to keep starting out there. One game 1. Lost game 2, but you played in New South Wales in game 3. So your home game to finish off the series as heavy favourites. Oh, massive favourites. Massive. Massive favourites. Queensland just all over the shop. They had to drop their captain after game 1. I'm sure New South Wales won that. And I'm sure they didn't lose at 13+. I'm sure they didn't lose by a big margin. There's no way. No way after all I just said. All good keeping there from Jamie Smith. Needs to make up for yesterday. No way, Daz. There's no way what I'm saying is true that Queensland went down to New South Wales and slapped them so hard that we now use AEST Queensland time as the legitimate time zone of Australia. There's no way. I don't believe it, Daz. I don't believe it. Come on. Please tell me I'm wrong. That's all I'm asking. I'm just asking for a little bit of help with. This is BKR therapy, mate. BKR therapy. Good bowl there. Good bowl there. That's crazy. Remember something similar happened in 2024 when Queensland won the first game, failed to score a try in game 3 at Suncorp. Do you remember? Oh, wow, 2024. Is that this year? Are we in 2024 right now? Or... Oh, is that a no ball? It was very close. I think it was a fine ball. Is there a div? I'm just trying to figure out what year are we in? Are we in 2024 or 2025? Just trying to figure it out. What year are we in, folks? You can let me know in the chat. Next ball. And that's going to be no run. Joking, single. Single. Since it says New South Wales isn't that good at sport for the biggest state. Yeah, well, Queensland dominated sport this year. Broncos won in the men's. Broncos won in the women's. Brisbane Lions won in the men's. Actually, isn't the Brisbane Lions women's team in the grand final or they were close to it or whatever? Oh, so they lost to... I think they lost in the grand final to North Melbourne. Still not New South Wales. Still Victoria. North Melbourne. I don't know anything about the women's game, but they were in the grand final. Could you imagine if the Brisbane Heat find a way to win? Memorable year, 2024. Oh, Harvey says 2025. Thank you, Harvey. Carlson's wish was 2005. Don't do this. Don't do this. Next up. 2005 is a better year than another year from the English, so I'll accept that year comparatively to another year that the English could use against us. Roos, it's funny that the only game Queensland won last year was against 12 men, not 13. Oh, how many games did they win this year? How many games did they win this year? Oh, the Star Troopers, the Storm Troopers. Star Troopers. We had Muppet Lomax. Andrew, that is your Parramatta legend, mate. That is your Parramatta legend right now. Australia lead by 83 runs. Just don't give up another 17 runs, England. And although it's tough for you, at least that kind of opens a little bit of a slight door. England, can you please just get through today? That's all I ask. Just get through today. North Women's won last year as well. They've won something like 25 games in a row then you check the men's team. I don't think so. I think the Brisbane Lions women's team won last year, didn't they? You know, probably someone else would know more than me. I swear, I thought the lot, unless I'm wrong, because I know the Brisbane Lions men's team won last year as well. But did the Brisbane Lions women's team not win last year? Roosters, so we aren't allowed to bring up our past victories. Well, we can bring up the past, but are you sure that a New South Wales fan wants to bring up the past? Is what I say. That's all I ask. Oh, didn't carry through. Nicked back, but didn't carry through. I'll be gracious to you, Ruse. If you want to bring up the past, then can I bring up the past? Can I bring up the past, son? Is that what we're going to do here? Is that what we're going to do here, Mr. Ruse? But Queenslanders keep banging on about 8 in a row like we're still in 2006, 2013. It was actually 8 in a row plus the 3 in a row right after that. So I would just claim the 11 from 12, mind you. But let me just add on here. Next up, swing and a miss. I was using it as a comparison. I wasn't bringing it up to talk shit. I was using it as a comparison with like the young English lads, knowing and seeing the domination from Australia and whatnot from a young age. I was using it as a comparison. Then we had Mr. Dasmate come in who wanted a little bit of a slap and a tickle, and we gave it to him. Yes. But no, history isn't necessarily something that New South Wales would like to refer to. Harrison says, moral of the Ashes. Here we go. Moral. He's an English fan talking about morality. Moral of this Ashes is that Australia don't give away 100 ducks and we dropped a few catches. Moral of this Ashes. Is that your moral victory? Roosters, be honest. Queenslanders bring up 8 in a row like they're getting paid whenever they do. Okay, how about you be honest? If New South Wales had done the same thing, would you not? Because New South Wales bring up 2019, 24/7. They also bring up the 2 years in a row that they won in, was it 20... What was it? It was last year. They didn't win 2023, did they? No, they didn't. I think they won 2024. It was 2022 and 2021. Yeah, because in 2020, Queensland won. I promise you, with all my heart, and I know that you know, that if New South Wales had done it, the only reason that you don't like it is because it was against your team. But if New South Wales had done it, that would be... Like, you get New South Wales fans referring to a inept competition from previously to the 1980s, where they won like 17 in a row or some shit. But it was like the only reason was because that was when there was only a New South Wales formed competition on a significant level. That was the main competition, the equivalent of what the NRL is now. And the Queensland competition was far less significant. The money was far less significant. And all the Queensland players were able to play for the New South Wales clubs. And it was based off of what club you're playing for. So if you're playing in Queensland, you're playing in New South Wales, whoever you're playing for, that's who you're going into. So that's why when the far significant superior competition is here and the far less significant competition is here, well, then you're going to see this team consistently win on a frequent basis. That's why the origin was changed in the 1980s. So New South Wales referred to the 17 years in a row all the time, and they didn't even watch it for starters, and it also was an illegitimate competition based off of literally nothing, really, in a lot of ways. But the point is that they refer to that. So you can't get upset at Queensland bringing it up in regards to the 8 years in a row, because New South Wales would do the exact same thing in that sense if they had it themselves, which they'll never do. But also, we do see New South Wales using illegitimate competition as a bring-up mechanism from the past as well. No run there for Boland. It was 20 in a row. And again, that wasn't New South Wales' fault. What is even that response? That doesn't even make sense as a reply. That reply has absolutely no relevance to anything. And again, that wasn't New South Wales' fault. Sure, but what's your point? That doesn't make any... That has no relevance as a reply whatsoever. 20 in a row. Ooh, okay, cool. There you go. You wanted to correct me on it. And the reason why you wanted to correct me on it was because you wanted to add on to it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have cared about it. If you didn't care about the 17, 20 in a row, whatever, you wouldn't have even replied with that. You would have said that's not New South Wales' fault. But you wanted to really enhance that. So fair enough. I don't even know if it was 20. I think it was 17, or it might have even been more, to be fair. But that response has absolutely no relevance to what we're talking about. We bring up streaks we had in response to the 8 in a row slagging. That's a very individual thought process, man. You know, just because you have an individual experience does not mean that it's an overall experience. You know, New South Wales fans always bang on about like that they never complain and they're very gracious losers and blah blah blah. But they are the exact same. And this is from an outsider's perspective, right? From watching from watching on here on the stream chat and whatnot, whether it's New South Wales or Queensland, everyone is the exact same. Everyone is still humans watching sport and still getting frustrated, blaming referees. The New South Wales couldn't cope in regards to, I think the referees in game 2 or something like that. But if Queensland complain about referees, it's a problem. But then New South Wales fans will forget about what they say and they'll say that Queenslanders are the ones that sook and whinge and all that sort of stuff. It's both of them. Queenslanders sook and whinge. New South Wales sook and whinge. Queenslanders bring this up. New South Wales bring this up. We are all the same. There's no debate about that. Everyone is the same. And the way that you defend your state and the way that you go on the attack with your state is just done differently in the same way, right? Queensland will do it with their historical success and their current success. New South Wales will do it with whatever they want to do. But at the end of the... Oh, geez, that's a good bowl. Either way, it's the same kind of shit. So, no, I'm not going to accept this. Oh, Queenslanders do it and New South Wales only do it in retaliation and in response. That's bullshit. Both teams do the exact same thing. It's just that New South Wales don't have the success that Queensland does to get that kind of reaction. Queensland has the success. New South Wales doesn't have the success. You are a New South Wales fan, and that's why you see the perspective of it's Queensland coming at New South Wales, but you don't see the perspective of these New South Wales fans doing the exact same thing. So no, I don't agree with that whatsoever. Both fan bases are the exact same. Exact same. Smith says, New South Wales sports fans don't have much. Go clutch onto something. Let them have it. So the next bowl here, nothing's really been happening. There's been a couple of good bowls from Jofra Archer in this conversation, but there's nothing really going on right now. As it says, I respect the Queensland dynasty much as it hurt as a New South Wales fan. They play out like JT, Smith, Cronk. We just got Hayne or Gal their levels. No, it was a massive Queensland team, dude, and it was an expectation. And to be honest with you, with the current crop, you would have expected New South Wales to go on a, not the same, but similar-ish, Nathan Cleary, multiple premierships, Jerome Luai, multiple premierships, Isaiah Yeo, multiple premierships, you go Latrell Mitchell, multiple premierships with the Roosters, but incredible overall and should be better. 1 second, next up, and into the air, but it'll just be a single. Roosters, well, I'd love to reply, but we'll just get timed out. So you're telling me you listen to all that and you disagree and you say that New South Wales fans, you think that New South Wales fans are different to Queensland fans. If you're saying that, then I'm sorry that you are delusional, because I'm saying that Queensland fans do this and New South Wales fans do this. I'm saying that our fan base does the exact same thing as what New South Wales fans do. If you can't see that both teams and both fans do the same thing, then you are a delusional fan with a one-minded perspective. That you're right and your own team is the only one that's right and people are allowed to do what they want here, but this team can't do what that is, and these guys only reply to it. It is a ridiculous sentiment. If you talk to any legitimate New South Wales fan who's in this chat right now or genuinely in a generalization, you will understand why that's a ridiculous kind of statement to hold. It's a ridiculous statement to hold that you think, as your reply, because you've just said that you'll get timed out. You're not getting timed out. If we wanted to time you out, we would have timed out ages ago. It's just a conversation. But it just doesn't make sense to stand your ground and stand firm on that Queensland fans and their responses and the way that they act is different to how New South Wales fans do. These guys can be dickheads. These guys can be dickheads. These guys cry and whinge. These guys cry and whinge. That is sport. That is what it is. It's just as simple as that. It's not even an opinion. Look at any social media at any point during Origin. And the same thing goes with Titans fans and Broncos fans and Melbourne fans, AFL, NRL, baseball, Premier League. Everyone is the same, dude. There's no argument here to say that this is acting differently to this in this sense. There are levels to the severity of it based off of one's success to the lack of success, but that doesn't mean the actual core of it is separate. And that's going to be a no run here. They could have gone for a run, but they're just trying to keep bowling off strike right now. Harrison says, always a threat from you. But at the end of the day, this is a good conversation, but I hope you understand that regardless of what you believe in regards to your perspective from New South Wales and Queensland's perspective, and this can be translated into, regardless if you guys know rugby league, if you're a cricket fan and and from England, you don't know anything about rugby league, translate it into Manchester City versus Manchester United, or translate it into England versus France, if you would like. 1 second, next up. That's going to be a no run. It doesn't matter. Just use it on your own translation. What we're trying to say here is no matter what, everyone is the exact same. And especially when you do content creation like myself, and you stream and you do live reactions. Stark on 22 and 47, by the way. 1 for 85 for Gus Hackinson. Especially when you're here and you see this chat, if you take your rose tinted glasses off which I used to have. I used to think like this: oh, New South Wales fans are Gronks and Queensland fans, they just fight for their own thing. If you take your rose-tinted glasses off, you realise that both fan bases are so awesome in what they do and how they support, and they're passionate. But they're also both Gronks in a lot of ways too, and that's the same thing with me. Sometimes I can be a Gronk in the way that I support, and a lot of the time I do have the right intentions always, but the fact is that everyone supports in the same way. It's just it depends. It depends on the success. For example, Titans fans, if they had the success of 4 premierships in a row like the Panthers, they would be the same as the Panthers fans. They would be. I 100% believe it. 100% believe it. But they don't have that. They haven't been successful, so they don't have the ability to stand firm with that kind of arrogant thought process. When you have that success, the arrogance is going to be there. 1 second, that's going to be a single for... Or are they going to go for a single or not? I don't know. No, they're not. They're going to stay there. You already see it now with as a Man City fan, right? You already see it comparatively to the difference of the past, where Man United are well in advance Premier League-wise than Man City, but the success from Manchester City has been far superior to what Man United have had in the last 15 years. So the arrogance has accumulated, right? Comparatively to the same old shit that we were before 2008, when they got brought over, and specifically more so 2010 when Yaya Toure scored the winning goal against Stoke in the final of the FA Cup. The difference is between the way City fans acted then and the way City fans acted now is based off of the success that they've been able to accumulate that is bringing them closer to Manchester United. And if they take over Manchester United, people already hate Manchester City. If they take over them, it's going to be ludicrous to listen to. It's going to be disgusting to listen to. And it'll take a very, very long time for that to happen. But at the end of the day, it could happen, and you've already seen the accumulation of it. Everyone's the same. No difference. It just comes down to who you support, where you see from your feelings and emotions that they're doing something that you don't like. Well, guess what? You're doing something that they don't like, and it's just a clash between the two. Mark says, I'm tuning into your rugby cast to catch up on the cricket. Well, Mark, there's nothing really going on right now. It's a bit of a slog right now. It seems like Australia just want to keep Stark on strike unless they can get a couple or a boundary or something like that. There's no real runs being scored. Australia lead by 85 runs. They're just trying to keep England out here in the hot sun as we currently speak. They're in a pretty strong position here, Australia, and they're just trying to dictate the speed of the game and dictate the length of the game in a lot of ways and just tire them out here in this hot sun, which the English haven't been able to really... big swing, big miss from Stark. They're just trying to get through this motion of the game, especially get through the first session. If we can get through till another hour to go to lunch, 55 minutes now. If we get to lunch and we've still got, there's a drinks break behind you right now, so hit that thumbs up button and subscribe if you're new around here, guys. But if we get through the lunch and we don't have we don't have another wicket, that's massive. Or if we get through the lunch and we've still got a wicket, that's massive. It's just about tiring England out of this moment and then putting them into the tough time of the day where it's transitioning from day into night and then obviously going for the attack during the night as well. I fully expect England should be batting at the midpoint of tomorrow, and I fully expect actually England to be batting a decent chunk into the third session tomorrow with this pitch. It hasn't changed much at all, and it's still definitely a batters-friendly pitch. I just hope that England don't fall under the pressure. But then there'll be a day and a half a session for Australia, because England will 100% have to send Australia out for that last part of tomorrow night, regardless. But then Australia will have to chase down maybe a 150, 200 lead, maybe a 200 lead. Sorry, is probably what I should say. Probably a 200 lead. Carl says, new ball, and we aren't trying to actively get Stark out. We are protecting boundaries. Why do we do this? Yeah, I don't really understand, bro. I don't really understand what's happening. From England's perspective, anyway. DIY says predictions for the India versus South Africa decider final. India versus South Africa decider final. I really would like to care about other international games more so I could stream them, but I just couldn't sit through 5 days of countries that I'm not a part of. Look, I think that for mine, if I was to make a prediction, I'd probably be looking. Oh, geez, it is a tough one. It is a tough one. To be fair, that is ODI. It's not Test. But South Africa, that was such a strong win for them with that 4-wicket win to come back from being down by 358. Like to score 362 and win when you had to chase 358 is incredible stuff. But that is an incredible chase down there from South Africa, especially when it's in India. And that's a high scoring game. So where is the match? Where is it? Is it in Kolkata? Is it in Mumbai? Where is it? Delhi? It's in Visakhapatnam. Where is that? Patnam Cricket Stadium. Where is that? Where is Visakhapatnam? Obviously, I'm butchering the pronunciation there. Visakhapatnam, something like that. Where is this? Like, I'll make a bold. I'll probably say India should win in a match like that. So I'll make a prediction of India, but like it was such a massive chase that we saw from such a massive chase that we did see from no Gunners Torgas cricket. Yeah, I was just using that as a reference point. So it's close to Hyderabad. Well, that's in a random spot for a big stadium. That's in a random spot for this game. Like it's not near like a massive city. Like I guess Visakhapatnam might be a big enough city, but no one knows about it outside of India really. And it's well south of south of Kolkata, and it's to the decent enough east to Hyderabad. And it's north of Chennai. It's in a bit of a weird spot, that one. But I'll say India. I'll say India. They're at home. They should do it. Yeah. I need Pep to do me a favour and sign Arteta again and win the league. You know, it probably happens, man. Despite the fact that City is still relatively underwhelming, Arsenal just always come second, dude. They just always come second. And it says the truth is we'll never see a run like 8 in a row because New South Wales doesn't have the passion like Queensland does. Nathan Cleary, Luai and Yo don't care as much as JT Lockyer and Slater. I don't think they don't care as much, man. I just think that there's a very significant difference in attitudes. Significant difference in attitudes. Tucker says you're a City fan. City. Next ball here. Next ball up. And that is going to be a nice shot. Nearly goes out though, but it will be a single for Boland. Gets him off strike. Yeah. My middle name is Kippax. My family's last name on my mother's side is Kippax. And if you know about the history of Manchester City, before they were successful, we obviously were at Main Road for 100 years. And the main active area, the big sport area there, is the Kippax stand. Main Road doesn't exist anymore. They obviously played the Etihad since 2004, but prior to that, they were at Main Road. Fun fact for everybody: when Man United were going through a pretty difficult time, Manchester City actually allowed Man United to play their home games at Main Road. So next up here, be a historical lesson for you. England. Wow, England have only ever won one test in their history in Australia when trailing by more than 100. So they just don't want to give up another 14 runs, which is what I was saying before. DIY says even 80% of Indians didn't know if Visakhapatnam had a stadium. Yeah, like I was in India this year. I was in Delhi, Jaipur, Agra, and Udaipur. So like a very golden triangle area. That's a 4. Kastaki. Nuska! That's a 4. Opposite side of the country. But I did so much research on India that I would have thought that I would have known about it. I didn't even know about it at all. I don't even know about it. So, and for such a big game, big crucial game there, it's surprising that it's not in Mumbai or Delhi or Bangalore or Kolkata, even Hyderabad. So they've lucked out in Visakhapatnam. By the way, is that how you pronounce it? I like to pronounce things correctly, DIY. Is that how you pronounce it, or am I butchering it completely? Next up, no run. Harrison says, what can Boland do? He can take 6 for 7 at the G. Remember that? You remember that, Harrison? He took 6 wickets, 7 runs at the G. Boxing Day, about 4 years back. Remember that? Jasmine says, I disagree on the we don't have the passion shit, but the difference is we pick a team full of champions. Queensland pick a champion team. Correct. That's what I'm saying. It's a difference in attitude in a lot of ways, but I wouldn't say that it's not the passion. I personally do believe, so that's a single there for Stark to get him off strike. I personally do believe in a lot of ways that Queensland care more about Origin than New South Wales do in a lot of ways. That doesn't mean that I don't think that New South Wales care at all. I think New South Wales do care, but I think there is a difference in a lot of ways. Doesn't mean I don't think they care in general, though. But you are right in regards to the selection of team. Plays nice Bears hat. This is Chicago Cubs. Shutdown Cubs, baby. Chicago Cubs. Chicago Cubs Bears. All right, we'll move off the rugby league conversation back to cricket, guys, because there's a lot of people here who wouldn't give a shit about rugby league. And says, we need Wood here. Shame he plays cricket twice a year. Yeah, because Mark Wood was fantastic in Perth. Shirley went 91 runs. Archer gives up 6 runs in that over. He hasn't been in his prime time in this test. He hasn't been in his prime time in this series so far. You're exactly right, Daniel. Exactly right. But we are going to try and get this back into cricket focus. And we do diversify and go into different sports and whatnot from time to time. We do, but ultimately we don't want to go completely off topic. Still 50 minutes until lunch. Get around the stormtroopers. Those bays that have all the people that are just full on, they would get so drunk by the end of the day, eh? Because it's just such a vibrant atmosphere, especially the Richie Benos. Love to see Stark on the lights get on the 5 or 6 wickets. That's why if Australia could get through this first session, if they can even get through an hour of the second session, which is a crazy statement to make when there are 2 wickets remaining and Boland's at strike. But right this very second, Australia is just trying to tire England out in the field. That's all they're doing. That's why they're not running between the crease right now. Craig says, Man United is a disgrace. Agreed, but my delusional I will still hold United over City. Historically, for sure. But like, there's a reason for City fans to be arrogant, like a lot more arrogant anyway. City, and this is going off on a tangent, but Manchester City fans, they used to be, for anyone who actually knows English football and isn't a part of this absolute, social media brigade, anyone who actually knows and remembers English football, true Manchester City fans are very loyal, very passionate, and did absolutely get out in numbers for their team at Main Road. They had the English record at one stage against Stoke City. I think it was an FA Cup game, or I can't remember. It was back a while ago, but it was the record for attendance at an English game. 1 second, next up. And it'll be no run. Because of this new brigade of fans with the success, people now hate the City fan base, and they say they're plastic. The City fan base ain't plastic. Those people are. But the actual City fans from yesteryear, they are far from plastic. They've got such an incredible... If you want to know what City fans are like, look at the away days. Look at when Manchester City take fans away now. Because you're not seeing the plastics come now to the away days and travelling. You're seeing the true, legitimate Manchester City fans, and that's why they're actually quite well regarded as a solid away turnout. 1 second, next up, no run. That's why when Manchester City travel away, they're actually regarded quite well for their atmosphere and to bring in the noise. Because that's legitimate fans who have been there through thick and thin pre the ownership switch. But if you go to a home game, it's very different because that is all the plastics that have turned up over the years. But because also City, the new boys on town in regards to a lot of factors, you're seeing the big clubs really try to emphasise that in regards to that home support. And they're trying to push away from the fact that they are also very similar in a lot of ways. So Australia by 91 runs, 8-4-25, and that's going to be a no run. Daniel says, very sad news about Robin Smith passing away. He was a good player to watch back in the day for England. Damn, man. Rest in peace to Robin Smith. I don't know a phenomenal amount about him, but if you can let us know about his best moments, please feel free and I'll read them out. Rest in peace, man. God bless him. Jossie Parsons missed yesterday. How did it go? Fantastic for Australia, except for a couple of mares from Cameron Green and Travis Head, and I guess Steve Smitty. Overall, very good. Australia lead by 91 runs right now. We're just sitting in and trying to tire out England because they're not even really running between the crease because because they want England to stay out there and for Australia to bowl them a little bit later. We want to get through the first session. So we've got 43 minutes to survive with these 2 wickets, which I do not mind. I don't mind it. Over pitches it, but Starkey didn't get a good connection on it, so it will just be some good fielding to stop it going through. Look how tired Archer looks, man. He does look tired. Daniel says, it came so soon after the more recent ex-England batsman too. Can't remember his name. Very brave and tough batsman. Fair enough. Fair enough. 4 years of prime Archer was missed. Such a shame. Yeah, the injuries. Yeah, cruel him. Yeah, I do. It's very evident. Look at him. Look at his body language right now. He does not look like he's liking this at all. He is looking tired. He is looking like, how am I struggling here? It's looking like it's a big mental game here for Jofra Archer. And I do feel like a big portion of that is him playing into the second day. I do feel like that could be a crazy shit statement to make, and that's just my opinion. And to maybe go on the comments that I was making on the day one. But him batting into that day and with the hot sun and still running between the wickets and still doing all that kind of jazz, I don't know, maybe and having that big night with all that energy in day one, maybe it didn't help him out at all. It's not like he's been bad bowling at all. It's just not looked at his prime best. They're still not getting a huge amount of runs. 87 runs, 1 wicket for 24 overs. And with that also being said, he should have 2 wickets. The point that I'm making here is that he clearly hasn't looked at his prime time by any stretch of the imagination. Next ball, no run. When should we declare during the day? Brent says, we're not going to declare. We will play out. There's only 2 wickets, mate. There's no point. Still 2.5, 3 days to go. Over 2.5 days to go. Nearly 3 days to go. It's only been an hour and 20 minutes here. If Australia is still batting at T, or the 15-minute break later on today, they still won't declare. Not that should be happening. It'd be very disappointing for England. No run. There's no mercy rule in cricket after all, Bruce says. Spot on, mate. But there is a morality rule. There is a morality rule, and the morality is always England's win. They're always the victors of the moral victory brigade. Daniel Bates says, go out there, enjoy your life, guys. The future isn't promised. Sorry about the sad theme, Blaze. No, that's what it is, Daniel. You know, it's all good. Like, I'm able to still keep the high energy and keep on pumping through. We've discussed everything today so far, so we'll get Jay on the conspiracies. But no, it's all part of it, man. Of course, you're going to bring that up when the cricket's on, especially with England playing. And it is always a little bit of an awkward one, though, for me, because, like, how long do you focus on it? Because, like, it is important, and you do want to speak about it, but also how long do you focus on it? And then some people are like, oh, well, he wasn't sad enough. It's like, what do you mean wasn't sad enough? Like, you know, at the end of the day, I can only do what I can do, and I have to also keep the energy still flowing. So, yeah, if anyone feels like that and I wasn't sad enough, well, it's not the case. But it's just when you're streaming and commentating, you have to kind of keep a similar energy. Edward says, are you going to the Titans camp in 2026? No, not in 2026. In sometime in the future, for sure. But no, I'm going to be back in Asia, in Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia. Oh, man, I can't wait to check out Philippines. And I'm actually really excited for Philippines next year. But Philippines, Indonesia, Nepal, haven't been there before. We'll be there. Going back to Vietnam and Malaysia. And then the next year, I'll be in places like, 1 second, next up, no run. A lot of places more so around. Actually, I'll see. I'll go tell you my next 2 years OneDrive. Next 2 years plans for BKRtravel. So Archer 1 for 87 right now. 5 dot balls at the very least. That's what I'm saying. He's not giving up many runs, but he just hasn't been as dangerous as he would normally be. We get 500 before we get bowled. Brilliant thing for us. I don't think we get 500, but that'd be amazing if we did. Oh my gosh. Archer really likes it, but I think he's just you can tell mentally. It's an unusual one there, but I don't think so. They might review it because they're a bit desperate right now. I doubt it though. That was a weird one, that. Yeah, Stokes isn't even interested whatsoever. Oh, I've heard about this theory, Jay. Yeah, I've heard about that. Oh, it's hit the thigh pad. Yeah. It hit the thigh pad. Okay, so yeah, good decision not to review there. It would have been a waste. Oh, I'm signed into my other email. Switch that bad boy across. I'm starting to freak out because it's like I've just done so much preparing and planning for this. I've got the country set up for the next 10 years planned out. I says, dude, Jofta brought a pillow to the ground. He needed it. You know, he's. You can tell he's tired, mate. We saw this from Bumrah in the Indian Test last series too, earlier in the year, where they bowled him into oblivion early, and then he was exhausted. He was just done over because no one else was really helping him out besides maybe Siraj to a significantly lesser extent. Carl says, we need to get Cars on so Stark can give his wicket away. That's valid. He's on. Hey, Carl, the rhythm. Rhythm is a dancer. Cars is on. That's his first ball right there. Carl, you're a magician, mate. You willed it into existence. Avalon says, any chance we are still batting in the second session? Yeah, 40 minutes, 35 minutes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Especially with the fact that they're not trying to play bowling onto the strike, and whenever Stark's on, unless they're getting a 2, unless they're getting a boundary or whatnot, like they're not running. Next up. And no run. So next year, travel plans are... So I'm in Fiji now, and then... Oh, jeez. And then after that, we're in Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Laos. Actually, sorry, I forgot about Laos. And then Nepal. And then Mongolia, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, India. And then to end 2027, Turkey. So yeah, look to go. A lot coming up. A lot going up, and then as we're going Turkey way, then you'll start to see Egypt and stuff like that. Oh, no run. Saki was trying to go for a little something. Aaron says, Artist known to be up till 2 a.m. on his Xbox. Really? There you go. Well, he definitely looks tired. Daniel says, not a conspiracy, Jay, with the powers that shouldn't be. The powers that shouldn't be. Like the great unwashed to focus on us being divided as sports fans and other areas of life. Stay awake, please, everyone out there. Yeah, no, I'm very aware. I don't let it get me down, but I'm very aware of this world. As soon as you go down rabbit holes, the old rabbit holes, it rocks you. Next up. No run. Once you go down the World War II rabbit hole, you'll never come back. You never come back. Someone says, is it snaps you next to the quickest? Yeah, isn't it, Jay? Isn't it because they don't actually want you to survive? Because then if you do survive, you can sue them into oblivion or something like that? Is that the theory you're talking about? Like if you survive, you're entitled to a severe compensation. So they actually want you to pass away or something like that? No run. Rabbit hole's the whole point of conspiracy theories. Yes, but it takes your entire bloody month. It doesn't just take you on a journey for a day. It usually takes up your entire life when you go down it. When you start going down it, there's no coming back. There's no turning back. Brighton Cast bowling at the moment. Bowling 50 coming up. Expert says, I don't think they're trying to get him any runs. They're not looking at him getting any runs. Maybe he'll open up if they can get him through the second session or late in the first session. But they want to get through this first session. It's the main thing. Up on the top over the head. Oh, jeez. I thought it was hit much better than it was. But look how tired Jofra Archer is. Look how tired Jofra Archer is. Like, he gets to run off the final ball of the over. Look how evidently tired Jofra Archer is. I'm clearly just, beating a dead horse in a lot of ways here, and I'm just repeating the same old broken record, but look how evidently tired Jofra Archer is. I proudly wear my tinfoil hat. Well, here's a conspiracy. Here's a conspiracy for you. The word conspiracy was deliberately made so that it was a negative connotation, so that anyone who was speaking about the truth was actually conspiracy theorists, right? That's the word they came up with to give it a negative connotation, so it makes you look crazy. Even though you're talking about the truth, the general public will think you're crazy because of the word conspiracy. There's a conspiracy for you. Refresh, mate. Refresh? Oh, I'm a bit behind, am I? I'm a bit behind. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Carl. So 8 for 426 right now, and Stokes is bowling. Sometimes it does stop him, so thank you for letting me know. All right, Ben Stokes, next bowl here. He's going to 101 runs. And half a connection there. Absolutely, Blaze. Spot on. You get it. Yeah, but like I said, I don't let it impact my life. I'm very interested in all these kind of things. I love talking about it. I'm very interested in everything and anything. And that's why you'll love the BKRtravel when we've got it, because like the stuff that we're doing the travel docos on and just mental stuff. But I don't let it impact my life, because at the end of the day, unless you're leading the resurgence, there's no point to actually care. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not going to do anything to change it, there's no point to actually care about it, but be interested by it. Do you know what I mean? So Australia lead by 92 runs. Ben Stokes for his next ball. Oh, good bowl there from Ben. Good bowl. He's been their best bowler in the series, though. I'll give him that. He's been their best bowler in the series, Ben. Oh, good bowl. What's the conspiracy around the word conspiratorial? What? What are you talking about? Bruce says, well, the airline is still liable for deaths that occur from the accident. Surviving family members are entitled to sue for the damages. Yeah, but I think it's much more, because not only is it because of the crash, but also because of like the injuries that you get and whatnot if you survive. I feel like I'm pretty certain. Again, I'm not fully aware of it, but it's something about like it's a lot more significant. All right, next up here for Stokes. And, didn't carry, but there was a chance there. No run. No run. No run. No run. I think we bat as long as we can so we can get the new pink ball at the right. Well, of course we're going to bat as long as we can. There's never going to be any declaring here. We could be batting into tomorrow. We're not declaring. We could be batting into the second. We declare at the second session of tomorrow, but we're not getting to the second session of tomorrow. I just want to get through the second session today. Daniel says, I thought this Archer guy was going to be the next big thing. Have injuries blighted him, though? Yes. Yeah, no, injuries have been a cruel part of his career. Happens to the best of them, man. Happens to the best of them. Yeah, Jacko. Stokes' bowling isn't pretty, but it's somewhat effective. It has been in this series so far, at the very least. He has given up 102 runs, though, through 21.5 overs, so it's definitely not pretty in regards to the amount of runs given up, but this is a flat track. But 3 wickets in this test. He had 5 wickets in the previous test, you know, like. Or did he have 6? Did he get 5 for in the first, and then in the first innings, and then he got 1 in the second innings? I can't remember. Have a look. Australia cricket. Chuck's Manhood says, I'm sure this is legit. Says, first time I saw you was the first day of the first test. You have a strong resemblance to Mitchell Johnson. P.S. I think you're a decent fella. Thank you, sir. I am a decent fella, and I am actually Mitchell Johnson. Have you seen us both in the same room at the same time? You haven't. You have not. No, just the 5. Okay. I couldn't remember who got the 2 wickets. It might have been Joff. Might have been Joff, right? No, it was Gus Atkinson. Oh, was it only 1 wicket? Oh, no, it was Brian Cars. Brian Cars. He's a legend of England cricket, son. He's a legend, the old Brian Cars. I remember a comment from yesterday, Mark, which is why I'm a little bit low. Yeah, okay, sure. I'm sure Jay's doing his research right now. When you do streaming as much as we do here, by the way, it's cast bowling again. When you do streaming as much, you can pick you can pick people pretty good usually. But then again, like some people have called me Mitchell Johnson and stuff before, and I am. That is me. I still will never understand the Daniel Ricciardo one. I get called Daniel Ricciardo quite a bit. I haven't been called him for a while, but I get called Daniel Ricciardo quite a bit, and I'm just like, I don't see it. I don't see it. And then, who else do we get? Jay, who else do we get? Or Daz, if you're still here, or just regulars. Who else have we got before? So cast 3 for 133. Bryden Cast, next bolt. And no run. Chuck says, I'm 39 years old, been watching cricket my whole life. Keep drinking the Diet Coke. If I ever see you in person, I'll slip a little whiskey in there for you. I don't mind a good old whiskey, that's for sure. Don't mind a good old whiskey. And I will have a Coke Zero for the second session, but there's only 28 minutes to go here of this first session. So until lunch, and then I'll go grab some noodles or something. Have something cheeky to eat before second session. Don't mind a good old whiskey, son. I get mistaken for Hemsworth. You really deserve a timeout for that, Brenton. A better looking one, you reckon? A better looking Hemsworth, eh? Chuck, is your partner my mod? So Carson 3 for 133. He's not giving up runs in this over, though. Better looking one. You're unbelievable. Needs the Mitchell Moe. I have had a Moe before. Do you guys remember back maybe 2 years ago when I had the Moe for November? When I had the Moe? I did it for Movember, but it was just unbelievable. It was unbelievable. It took me. I didn't just start growing it though in November. It takes a while, but I started growing it in like September, and it was still just so shit. It was about 2 years ago or so. It would have been during, I think, the South African cricket series, maybe. Your little 70s porn tash. Yeah, exactly right. Just need to get a mullet. Then I'll start looking like Travis Head. And no run. No run. Bruce says, you know what's funny? The black box, an Aussie invention, by the way, is neither black nor a box. They're actually orange cylinders. I didn't even know that. There you go. You're learning something new today, guys. The black box is not a black box, nor is it a box. They're actually orange cylinders. Fair enough. Why is it called a black box then? Is there a conspiracy behind that? And so I can't remember it. Did you look like Ron Jeremy? Ron Jeremy? For gosh sake, Daniel. Ron Jeremy. What is wrong with you? No run. Maiden over for cars. Ron Jeremy. Are you off your rocker? Ron Jeremy is what you say I'm a lookalike. Deary me. Ron Jeremy. The guy with the heavy beard, mind you. Oh, yeah. That's the worst lookalike comparison I've ever heard in my life. Oh, dear. So Stokes coming back up for a bowl. You know who one of my favourite lookalikes is that people disagree with me on? They disagree with me vehemently that he doesn't look like anything. If you remember Will Zillman from back in rugby league days, he used to play for the Titans and the Canberra Raiders. Will Zillman and Liam Hemsworth. Go and Google it right now, and I want you to tell me if you see it. If you see it, because so many people that I know have said for so long they don't see it, that I'm crazy, it looks nothing alike. I see a direct resemblance. I see a direct resemblance. Will Zillman and Liam Hemsworth, yeah. Sean says, I'm over 50 and my mobile chin hair looks like I've tripped and fallen on shit. Dear me. Ron Burgundy, I think he meant. I'll take Ron Burgundy. I'll take the old Ron. The old Rombo. Just asking. Yeah, well, can you just not ask? Just stop asking, Daniel. Stop asking. Ron Jeremy. There's no way you think I look like Ron Jeremy. I just went out and looked at that. There's no way you think I look anything remotely like Ron Jeremy. All right, next up. And that's going to be a single for Boland. He's off the strike. And Stokesy gives Stark back the strike. Boland. Jack says Ron Jeremy's nickname is the Hedgehog. Anyways, quick question. Anyways, quick question. How close would you put David Warner to Matty Hayden? Close or nowhere near? I'm taking Matty Hayden. I would have definitely taken Matty Hayden if he got his kit off. If Joe Root didn't hit the 100, definitely would have taken Matty Hayden more so. But yeah, there, as Jay said, Warner is nowhere near the class of Matty Hayden. But David Warner's been a fantastic player to watch over the years, mate. Absolutely spectacular. At times, yeah, look, he can be a bit of a knob for sure, and I think we can all agree on that. But he definitely made it a lot more frustrating later on in his career. But when he was absolutely on, David Warner. So I'm not going to sit here and say he was bad by any it's a polar opposite gap. But for mine, in cricket, there is a lot of class associated with comparisons, plus also the fact that the later on in David Warner's career did put a bit of a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths. So yeah, I'm definitely taking Matty Hayden, but I do respect David Warner for what he did for the game. As it says, you actually look like a bit of Chris Hemsworth or Liam. Okay, you're drunk. You're drunk. No, that's not. There's no way. They went up for a celebration. When I was like 16, I got Taylor Lautner a lot. When I was 16 and he was in his when he was doing his Twilight and stuff, I had a lot of similarities with Taylor Lautner. I didn't have Buddy Rockhard 6-pack abs like that bloke did, but I did have a lot of similarities with Taylor Lautner when I was like 16 years old. Definitely don't look anything like Taylor Lautner anymore. Funny fact about Taylor Lautner is that his wife is also named Taylor Lautner. The couple is literally Taylor Lautner. He married a girl named Taylor, so she took his last name. They're both Taylor Lautner. All right, next up here for Stokes. Oh, big swing, big miss from Starkey. Do you have a Shark Boy costume? Did not have a Shark Boy costume. I don't even know if I've ever watched Shark Boy in Love a Girl. I know of it, though. England, just don't give up the extra 6 runs. And also, not only the 6 runs, but don't give up an extra 22 runs here to get to the 450. Because I did say, before we even saw the wickets today, just don't let us get to 450, which is, a 116-run lead. Dear me. If you let us get to 500, it's going to make me sick to watch. Make me sick. It made me sick to watch. You want me to be sick or something? Don't let me be sick. Come on. Warner is an angry little hobbit, Jay says. An angry little hobbit. That's a new one. And Stokes. And a beautiful little shot in behind. Just a single there for Starkey, though, which will take him off of strike. And that will be the final ball. There'll be one more ball of the over, so it was a good chance to switch it up. David Warner plays for the Thunder. Does he still, David Warner? Does David Warner still play for the Sydney Thunder? Does he? Is he playing this year? He played for the London Spirit, the Seattle Orcas, the Karachi Kings, the Dubai Capitals. Played all over the place. And that's a no run. One of the Aussies trying to score, the bowlers are just getting tired. That's exactly what they want. And also, the batters are out in the field. They're also getting tired. They're all in the hot sun. They're not coping with this weather. You can clearly see it in their body language, mate. So, regardless if it's the bowlers getting tired or not, at the end of the day, all the English fielders who are out in the hot sun right now and having to stay focused and stay on the job, and they're not being able to enjoy, because when they bat, they're up there enjoying the aircon, they've got food, they've got drink, they can chill out, they're focused, but they're not super, super focused for every single ball, and they can't have lack of concentration because they're all chilling up there waiting for their turn to bat. When you're here, you're in the hot sun, you can, it's not that dehydration is going to be a thing, but obviously it's you're not as hydrated as you could be. It's uncomfortable because of the heat. You're in a frustrating time because Australia just aren't getting out right now. You're just thinking about like a mirage in Egypt. You're just thinking about getting into those dressing rooms and just being able to relax, but you can't because these pieces of shit basically just won't get out. You're getting sledged and slandered from the crowd, the Aussies in the crowd. You're dealing with so much. So, like, at the end of the day, regardless of if it's just the bowlers getting tired, well, guess what? Australia get to bat again. The English have to bowl again. So tie the living shit out of them because guess what? We have a second innings if we need it. If we need it. A reminder, if we need it. But we have a second innings. So this is all doing good job for that. Whether it's about the batting or not, who cares? More so, even the second innings, this will exhaust them. Jofra's already exhausted. You're already seeing plenty of the English players' body language is so down and dejected right now. This is working a treat for Australia. The biggest issue, however, be live again in a moment. I think we might be live again now. I don't know what has happened, guys. For some reason, the internet just had a meltdown. But just comment in the chat when we are all Gucci again. And if it does happen, as you guys who are regulars here on the channel know, as you guys who are regular here on the channel, just if that does happen occasionally here in Fiji, please just stick around. Yeah, sweet. Okay, we're back. There's 8433. I'm going to try and refresh that just to make sure that because the internet cut out that it didn't mess it all around. Carstane Brisbane, you hack, Jacko says. Well, obviously Carter's not done something well there. And 3 for 4, 3 at 37. So there's a 4 that's just come up, I would assume. Is that right, Jacko? Am I assuming correct? Stark just gets cricket. He just gets cricket, AFL legend. He just gets cricket. I want to see how far behind you guys are. How many fingers am I holding up right now? How many fingers am I holding up? I want to see how far behind the stream is. I can see your comments, though. There's only 15 minutes to go until 3. Thank you, Jay. Okay, so not too far behind. There's only 15 minutes to go until lunch anyway, so hopefully the internet can stop falling apart for a couple of moments. We can watch a little bit of cricket, you know. Not a massive fan of not watching the cricket when the cricket's on. Kind of like watching the cricket. 3 beauties. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate you, Chuck. You're a legend, Chuck. 3 beauties. Absolute stunners, mate. Absolute stunner, chubby fingers. But no, Stark just gets cricket, you know, and that's the thing. Our back end just know how to bat as well. It'd be so funny if we saw Doggett come in and Scott Boland and him were able to put together a little bit of a partnership themselves. That would be super funny. But right now we don't even need Doggett to come in because Stark and Boland are just doing their thing. They're just moving and grooving, baby. They're just moving and grooving, son. That's what you love to see. What do you think of the World Cup draw? Aussie got finally no group of death or France. There is no real group of death, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, it's good to not be facing France. I like it. I think it's an awkwardly difficult group with Panama, USA, and maybe Turkey. But yeah, I think that we've got a good chance. We've got a decent enough chance of progressing. So he still hasn't answered your question, Jay. What was Jay's question? What was his question? I can't see. I don't even know what his question was. Yeah, hilarious. What was hilarious? What did I say something? Oh no, it's another 4. 8 for 441. Oh my gosh. Starkey is just on fire right now. 38 runs for the old Starkmeister. He's just on fire at the moment. When it comes to football, I'm a massive Italy fan. Italy are in the playoffs. Well, they're not. They're not. They still have to qualify, don't they? I think they've got to still qualify past Bosnia and 2 other teams. I'm not too sure. I just cannot believe it with Italy. Like since 2006, they were in the 2010 World Cup, and then 2014 they weren't there. 2018 they weren't there. 2022 they weren't there, and then there's still a chance they might not be there for this one. I think I could be right. I think they still have a little bit of qualifying to do. But my mum was saying it's karma for 2006 with the dive. But you know, it does feel weird to see Italy not cracking on. It does feel weird with such a spectacular powerhouse footballing nation over the years. 8 for 442, by the way. 8 for 442. Yeah, Stark man of the match for sure, Robbo. He's been incredible. Plenty of wickets, plenty of runs, plenty of this, plenty of that. You're not unhappy with it. You're not unhappy with it by any means. Actually, how many wickets did he get? Did he get 6? Was it 6 for? It was a 6 for, yeah. 65 wickets. 65 wickets. 6 wickets, 75 runs off 20 overs. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Chuck says, the quality for Italy ain't what it used to be. Hopefully they'll make it in March. Yeah, like, again, of course, as an Australian, we're not a massive fan of Italy after 2006. But, seeing... ultimately, not only is it for money, but they have expanded the World Cup. Next bold here for Stokes. And Stucky with the 4. Boundary for the Stucky. Boundary, I say. Boundary for the Stucky. Doing cricket the Stucky way. I was going to say baseball way, but then I was like, baseball's shit. Baseball's shit. I should say doing baseball the right way. Yeah, like they've expanded the World Cup also to benefit teams like Italy. Like you're seeing, this is the thing. Italy haven't even qualified yet. Cabo Verde has qualified. The Democratic Republic of the damn well Congo have qualified. Haiti, who is in a state of emergency as a country, have qualified for the World Cup. Italy, a powerhouse nation over the years, hasn't qualified. And it's like, it's disgraceful to Italians. To the Italian fans and the people of Italy, it's disgraceful that their footballing nation isn't qualified and hasn't qualified in the past, especially now with an expanded tournament, which is to the benefit of this. So it's wild to me. It is wild. The Congo, a place that is in an emergency itself. Haiti, a place that is in an emergency itself. Cabo Verde, a population of 50,000 people. And then you got Italy with 60-odd million people, powerhouse footballing nation, one of the biggest leagues in the world, not as good as it once was, but still. You know what I mean? Like, it's just wild to think about. No run there for Boland. Cast is back on Boland. Jacko, excited? Cast is back. Cast is back. Jacko says, we have Croatia, Panama, and Ghana. Croatia will be tough. Others should be reasonably easy. I don't think Ghana is anywhere near what they were in 2010. That was their year to have that kind of run, that Costa Rica run, Ghana run kind of deal. And arguably it was Luis Suarez that cost Ghana, but Ghana cost themselves by not hitting the penalty. But I'm just waiting for Australia to have their turn as the miraculous run. To be fair, we had a really good run in the last World Cup. We always punch above our weight. We usually do. No run there for Boland. Chuck says the defense ain't what it used to be. That's what Italy used to always be known for, nor is the attack. Maybe we need another Aussie-Italian attacker again. Italy always used to be known as that real stout, devout defense, especially in the why is my brain just completely gapping? Syria. Well, my brain was just seriously gapping just then. It's always been known as the ultra defensive league, if anything, but I don't watch enough to know if that's still the way. In Italy in the domestic league, let alone international, where we know the difference. Jacko says we'll probably exit to France or Spain in the semis as per usual. But that's the funny thing, right? Because Australia, who ultimately don't really care too much about football, don't really care too much overall. I love it, but a lot of people don't. The only two teams we lost to in the World Cup last year, in 2022, was France and Argentina, the two teams in the final. And we pushed Argentina to the 90th minute, right to the final seconds. And France we actually led 1-0 on, but obviously we lost to and expected to lose to. There's no surprises there. We definitely give it our best shot, no matter what. We push it. By the way, there's about 7 minutes to go until lunch, guys. Until dinner is what I should say. 7 minutes to go till tea is what they actually call it, but 7 minutes to go. So I think England really need a wicket before dinner, because otherwise these guys can sit in for another hour of the second session and then really put England into the shit late on in day two. It says, bloody hell, the Australian A team is destroying England loins 5 for 468 after England loins 5 for 4 Lions, 5 for 468 after England only hit 166 in the first innings. Yikes. Yeah, so your form isn't looking too great at the moment. 3 losses in a row, 7-1 combined scores. I think, yeah, Jacko, that's true. But that kind of a lot of the time does happen. They always make it difficult for themselves to get to the World Cup. But then when it's the World Cup, they actually, for some reason, not always, 2010 wasn't a great year. We lost 4-0 to Germany. Who else? 1 second. Next ball here for Cars. And that will be a no run. They could have gone for a single, but they want to get Stark back on strike. We played Germany, lost 4-0 in 2010. I think we played Spain. Oh, it might have been 2014. Yeah, because we always played the winner of the previous iteration or something. We played Spain, lost 3-0 or something like that. No, who'd we play in 2010? I think it might have been It was definitely Germany and two other teams I can't think of right now. Maybe it was the Ghana year, or maybe it was Serbia with a bit of Alexander Kolarov. 6 minutes before the break. So Will Jackson's going to come for a bit of a spin bowl here. Mix it up. Australia lead by 112 runs. They're 4 runs away from the 450, which I gave as a no-homer for England. They've already gone past the 100. Maldini, Baresi, Ferraro, Cannavaro, Nesta, all-time greats. Unfortunately, no more. Unfortunately, at the moment. But hopefully things change around. Wow, Will Jacks yesterday was hit for 9. He's bowled 1 over. He gave up 9 runs in that over. I can see why he only bowled once yesterday. And this is why Nathan Lyon wouldn't have done anything in this test. This is why they haven't put him in. This is not for spin. Not for spin at all. Nigeria didn't make it. No, Nigeria did not make it. They blamed voodoo because Congo beat them or something in the penalties, and they said that one of the Congolese trainers or Senegalese, I think it was Congolese trainers, was doing like voodoo with water or something, and the coach blew his load. Pause on that comment. I meant to say like blew up at it. He got very angry is the terminology that I should have used there. Next bowl hit from Jacks. No run. No run. No run. No run. Just a quick before I get to sleep. How highly do you rate Stuart McGill? I think he was bloody awesome. Stuart McGill. Before you go to bed, I thought you were Australian. And also, in England, it's 6 a.m. There's no way you've stayed up. Let's go. What's happening here? What's happening here? Are you Australian or are you English? Are you Australian or are you English? Can imagine football times would be shite there. Yes, for sure. That could have been a wicket there. The early game is on at like 9:30, depending on your time zone, 9:30 or 10:30 p.m. The main stretch of games on the Saturday are at like 12, literally at 12 a.m. or 11 p.m. but 12 a.m. And then like the key games are like 3:30 in the morning. No run. Good bowl. No run. Oh, this is the last over before the break, actually. I thought there might have been one more. Oh, they made a mistake on the throw. Ollie Pope gave us a free run there for Starkey, and it puts him off of strike. No, there will be another over here, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty certain we'll get through one more ball. Boland just needs to survive it. If there's a wicket now, they may actually call it. And that's Super Sundays too, so it'll be Monday, yeah. All the early games, 9:30/10:30. The early game on a Saturday, 9:30/10:30. The middle games, the big slate of games is always like 11-12, but mainly 12. And then the other games differentiate between 2:30, sometimes 5 in the morning. Forgot Pope was even playing. Well, he reminded you by missing the stumps by about 30 yonkers. What was the better throw, that one or Ben Stokes' one from earlier today? Oh, no, he's not out. It's okay. No, it's not. It's pushing. So end of the over. I'm pretty certain we'll get one more over here. And I don't know. No, there is still going to be one more over. One more over, folks. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. We will be here for the second session, the third session, every session in between, son. We'll even be here for the fourth session, even though there is no fourth session. Geez, Stokes is really just going up for everything at the moment. Look at him. Cast 3-4. Hey, by the way, Jacko, Carl, your boy, he's back. Your boy is back. It's cast for the final over of the first session. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. If you weren't talking before, this is when you'd start talking because we are talking now. A good first session, the Aussies to keep the Pomme out of the fields. Absolutely. Rhythm, Kyle. Mate, this is the rhythm. Okay, this is going to the Chelsea game today. They're playing in my town for an away game. Who Chelsea play? Oh, Bournemouth. Fair enough. Fun fact, my soft spot team, not second team. I hate the word in terminology of second team, but my soft spot team for many, many, many years was Bournemouth, and I still have a bit of a soft spot for them because I loved playing with them on FIFA. Everyone's got their AFC Wimbledons and their Accringtons and their all that type of stuff. Mine was always Bournemouth. I've kind of gone away from that now because they are in the Premier League, but for a long time they were one of the worst teams. One of the worst teams for a long time. We play Sunderland tonight. Still never forgive G for the offside goal. Car's only bowling, so his economy could go under 6. Has he really brought it back? Oh, he had a couple of maidens, to be fair. It's great in Bournemouth. We have a beach. Jacko, do you know that you're talking to an Australian right now? Yeah, a beach in Bournemouth. The whole of Australia is just a beach. Oh, good bowl there from Cars. Keep bowling him. This has been an awful session for England, mind you. I've got to be honest with you. Does the beach have sand? Does it have sand, but is it also white sand? Because like in Fiji, you can get black sand beaches. People think that Fiji is all just white sand. Fiji is amazing for beaches, but there are beaches that are black sand. There is a difference. Like for example, don't you have plenty of black sand beaches up in the north and even in Wales and stuff like that? Or maybe to the east of... No, it won't be at the east. I think maybe Wales is known for having some black sand beaches. All right, 3 balls to go here at the first session and no run. Everyone says, how long will the tea break be for? 45 minutes. So we'll be back, 40 minutes, but really 45 minutes. So we'll be back I'll put a thing on the screen that tells you the time we'll be back. So 5:45 p.m. for Muppet time. And we'll be back at 4:45 p.m. for Origin winning time, Queensland. And that for the English out there, so you're 12 hours behind me in Fiji, so we'd be back at 6:45 a.m. your time. All right, Chuck. Have a good one, champion. Oh, they're bringing out new gloves here for the final 2 balls of the session. As he says, they could have easily bowled us out, but we'll take this easily. Don't know about easily. This is a difficult pitch to bowl on. I wouldn't say easily by any means. I wouldn't say easily as a word, but they should have bowled us out. That doesn't mean that it was easy. Jeez, this would be tiring and frustrating for England, and especially to go into the break, still knowing you've got to get through 2 guys, is just gut-wrenching. This is gut-wrenching for England, man. Harrison says, why are they not swinging at anything? They're so boring. Go out like Archer, at least. That's not what they're trying to do, Harrison. This is about frustrating England. This is about the fact that we're tiring you out. You're staying out in the hot sun. You're not being able to get the wickets that you want. Your bowlers are getting exhausted. You still have to bowl a second innings, mind you. They're evidently exhausted already. The batters are already having to stay out there in the hot sun and tire themselves out before they come in. They have their hot day. They go in for a rest. They come back out for another, half of a hot session or 30 minutes, something like that. It's tactics, man. This is all the complexities of cricket. And Starkey's just said, get the slapper right up in you, son, with a boundary. No, with 3. He hit it, but it was this close to going for a 4. But what a shot there from Starkey. Get to 3. And that will put him back on strike into the second session. Yeah, it's the way you play the game, Sean. Exactly right. There's ways to... You know when to attack, you know when to defend. There's not just about the batting and bowling on its purity. You're also talking about the exhaustion, the tiredness. It's a hot day. Why would Australia want to come out here into the fielding right now? Just send these 2 lads out for a bit of a bat. It's hot for them for sure, but at the end of the day, they do want to tire this team out. They do want to tire this team out, and we're used to these weather conditions, absolutely, comparatively. Harrison said, just scared to swing at anything because they play boring cricket. Hi, Harrison. Just a reminder, Australia lead by 116 runs at the break. We scored 450 runs. We still have 2 wickets in hand. And England played the same way, just to a lesser extent in the first innings. So thank you for your opinion. I would prefer to win. And this is why this is BKR therapy for you, because you are learning a valuable lesson. And the valuable lesson is to stop betting on the losers. But all right, guys, I'm going to go have some lunch. I'm going to go chill out for a little bit. I hope you guys have a great lunch or dinner or breakfast, wherever you may be from, whether you're in England or whether you're in Australia or Slovakia. Maybe even bloody damn well Egypt. Who knows? Maybe the Congolese are watching after my comments before about their World Cup team. Go enjoy some food and a drink and regather yourself before we come back out for the second session. So we've got plenty of cricket to come tonight. This won't finish for another five and a bit hours, 5.5 hours or so. So plenty of cricket to come tonight. Hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new around here, and I will see you guys right after. No, Harrison, I'm aware it's all banter and love, mate. Don't worry. Um, but yes. Anyway, appreciate you guys. Thumbs up and subscribe, and I will see you guys very, very soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to come back underway for the second session of the day, which a day is currently the frustrating day for England. It is really, really tough stuff for them out there, as we've still got 2 wickets in hand and a lead for Australia. A big old lead of about 116 runs. I think it is 116. They got to the 450, which I said I didn't see a world back for England if Australia do get to the 450. They have got there. I've just seen. I've got a Vegas Golden Knights ticket in my pocket. I was like, I haven't worn this jacket since February. Yes, it is a very, very good day. Very good day for the Australians right now. The English are calling it boring in the chat, but the funniest thing is that is tactics and that is Test cricket. And as Carl said, who is an Englishman, this is what Test cricket is meant to be. A Test, exactly right, Carl. You know, this is prime time Test. People are so used to nowadays. Ooh, maybe if I move this back across, people are so used to nowadays the quick 2020 style and the way we saw in the first Test where it was 2 days. This is pure Test cricket, man. We're going to be here for, you'd hope so, 5 days. Because at the end of the day, I do expect the English to come out and to hit plenty of runs themselves. And then Australia will just have to chase it down. But, you know, at the end of the day, Australia up by 116. If they can get up to 150 lead, that means that England will need 300 just to lead by 150. And Australia should chase that down. But the longer the English stay in, the more chance of a draw as well. So, you know, that does come into play. Right now, I don't see a world that England have any opportunity to win this game. I think the win is beyond reach. But I do think that I think a draw is a potential, especially with the fact that there is a chance of rain tomorrow at later in the day. It's meant to be cloudy all day, but it's meant to be a potential chance of probably the highest chance of rain is really late in the day, around the 9 p.m. mark, 8:30, 8 p.m. mark, which at least we'll still get, you know, some good overs in and some good cricketing beforehand. And then on Monday for day 5, there is a slight little chance of scattered thunderstorms throughout the day. So right now, Australians, the only thing you have to worry about is the potential of, England being able to hold out for as long as they possibly can through the rest of today when they come in eventually. Eventually is the key word. When they come in eventually. And then, and then obviously getting through tomorrow. But again, they could go and hit 700 runs, England, and Australia won't lose this. They'd get through the final day, but there's no way on this pitch right now that it's looking like likely at all. Like if England fail to get 200 runs, like that'll do me. That will do me, and I just won't have any confidence because. And I did say this after the first innings. I said I can't back in the continuity. I mean, by the way, first ball, no run. Will Jacks is bowling here for England at the moment, but I just can't back in the continuity and I can't be confident that they'll go and do it again until I see them do it again, despite the fact that the pitch is so strong here for batters and it's very clear that even the tail-enders are getting plenty of runs. Like, you know, Starkey can bat, but he's a bowler. He's at 46. He saw Jofra Archer get his career high of about 36, 38 or whatever it was and put on a few extra runs. You can very clearly tell that this is definitely designed to get the full match day experience, the full match experience of a Test match. So, look, if England fail to deliver, that'd be extremely disappointing and would not give me any faith of a competitive series from here on out, even though I'm struggling to see it a lot as we currently speak, especially with the fact that we haven't had Paddy Cummins, we haven't had Josh Hazlewood. Yes, England are without Mark Wood, but there's a very different significant gap between the likes of Mark Wood and then no Nathan Lyon in this game too. Paddy Cummins, Josh Hazlewood. So 3, amazing bowlers not playing here for Australia. And Australia didn't have Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood in the first Test and still won that one by 8 wickets. So, shot there. See you later. Starkey hits the fitty bomb. Fitty bomb. Fitty bomb. Fitty bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Fitty bomb. Fitty bomb. Smack. Fitty bomb. Smack. That's an uppercut there from the Starkmeister. And he hits the 50 from 100. What a beautiful knock. And there's Jay with the fitty bomb gift. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, Starkey better win man of the match every Test. I didn't actually see who officially got the, another good shot there from Starkey, which will get a 1, which will push him back onto strike for the next over. So 5 runs off that over. and Stark will come back on, which is exactly what they've been trying to do. Exactly what they've been trying to do. You know, not letting Boland really hit too much. But yeah, he's 7 for 27 right now. This would just be so excruciating for England. The players would be just really, really frustrated right now. But what a performance by Starkey. But did they officially give Stark the man of the match in the first game? Yeah, he did get man of the match. I personally thought Travis Head did enough to get it, but Stark getting it also was just, he was superb. You know, he took plenty of damn well wickets and was unbelievable. So, like, I get it, but I just thought that what Travis Head did in Perth was spectacular. But I do understand it. And in this game here, there's no two ways about it right this very second. He got 6 wickets yesterday. Or 6 wickets across day one. Sorry, we were batting yesterday, but on day one he got 6 wickets, and now he's on 51 runs. And this is a guy who, yes, can bat, but he is a bowler. So no, just special stuff here from Australia and from Starkey and from across the lineup, you know. And you can't really hate too much on Michael Neser, who got one of the lowest run totals and still got 16. You know, still a nice little handy 16. England had 4 ducks. They relied on Joe Root to go for a career high in Australia of 135 plus, whatever it was, and then which was amazing. And they relied on Zach Crawley bouncing back off of 2 ducks in Perth to get a 76, which was huge and awesome to see. But you know, this has been a really team-rounded effort here from Australia. But again, the clear and defined guy that just keeps on turning up for Australia is Mitchell Starc again and again and again and again and again. Jack, let's just look at that scorecard. Geez, everyone made decent runs. That's what I'm saying. It's a very, very team effort here for Australia. Very good. And we've got to remind ourselves and go back to the fact that Cameron Green moment, you know, because if it wasn't for that Cameron Green moment, those guys were settled, they were comfortable, but they got too comfortable, specifically Cameron. They got too comfortable, right? So if that doesn't happen, you know, are we even at this stage? Do England have this many wickets if Cameron Green doesn't get complacent with his stumps there? So yeah, look, it's very impressive here from Australia at the moment. Again, I would expect England to do a decent job when they come in, but I don't know what their mentality is right now. I don't know how their enthusiasm for the game is going as we currently speak, because this would just be heart crushing. It would be soul crushing to see these guys at the end of the order sticking in, bowling for 27 balls for 7 runs, Stark for 104 balls, 51 runs. You know, they dropped Carey on 0. He ends up going for 60 plus. They dropped Travis Head on 3. He ends up going for 33. You know, there was plenty of dropped catches yesterday, 5 dropped catches, nothing really today. But, you know, it's just been a real heart crusher for England in a lot of ways. And do I think they would have won the game with those? It would have changed the complexity of the game for sure, the complexion of the game for sure. There's no two ways about that. But, you know, Australia have just been really classy throughout this. And look, the pitch is expected, but it's still been classy performance from Australia regardless. Evelyn says he got man of the match, although Head was very unlucky. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Sean's beautiful. Yeah, Sean was having a crack at Harrison before. Fair enough, too. He said, Harrison, we will see boring cricket when the English are batting. 4 down by the end of day's play, still behind Aussie's score. Are England going to be batting today at this point, Sean? That's the question we're asking. Will England be down 4 wickets? I don't know, because are they going to be batting today? At this point, like, what's going on? Like, Australia's, we were 4 wickets. Oh, shot. Starkey shot. It's a sexy, sexy little shot. Look at that number for a 4. Oh, we're taking a piss. Oh, Starkey's taking a piss. Your bowlers are terrified. Starkey's on fire. Your bowlers. Oh, it was a no ball as well. Oh, my gosh. It was a no ball 4. Oh, dearie me, England. Deary me. Sean says, well, we're in the 5th session, getting close to 500. Well, I did say that there was still a chance of getting to 500. I thought it was unlikely because I gave England probably a bit more credit than they're doing. But, you know, four wickets in hand going into the day's play, you know, they still needed to get over 120 odd runs or whatever it was. What were we at? 384 or something? 384 at the end of day's play yesterday, and now we're at 461. Like, I wasn't thinking we were going to get the 120 runs. I thought we'd give it a good crack and get to 450. 450 was pretty much the can't see beyond for England. But now they're genuinely looking at 500, and you're just like, shit, man. Gee whiz. Hello, Mr. Brocky. Get around your Brocky. Harvey says, now we've got 2 hours to the next break. Thank you for letting us know, Harvey. We definitely are aware. But, yeah, we've got about 2 hours and 10 minutes, actually, to be precise, Mr. Harvey. We've actually got about 2 hours and 8 minutes to be even more precise for you. Yeah, longer than just the 2 hours there. But see, this, as Sean said before, this is Test cricket. This is, even if you're on the losing side, this is simply Test cricket. It's going to be frustrating. It's going to be a slog mentally to watch. Imagine how much of a slog mentally it is for the English right now in the field. You know, this is what we've grown up with, and I know specifically even more older generation than me. I'm only 31, but even older lads than me have grown up with even slower Test cricket than this in a lot of ways. You know, this is prime time and what you're getting. It's just unfortunate the competitiveness level isn't exactly there for England. But again, the interesting thing is England will change the way that they're attacking in this game to probably try and force a draw. So what they're going to try and do is, because they can't win from here. You're just not with 2 days to play tomorrow. We are halfway through, but they're just not going to win from here. So you'd rather a draw than a loss, and with the fact that there's potential of a rain or potential thunderstorms and whatnot on day 5, what they can do is, if they can just stick in for tonight and then stick in for the majority of tomorrow, and then maybe force a chase of 150, 200, geez, and that's giving them credit right now. But if they can maybe force that, and then they just got to hope that a little bit of that rain does come to fruition and sets it straight back, and they can't get the consistency going, and it just stops play for half an hour or whatever, just that really annoying, frustrating weather. Then England come back into the thought process of having that draw, and that's what they should be playing for right now. That's what they would be playing for right now. You've already got 461 runs here. You're a likelihood of 500 at this point, and even the back end is doing you in. Yeah, it's dangerous stuff here for England at the moment, but they can't be. Honestly, it's the fans more than likely have come to terms with it. Some of the fans here definitely have, but I don't know if they would have done that yet. They'd still maybe think they're a chance, but I just don't know if that's a possibility for them as we currently speak. That's right. We're in the 5th session, getting close to 500. As it says, Stark needs 2 statues outside of Optus and Gabba. Stark needs a statue out front of Parliament, mate. Out front of Parliament. Deary me. I'm seeing Darth Vader's in the crowd. English have lost the plot. Firstly, this is in Australia, but also secondly, that happens every year. We have the Stormtroopers and Darth Vader. We usually have the Richie Benos. What else do we usually have? We usually have more than just that, but we usually have the Richie Benos. We have the Stormtroopers. What's the other one? Obviously, we've got the Pink Test, but there's also another big one, a big group that turns up to games. This is a regular thing. This isn't an English thing. You see this last year against India. You see the year beforehand against South Africa. This is a regular thing at the Gabba. All right, so Boland's on strike here against Atkinson. This is your moment to strike. You want to get us out now. This is your time. You know, Boland is on strike. Gus Atkinson has bowled well through this match just without multiple wickets. He's just got the 1 wicket. But and as you do that, you're lucky it wasn't a single. No run. But this is your time to bounce right now, England. Stark man of the match 100% so far. Yeah, 100%. I don't know if you can go away from... I don't think you can go away, especially if he gets another 3 wickets. You know, he's got 56 here, not out. He's already got 6 wickets in the game. He's done it on both ends. These are key pivotal runs here just to really put the boot into England. You know, massive inside edge there from Boland's going to go for a 4. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Massive, massive inside edge from Boland takes him into the double figures. So every single batter so far for Australia has hit the double figures. That is just another heartbreaker for England. How does that miss the stumps? How does that miss the stumps? How does that miss the stumps? And we're fanatics. Stark my goat. Mate, how good is he? Just how good is he? But again, this Australian lineup has just really all put in together. And I just think, what if Cameron Green didn't throw away his stumps? What if he didn't do that? Where would we be now? Duraz says, do you think Stokes is trying too hard or is his constant anger warranted? No, look, I think it's fair play to him, and I like it. I want him to give a shit. I want him to care. Obviously, we take the piss and call him a Kiwi and whatnot because he was born there, but, overall, we want to see the passion for it because he is their captain. England need to do better. It is disappointing, and at the end of the day, it comes down his head. I feel like at this point after this series, there is going to be significant, serious questions to be had about whether Brendan McCullum should stick on as coach. Because it has not been a successful period. Fuck your Bazball. Your Bazball is shit. Everyone knows it. English know it. Everyone knows the Bazball is shithouse. That's fine that you tried something. It didn't work. It didn't need to be persistent for as long as it did. And now you're in a series where it's looking like it's going to be a humiliating series. Again, looking like, because things can change quickly. But it's looking like it's going to be a humiliating series. So I genuinely think that, if you look at the WTC rankings, they come last out of all the main countries when it comes to the World Test Championship. Australia and South Africa probably play again, to be fair, when it comes to the WTC in the next iteration of it. But they finish below Australia, they finish below India, they finish below New Zealand, they finish below South Africa, they finish below these countries. So the Test cricket isn't working right now, and they do have talent in this team. They do have the talent, but it's just not coming together for them. What they've realistically got to do is stop just hyping them up and bigging them up to come and do Australia over 5-0 in Australia. Their fans do it. Not all their fans, but their fans do it. People in general do it. The media do it over there in England. It gets ridiculous. It gets ridiculous, and it sets them up. It's very similar, as we said before, to New South Wales in a lot of ways, where they get that hype up and they get that sense of belief. And whilst I love the belief and I love backing in your team, I love that's happening. Because as a fan base, as a nation, you backed this in before they came here. There are still 3 tests after this. This test series technically is not over yet. But coming back from 2-0 down in Australia when you haven't won in Australia for a very, very long time, haven't won a single test here for a very, very long time, it's just past the point of stop hyping them up. Stop hyping them up and start saying, we need to wait and see it. It's the exact same thing with what I've done with my Gold Coast Titans. I love my Gold Coast Titans. I'm passionate for my Titans. I'll always support my Titans because they're from the Gold Coast, which is where I'm from. But I'm not just going to blindly support them anymore and just say they're going to win, it's going to change, things are adjusting. Things aren't. We haven't seen shit yet. Until we do see it, I don't believe it. Which is why I feel like English fans need to come to the terms overall as a general fan base. Again, not individuals who we can see do have different mindsets and do understand what I'm saying here. But as a general overall fan base and as an overall nation, they need to recognize that what is happening right now and what has happened for a while now is not on, and the hype doesn't deserve to be happening. It's more willful belief, and I know it because I've done it before with my club individually. I've done it on a public level where I've promoted and publicly just backs against the wall said Titans are going to be better, and they never have been. So English have the talent here. They do. But they just don't know how to utilize it. And it's because they get this overall sense of belief when it's not warranted. It hasn't been warranted. And then we see on day one, we see a great performance, say yesterday or on day one of this test, and then, people will come out and say, oh, it's an easy win here for England, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that's just banter. If that's just banter and saying, oh, yeah, shit, yeah, I love that. If that's you genuinely believing the game is over, the series is done. We had, this even goes for Australians, mind you, back in test 1. Hold on. That's going to be a single for Stark if they go for it. Do they go for a single there? They do. They're allowing bowling to be on strike. They don't care now. Partnership 50, by the way. But this goes for a lot of Australian away too, but at least they've got the success regardless. At lunch on day 2, some Australians were believing in the dribble that was coming from a lot of the English media and a lot of the English fans, where they were like, well, this Australian team is old, too slow, they're not good, blah, 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 this, blah, blah, that. And I fought tooth and nail, as on this stream, you guys can go see. I was starting to get really frustrated because I was like, what? And Jay said it perfectly. He said it perfectly in such a simple comment. It's only day 2. It's only day 2. And it actually ended on day 2 in Australia's favour. But it's only day 2. But we have people coming out and just really ragging on Australia from an Australian perspective as well, and buying into that nation. Well, we've seen the whole series switch in regards to what was expected. And the point I'm saying is that I want to see better for England. I really do. I want to sit here and see better from England. And that's why I do feel like you need to change at the top. I feel like you 100% need to change at the top. Because this is bullshit. You're just going to get another 3 here. You're going to get another 3 here. You've got, sorry, we're going to get another 4 here. We just got a boundary there for Scott Boland. Scott Boland has just hit another boundary. Now, all of our batters, every single batter has hit over 15 runs. Every single one of them. Every single one of the batters. Bring Brendan Dogger down and you'll get 15. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I am fighting here for you. I don't like England overall, and when it comes to cricket, I don't like England at all when it comes to cricket. But I love England in general, but I don't love English cricket because they're our biggest rivals. But to have a rivalry, you need it to be competitive, and that's why I hate this pre-game hype that always happens. It always happens. They need to be held accountable from the start. And if you're English in the chat, please explain to me why I'm incorrect there. If you disagree, or if you agree, please explain what you're agreeing with there. Because again, it's a conversation. This is my opinion. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but from my perspective, that's what I see. So if you agree or disagree, please let me know in the chat. And you can be an Australian too and say that. Nitindesh says, introduce yourself, commentator, please. Introduce myself? What do you mean? You asking my name? My name's Blaze, bro. My name is Blaze. What about you? Well, I'm assuming your name is Nitindesh? Nitindesh? Let me guess you're getting around Australia. Malik says, hi, sir, I'm from Pakistan. Big respect, bro. Please reply me. Appreciate you for tuning in all the way from Pakistan. Appreciate you. Breton says, how was Starkey over 50? Just tuned back in. I was expecting him around the 30 mark. And he can go for decent scores. Again, he can bat. He's a bowler, but he can bat. He can. 57 is ridiculous, though. He is... What's our highest score? 76 for Jake Weatherald? I think 76 for Jake Weatherald. Should have been Stevie Smith, to be fair, but that was a collapse. Hold on. And no run. Our highest total so far was 72 for Jake Weatherald. Mitchell Stark is 15 runs away from that. I don't even care if it's like a jinx to even mention that. He's 15 runs away from our highest score total in this match, which is Jake Weatherald at 72, who was an opener. Again, Jofra Archer got 38. By the way, Jay, your mate's on screen right now, Paddy Cummins, and he said, I'll be right for Adelaide. Cheers to that, son. My coffee, Fiji and Churro Cup. Oh, good bowl from Gus. Good bowl, but it does miss. Is it cold in Fiji? No, so Brenton, it's not outside. It's actually really hot, but I have the aircon blasting all day, every day. So when I'm sitting in the room for hours and hours and hours and hours on end, I don't want to turn the aircon off because it'll get hot. I don't want to even turn it up a little bit so it's a normal temperature. That's why I love Chicago so much. I love being able to rug up in the cold. I love it. I haven't experienced winter this year, mind you, because I've been in India. I was in India. I was in Vietnam. I was in Thailand. I was in Malaysia, all of which don't really have winters. And if anything, their winter is now. So I haven't experienced winter this year. I am a winter guy. I love the winter. No run. Fake news, Paddy. Fake news. Sean's good day, mate. So Malik, are you actually in Pakistan or are you from Pakistan? Malik says, sir, I want to make a comparison in T20, but oh, for God. Why is it that every conversation, with all due respect, every conversation, regardless if it has nothing to do with Babar, regardless of what it has, it's always it's always about Babar Azam. Travis Head's the GOAT, mate. He's the greatest player of all time and twice on bloody Sundays. And guess what? Starkey! Knock, knock, who's there, son? Boom, boom, boom. Welcome to the show, baby. Welcome to the damn world show. Staggy. Skeletor says Stark isn't even playing baseball. What? Stark's playing damn well Stark ball. You know why? Because Bazball doesn't exist. Stark's playing Stark ball. Trav's playing Trav ball. And that's the difference. Oh, for God's sake. Stark's not even on this planet, Skeletor, son. He's not even on this planet. Oh, it's disgraceful. Oh, has he got a 4 there? Or has he touched the boundary there? Or is that going to save for a 3? Oh, it's a 4. Oh, he's not even on this planet. He's not even on this planet. Oh, boy. Jesus, please reply me. No, we'll not do that. Oh, this would be close, actually, if they call it. Yeah, he's still touching it. It's a 4. Yep. This would hurt England so much, man. It'd be frustrating. Yeah, this is painful to watch you. Starkey. Kits off for Starkey. Kits off. Dom says, hurry up, England. I'm getting bored now. I want to see Starkey bowl duck at first ball. Oh, dude. Can you imagine if England fans have waited over a day and a half to see them bat and then they get a wicket first ball again? Oh, that'd be brutal, dude. That'd be excruciating to watch, mate. That would be excruciating to watch. Not for me. Not for you guys, but for them. AFL Legend says might have to declare it at this point. They're not declaring, bro. Now, at very minimum anyway, even if the declaring was a thought process, it would be 500. But they're not declaring, bro. At the end of the day, the draw is in play right now. It is in play for England, but they need to hold their own with the bat, and they also need to expect bad weather on Monday, which is a potential. Good bowl there from Jax, but nothing happens. If you know anything about, and this is not an insult, but if you know anything about Australian cricket, you know declaration is just never usually an option. And if it is, it takes an hour and a half after you wanted it in the first place. I know, Malik, I'm very well aware, bro. Sorry, sir. I hope you didn't take it the wrong way, but here we like Babara a lot. So when you're on my stream, plenty of banter and shit talk, mate. Babara's a very fantastic player. But you're also asking an Australian between Travis Head and Babar Azam, and I'm going to take Travis Head there. No, it's not offensive, man. You'll hear plenty more offensive things in this chat. you'll see plenty of worse things, but no, I respect him, mate. He's a good player, but you know, Travis Head's the greatest player of all time. Travis Head, might better go. No, sorry, Mitchie Stark. He is 5 runs away from being our highest run scorer after getting 6 wickets on the first day on Thursday. Brent says, yeah, you've been in the hot climates for sure. Yeah, for sure. India was hot, man. But the thing is that the heat, when you travel the world, you realize that heat is different. Like, you can have the same, and that's why when the English complain a lot saying that, oh, when Australians or Americans or whatever, when people say that, oh, 28's not that hot, how are people dying? How are the old age dying from heat exhaustion and stuff like that because of 28 or 30? You know, that's not too hot. That's a normal Australian day. It's because their heat's different. One, they're not used to that kind of heat, but also, two, their heat's different and their housing is built different and all that kind of stuff. And just the heat is very different in different countries. India was just ridiculous. The lowest day in India that I had was 38. The lowest day. And I wasn't even in the pure summer. The lowest day was 38 when I was in, I think it was when I was in Udaipur. But throughout Delhi, Agra, Jaipur, and Udaipur, the lowest day was 38 degrees. Skeletor Sun says Stark is playing conservative. I mean, at the moment, not 2020 mode. No, I agree with you, Skeletor. No, he's not on this planet, son. He's not on this planet. He's not playing on this planet, son. He's in his own world. He's in his own galaxy. He is. If we're making a team to take on the intergalactic stars, I'm putting Starkey as captain right now. And this is the thing. You go and have a look at Jimmy Anderson. And Jimmy Anderson, good shot there from Starkey. I don't know if they take the run. They probably do. But you go and have a look at Jimmy Anderson. He was asked to do a current Ashes team. I think Australia had 3 players in that team, and Stark wasn't one of them. It's come from Jimmy Anderson. You know, and it tells you the delusion comes from the top. It tells you right there. You know, Travis Head wasn't in the team. You're just like, Travis Head and Starkey individually in this series so far have slapped you. Starkey always slaps you. Like, I don't understand the delusion, and it comes from the top, and their fans lap it up and buy it up because they want it. And it's like the fans have. There's nothing wrong with the fans having belief and hope. There is nothing wrong with it. But for so long now, it's just been about like. There's like this coping mechanism of Australia haven't won in England for 25 years. Fair enough, granted, it's a statistic. But also, who gives a shit? We've got the Ashes trophy for the last 10 years, and it's looking likely right now that we're going to have it for 12 years in a row. You know, like, okay, cool. Australia haven't won in England in over 25 years, but also we didn't lose last time out, and that meant we retained the Ashes. So I could give less of a shit about not winning in England. If we've got the trophy, we've got the damn well trophy. It's a 50-50 competition between two teams. It's a coping mechanism. But it's like Australians would, if Australians were in the same position as the English, they would do the exact same thing. But we don't have to on the basis that the success is there. A depressed Tigers fan says Alex Carey wasn't in the team as far as I remember. Could be wrong though, to be fair. Alex Carey wasn't in that team? What team? Which team are we talking about? Oh, shot. There is going to be a man out there, but good shot there from Starkey. What was the highest temperature in India for you? 40. Oh, it's 50. It was either 49 or 50. One of the two, though. But I stayed in aircon streaming some rugby league. It was a Saturday in Udaipur. Saturday in Jaipur. Jaipur was the hottest that I had. Malik Wasif says, "Sir, if I come to England, I will definitely come to meet you." So I'm Australian, Malik. And you know how much respect Pakistani people have for you. Appreciate that, bro, but I'm Australian. I'm not English. I'm a victory man. I'm a winner. I thought you knew that when you asked me about Travis Head. Yeah, now he thinks I'm a bomb. I'm not from Manchester, mate. Not from Manchester. Oh, Manchester. A greatest football team that come from Manchester. Nate says, Jimmy Anderson is a jealous little knobhead. Nate, I was waiting for you, by the way, in the dinner break. I was waiting for you to come and say that I was half an hour late. Seb Watson. Good old fellow, puppy lad. Welcome. How are we feeling, Mr. Sebby Watson, son? Coffee's tasting very nice. Very nice. I like it. I like it very much. Seb Watson says, Blaze fake Aussie accent gives it away. Look, I do have a very, very strong fake Australian accent. I can't put an Australian accent on to save my life, Sheila. G'day, mate. Truth. Malik, you just insulted the bloke. Yeah, Malik, so you're currently watching an Australia versus England stream, my guy, and you've just called me English as an Australian. And Australia and England, when it comes to the cricket, we hate each other. In the sport. We love each other as countries. In the sport, we hate each other. So please don't call me English ever again. Love of God. Like I said, and like I'll always say, I'm so grateful my ancestors stole that loaf of bread. Steal it again. Steal it twice. Get everyone to steal it. Get everyone to steal it. If I was Marty from Back to the Future, I'm going back and I'm stealing 10 loaves. Lots of love heart emojis he wants. No, okay, settle down, Tom. Settle down. Skeletor says, England have only won one test in Australia when trailing by 100 or more after the first innings. Alan Border played in that loss to say how long ago it was. Yeah, no, I mentioned this before. I didn't know how long ago it was, but it was. I knew it was one test overall, went down by 100. Bro, they're not coming back from this. The only option forward for England is a draw. It's the only option forward, and it would take a bad weather day on day 5 and a miracle. Both. Next up, no run. Someone says, say throw another shrimp on the barbie for us in your best Aussie accent. So the thing is, we don't call it shrimp, bro. we call it prawns. That was just an advertisement for the Yanks, for the Americans. Next up, good shot, but there'll be a man out there. And it's a single, so Starkey's on 67. Shrimp on the barbie. Chucking on a shrimp on the barbie. Australians don't do it. That was the same at the Foster's shit happened, where everyone thinks that Australians drink Foster's, and it's like no one drinks Foster's. Yeah. Oh well, people drank as we spoke about. I think on the last test, we were speaking about this on the stream, and some of the other guys who are older than me were saying that it used to be a big drink in the '80s and whatnot, but my entire life, Foster's has never been a big drink at all in Australia. Jesse says, I just want Piers Morgan to get his mouth shut with his predicted 5-0 or 4-0 prediction with a reverse 5-0. Guys, I sure brought it the same. But Piers is just a lot more aggressive with it. And Piers will be watching right now. He'd have been watching since 4 a.m. Guys, it's just clocked off work now. Or damn, we're still batting. We are still batting, mate. Starkey not only has 6 wickets, but he also has 67 runs. He's 5 runs away from actually topping the Australian scorecard. At this point, I don't care about jinxing it. I don't. When we can't talk about the hunch after the 70, we can't talk about it. But I don't care if that's a jinx, because like Australia's in such a commanding lead right now. It's like whatever. Malik says, so that moment was amazing when Australia beat India in the 2023 final. You guys won and we were so happy. Yeah, I know you guys would have been loving that. Are you talking about the Ahmedabad one? Or are you talking about, yeah, I think you're talking about Ahmedabad. I'm sure you guys would have loved the Australia-India International Test Series last year for the Port Gavaskar Trophy as well. Taraz says, Stark could be leading run scorer. What would the betting odds be for that? It would have been very chunky. Very, very chunky. Hey, but listen, give Boland his credit. He's only a good 60 runs off. He's only 60 runs off. He's actually less. He's 57 runs off, 58 runs off being the highest run scorer for Australia. So why don't you give a bit of due credit to Scotty B, the man who took 6 at the G. Oh, Stark, you sicken me. You sicken me, Starky, son. You sicken me, Starky. Oh, he's hit another boundary. He sickens me. It just, it just sickens me, son. Starkey hits the sexy 70s. Oh, my gosh. Hits the sexy 70s. This is disgraceful. Mr. Mitchell Stark, take your kid off, son. Take your kid off. Dad says I'm horny. As says Scott and Stark on fire, your defense is terrified. Their bowlers are terrified right now with Stark. So Starkey on 71. Gus Atkinson for his next bowl. No run. English again. I will say I give credit to your Barmy Army. They are still singing. They are still having fun. You gotta love it. You know you're gonna lose, or a draw at a miracle, but you know you're probably gonna lose, and yet they're still having an absolute ball of a time over there. You love it. Starkey is England's daddy. Oh no, we're going down the Indian route here. We're doing it. We're going down that Indian route of everyone's daddy. I know I did mention we are the cricket daddy before, but if we start going down that route, it'll just remind me of all the Boomer's your daddy shit. Or Virat Kohli's your daddy, or Siraj is your daddy. Siraj these nuts. Bale says, Mitchell Stark can have my missus at this stage. Look, we'll see how it goes. Maybe they'll link it up. But Atkinson's just linked up a nice little wide. Jagger says, yep, that's enough Insta Reels for the day. First thing I see is an Arsenal fan saying Rice gets in 2005 Chelsea over Lampard. Oh, no. Oh, boy, that's a take. That's definitely a take, like Jacko. Head is the father. Yeah, we all love Bit Head. Sure. Oh, Starkey, get your kid off! Get your kid off, Starkey! He's got the highest run total for Australia. It's at 75. Oh, and now is the time. You wish we're declaring. There is no way we're declaring. And you know why. You can't speak about it in the chat. We're not speaking about it at all. But you know why we're not declaring right now. This is crazy stuff here. Starkey, get your kid off, son. Unbelievable. A depressed Tigers fan, Barmy Army are also drowning their sorrows and piss. If I was as drunk as they are right now, I'd sing too. Well, yeah, but again, though, like, all due respect to them, they talk a lot of shit online, and it's just like, shush, man. But you got to respect that their fans turn up and have a good time and some good fun regardless. Oh, he's going for some swings, but even says Jacko expect anything more from an Arsenal fan. Yeah. 8 for 489. 11 runs off 5 hunch. Time him out. Time, Isaac, you're done. You're done for 5 minutes. Isaac, what are we doing? What you've just heard me say we can't speak about it. We're not jinxing it. I know you're Australian. If you're an Englishman, we would have given you grace because you're allowed to banter. But to say that, you're getting a 5-minute and you're saying sayonara. Pig's Blood says it took old Ruder how many years to get a century here. Now one of the Aussie tailenders might get one in the same test. Look, I have to laugh at that. We don't talk about the century, but that comment is a really good one to put out there. That comment is a really good one to put out there. We don't talk about it because we don't want to jinx it. But even though we're having the conversation, that's the last one. We're going to accept that Isaac's one was ridiculous. Your one is fine, but just know anybody else who refers to this certain number from here on out, you're done for 5 minutes. All right, so that's going to be a run. Oh, so like that. Nice little single there for Starkey at 76. Pigs, but if it wasn't so good, you'd have been timed out, but it was a very good comment. As he says, put Stark and Scotty B in the Louvre. Look, I think that they should just be the Louvre. Don't even have the Louvre anymore. They are the Louvre. They just simply are the Louvre. I don't need to go to the Louvre. I just go and see Scotty Buddy B and Mitchy Stark. Oh, Starkey is getting checked out right now. You don't like to see this considering we will have to bowl at some stage, and we do want Stark, but also don't be worried if you're Australian, but God bless him. I hope he's all right. He's probably just, cramping up. He's probably, he's been batting so well, dude. 76 from 135. Have a go at him. Have a go. Yeah, it does, because, Isaac's punching the air right now since we just mentioned a certain number after you've timed out. Yes, but what Pig said is a relatable way around it. If you're going to mention it, make it something that's actually quite an interesting comment. That is a good way to look at it. So bringing that up is a good way to look at it. Whether he gets it or not, it's still an interesting way and funny way to look at it. Just saying, oh, he's going to get this number. You're just like, well, that's not adding anything. And if you jinxed it, you're getting timed out for 24 hours. No, I don't think he's injured. I think he's just he's obviously tired, mate. Which I guess is working in England's favour in a lot of ways too. Maybe they're happy for Stark to be batting because, Stark's just setting up such a big run chase at the moment that maybe he doesn't even have to bowl. Maybe not. As it says, Stokes think when are we're going to get you to redo that comment, but in English. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get you to get on Duolingo and learn English before writing whatever comment you just put on. Let's redo that one, Azu. We're going to redo that little bad boy. He just is unbelievable, this bloke. He just is unbelievable. England, I really do think that it's time to knight him. I do think so. I think it's time to knight him. And then I think you should knight all Australians for having to put up with these bowlers from England. Brenton says they're happy that he's still out there, but not happy he's out there. Makes sense. Yeah, 100%. But it's funny. He'll come in and he'll still bowl on first ball. You know what I mean? That's just what Stark does. That's how he's built different. I said Stokes thinks we are going to bat just to see Stark pull a masterclass. Exactly right. So Australia leads by 156 runs. Oh, dude, the fact that they're even close to 500, despite the fact they had to get 120 runs early today. We're halfway through session 2. Well, not halfway through, but we're close enough to halfway through session 2. And we've still got 2 wickets. They've only seen 2 wickets fall today. Give us Stark and bring Sheen and Faridi, please. Probably going to keep Stark, mate. Probably going to keep Stark, true blue Aussie, that one. Yeah, that's going to be no run. Pig's Blood says Stark might have to bowl soon, though, so he wants to look after himself. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. You know, that's why Brenton said they're happy that he's still out there, but not happy he's out there. You know, but like at the moment, Stark is doing enough where it's like, Stark's doing enough where does he have to bowl? Like, surely this. Like, I think that they might rest Stark for Adelaide. I actually think it's a genuine chance because I said before even the first test started that it's a single there for Stark. He's on 77. I said before the first test that I didn't think that all the older bowlers were going to play every single test. So you haven't seen Paddy Cummins and you haven't seen Josh Hazlewood, but obviously that's different. But you haven't seen these guys because of Perth, in Perth, and you haven't seen them here. Paddy Cummins said that he's back for Adelaide. Gaz has missed this one, and I don't think they bowl Mitchell Stark like India had to bowl Bumrah or England have to bowl Jofra. I think that we do have enough options, and we are showing enough with our team overall that Stark probably can have a rest in Adelaide and then come back for the G. Hey, True Blue, what a man does. So Will Jacks is bowling right now. Hey, Carl, I don't know if you're here, but question for you. Does your, like it, and this is not an insult. I genuinely am asking. Is your son still, or your son still interested now? Like, truly, for the younger generation, it's very difficult to stay focused, especially now. Waking up and getting the start of the day, great, but is he still kicking on now? That's even more respectable if he is. Oh, Mark. Oh, Mark. Mark. We'll see you in 5 minutes. We did say it. There is a rule on the channel. We did say it, Mark. You can't speak about that number unless it's like sure, you're not wrong. We probably do declare if that is the case. But we can't speak about it and jinx it, so Mark, we're going to have to see you in 5 minutes. So grab another bintang. Grab another bintang over this next 5 minute stretch so we can watch the beauty that is Bryden Cars come in for a bowl. Jacko's favourite bowler. Jacko's favourite bowler here. Starkey on 77 from 139, bowling on 15 from 60 or 50. It's a bit blurry for me right now. All right. Australia lead by 157 runs. Big yikes, England. Big yikes. Next bowl. And swing and a miss. Oh, great. Unbelievable effort from the start picks. Unbelievable. Oh, did he say Stark? I didn't even see that before, Joe. I didn't even see that. Ah, fair enough. Yeah. What a performance. Every single batter has got 15 minimum. Oh, for gosh sake. Son, what are we doing? Yeah, Jay's just like, I'm not even dealing with this. Sean's about to drop a comment saying gone. And you know what? Starkey is... Oh, they did catch it. I was going to say, if they had dropped that ball, I think I might have flipped out for you, England. Well, Stark, what an innings. He's gone for 77. What an absolute innings there from the old Starkmeister. Look, just fantastic, you know. And I cannot believe that they nearly got in the way of each other then. If they had dropped each other, if they had dropped it, I wouldn't have forgiven them. And I'm Australian. Skeletor says Stark should get Alyssa up. Stark should get Alyssa up the duff while he's at his peak. Aussie Shohei Ohtani loading. Shohei Ohtani. Oh boy, get up the duff. I love that Australian terminology. Most people who aren't Australian, I wonder actually. I guess you can put two and two together, but to people who is not from Australia, do you know what up the duff means? Did I send too soon? No, I didn't see it. I was a little bit behind, to be fair. I've clicked on go live now. But no, I didn't see it. I didn't see anyone's coming, to be fair. Well, Mark wasn't the most recent one. It was that Hassan. Hassan who said it. Oh, is it really, Tad? I didn't even know that. But Duff is an English saying as well. Wouldn't surprise me if it is more of an English saying, to be fair. It just does sound real Australian, but if you don't, you're not a real Aussie. No, Aussies do. I was asking internationals, foreigners. So Dogger's in on strike now. By the way, Gas has got 4 wickets. Gas has got tatted. You must be happy. Oh, dog it. Oh, dog it on him. Oh, he's not going to get the 4, but he'll get a 3. You're kidding, England. Come on, dog it. I just want 15 so that every single batter has gone above 15 on the Australian lineup. 4 wickets for Cars. Someone's going to see that who hasn't watched the test and they're going to be like, what a performance from Cars. He got 4 wickets. God help him. Yeah, man, I'm so happy. He was through 4 wickets. It's amazing, dude. Amazing. It's amazing stuff. Circle check in progress. Is Doug a Queenslander or is he Skeletors? Well, now we're talking. Now the real show's about to start. Oh, it's only 2 that Dogger got just then. I thought there was definitely a 3, but don't tire them out. They're about to come out for a bowl soon. In a day. Australians about to bowl in 2 days' time, so they've got to conserve themselves a little bit. That was a 75-run partnership, by the way, between Scott Boland and Mitchell Starc. 75. Look at the scorecard, dude. That scorecard is filthy. That scorecard is actually filthy. 33, 72, 65, 61, 45, 63, 23, 16, 77, 15, and 2, with the 15 and 2 not out. I was someone out west here in Southeast Queensland. What, like, what's that one that's like a couple hours from the Gold Coast out west? Like on the border of New South Wales. Is that what you're talking about? Like that big city there? How this dickhead has 4 is beyond me, Dada says. Look, I said before, I think I'd be done if he gets 5 for, but a 4 for is still miraculous in itself. As I was saying before, Jay, it's a well-balanced scorecard. It is a team effort here. Yeah, Doggett, don't blue ball us of a double digits. I think if Doggett can get to the 15, I think the members of this channel can put the Fitty Bomb give. Just for that, because that'd be such a strong thing to say. Mark says, I hope Malik says Doggett gets 100. Well, he's not. It has to be 70 and after. And just like with the 50, you can't talk about it after the 40. But that's fine. That's a good one. So 7 runs away from the old 500. Australia lead by plenty and more. I hope his internet's crashed. So 0 for 22 for Jax. From 8.4 overs now, he'll give up another run. His first ever gave up 9. Now he's only given up 14 from 7.4 overs. You take that. So it's exactly like Ben Stokes' 5-5. No. Way different. Ben Stokes, he got his... Like, he's not a bowler, but he can get wickets, but 5 for is crazy. Bryden Cass has bowled awful. Like, awful. Can he do it? Sure, he's a bowler, but his bowling has been putrid over this 24 hours or 24 hours now. Like his bowling has been absolutely putrid. If anyone deserves the 4 wickets, it's Gus Atkinson. Ben Stokes has at least got 3 today, or over the last 24 hours, and there's going to be a single there for Doggett. He'll be on 3. And it's crazy that Jofra Archer has only got the 1. He should have 2, but he hasn't been at his best either. He's clearly been very exhausted and whatnot. But yeah, the Stokes and Cass is very different. Stokes makes a lot more sense than how Cass has got 4 wickets. Bales is talking about the test show. Wish we got a season last summer, the Coley Constance episode would have been entertaining. Yeah, that would have been good. I was born in Rockhampton. May have played and lived in southeast Queensland. Yeah, fair enough. Twilight is approaching. This would be a very difficult time to send England in. Very difficult time. So Australia leads by 161 runs. Come on, dog it. We want the 15. 12 more. Come on. Can you imagine these two guys are still batting at T? Oh, just right. Refresh the VPN. Sean says it's the most perfect time to bowl with a pinky. Oh yeah, no, this is a brilliant time to send him in. Like that's why these guys here just go for it. Just go for a slap. It's like we've already tied them out in the hot sun. Now Australia's going to come out and they're not going to be in the sun. You know, like this has been a perfect day from Australia's perspective. An absolute perfect day. Not only have they gone past the brink of no return for England, but also they're not going to have to go out into the hot sun. Yes, they may be a little bit tired with Starkey from the bowling, but they may give them a couple of overs to start off with, but maybe it's not even a necessity at the moment. But then Australia's going to send them out at the difficult time of the day as the night's transitioning, plus into the night. England have pressure on them. It's such a beautiful way this game is played out for Australia. Oh, flick behind. Not 4, though. Geez, there was a man back there. But Doggett will get a single. So you're allowed to say 15. Mate, a little bit different here, son. Don't you question the rules here, buddy. Don't you question the rules here. Strict rules. Strict rules. Just like when we do rugby league content, you can't talk about the Fetty bomb until the Thrifty 30 has been hit. We have names for everything in rugby league. We've got the Thrifty 30, the friggin' 40, the Fetty bomb, the 60 slammer, the sexy 70, the electric 80, the naughty 90, and the horny hunch. That is the way that it goes. All right, Jay, see you in a bit. No run. Boland on strike. He's on 16. It's a serious channel. This is a very serious channel. Yeah, Ibrahim, exactly right. Never made a joke in our lives here. This is the most serious, deeply analytical channel that you've ever experienced. So I don't even know what sarcasm is, to be fair. I'm just straight to the point. Very serious. What do you think? It's a serious channel, something? Never watched a game of cricket in my life. Just guessing my way through. Next bowl here. No run. Go jail, Missy. We are starting to slowly get to the time of the day as well where people start to either get too pissed drunk or everyone starts to lose their mind. But we've been here for nearly 4 hours now. We've still got a good 9, 10, 11, 12, about 3.5 hours to go. We've still got a good 4 hours left of today. We've still got about 4 hours left or so of the day. Yeah, 9:30 Brisbane time. So that's, 11:30 my time. So we've still got 3 hours and 50 minutes left. I missed us getting to the 500. Lovely. Well, we got to the 500, folks. 9 for 502. Absolutely killing it right now. Not like we're missing a whole hell of a lot when the internet went down just then. But we are back. Last night, and a couple times in the last couple of weeks, some people believe in supernatural stuff, some people don't. In this house, beautiful place here in Fiji, last night at 12 o'clock, after I'd finished streaming, there was like a massive racket happening out in the lounge room, like the big lounge room, living room area out there. And I went out, and we have like an alarm system and whatnot, which usually goes off after 11 p.m. or so. Didn't go off for me, but there was nothing being broken. There was nothing fallen. There was nothing on the ground. Boland's on strike right now, and Doggett's on 9. But there was nothing out there. But like I was hearing a massive racket. I said to my mum, I said, "Is it you?" She said, "I'm sleeping." So it wasn't her, and no one else was here. So Yeah, it's just weird because it happens very occasionally, and this doesn't usually. A lot of weird things have been happening recently, so maybe the place is haunted. Maybe the English have hacked the stream. Maybe the place is haunted, or maybe it was Jay who said he was going, and then funnily enough, as soon as Jay goes, the stream goes down. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But for people who are new to these streams, if it does happen, I'm working to get it fixed immediately. So I'll be back any moment now, right? So don't leave, or you'll probably have to refresh a stream so it will be you're live with me because it might be a little bit behind. So try refresh a stream if you have been here the whole time. But yes, there's a haunted house here. TVK's Australia innings victory. Yeah, maybe TVK. It's filthy stuff here from Australia. And oh my gosh, a shot from Boland for the ages, and that's going to go for maybe just a 2, considering these guys aren't the fastest, but definitely a couple more runs there for the Scotty B. He's going to be on at the very minimum 19. I don't know if they went for the 2 or the 3. He is from Perth, exactly right, Sean. Linking up with the Chinese. Breton says, dog it on 9, can't say. Yeah, we want 6 more. 6 more, come on. And Skeletor says, yeah, he hasn't sung a little jingle yet, so you should punish him. Well, I was when I was going down. It's like, where's the internet? Why is it off? I don't even know what's happening. Bring it back. Screw the English and the palms. They're not good. Next up. No run. No run. Joseph, do you think my show's going to be a threat again? Titans win the comp. Nate says, Spirit's a fair dinkum, mate. Seriously. Oh, no, I believe it 100%. I know some people don't. I can tell you, cold-hearted fact, look you straight in the eyes and say, it is 100%. 100%. Right? I've had plenty of experience, especially if you go to a place called Rotuma here in Fiji. It's 3 days by boat. They've got a plane there now that takes a couple of hours, but it's a very secluded and isolated island, and I was going there before there is internet. Now there is internet in certain areas, not everywhere, and it's still quite slow internet, but that place is Spirit. It's central, mate. Spirit central. And some people won't agree with it and whatnot. Some people don't have that, haven't had experiences, but I can tell you, 1,000,000%. Brenton says 6 more. He only needs 1 for double digits. Yeah, but we're talking about everyone's hit 15 so far. To be fair, everyone's hit 16 because if you want to give Michael Neese 16, but everyone's hit six. Everyone but Doggett so far has hit 16 or more. So that's why I'm looking to hit the 15s. Everyone's got at least 15 or more, which is a great number. Pig's Blood says, must be bloody frustrating for the English players, though, having the tail wagged like this. But it's not even just that the tail's wagged like this. This is just how the entire innings have gone. You're right, because the tail is wagging, but, it must be extremely demoralising and frustrating. You've been watching us bat for a day and a half now, and we're an hour and 10 away from the second break of the day, which would just be ridiculous. We were looking to get through the first session, definitely not the second session, but we're still there now. But it's just the way the whole game's gone. The whole innings has gone across everyone. Like, look at the scorecard. The scorecard is ridiculous all the way through. Oh my goodness me, that's gone through for a bit. That's gone through for a single there. So Dog, it does get double digits. Well, everyone's got the double digits. Everyone has got the double digits here for Australia, Brenton, so there you go. But again, I'll read through the scorecard again. It's just ludicrous when you go through it. And you've also got to remember there was 5 dropped catches yesterday. Travis Head, 33, dropped on 3. Jake Weatherall, 72. Marn, 65. Steve Smith, 61. Cameron Green, 45. Alex Carey, dropped on 0, 63. Josh Inglis, 23. Michael Neese, 16. Mitchell Stark, 77. Scott Boland, not out 19. Brendan Doggett, not out 10. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Gerard says they still want to bowl spin. Well, he's actually been their most conservative bowler since his first over. His first over, he gave up 9 runs, Will Jacks. Since then, he's been their most conservative bowler. But Boland's going to hit the 20s. He gets to the 20 with a nice little single there. Shay, 9506. Malik says, you do the comparison, Shaheen or Scott Boland. Malik, okay, I'm going to be completely honest with you here, my guy. I get you're Pakistani. I do. I completely understand that you're Pakistani and you're a proud Pakistani. You are currently on an Australia versus English stream for starters. You're also talking to Australians for the most part with some English here as well. In what world have you come here thinking that we're going to sit here and circle jerk Pakistan, a team that's not even in the same bracket as Australia? With all due respect to your country, I love it. Good stuff, Babar Azam. Afridi, good stuff. But please don't even try and compare with the Australian team. We slap everyone. Slap everyone. And that's not trying to be egotistical. That's just stating the facts in regards to Australia. So whilst I get you're passionate for Pakistan, I don't want to sit here and shit on your country in regards to your players. I don't want to sit here and insult you guys. But at the point where you're saying like this guy versus this guy, Australian versus Pakistani, and then when someone tells you Scotty B, and then you kind of like bite back at them, well, listen, you kind of do have to be put in your place a little bit, because it's just like, oh, it just bounces in front of him, because you're in the wrong place if you want a Pakistani circle jerk. And again, with all due respect, but it's like, do you really look at the way that Australia performs and Pakistan performs, and you want to compare with the best team worldwide? Like, definitely, like, it's fine, but don't be upset when the answer is Australia, because Australia is the most successful cricketing nation in the world for a country of 26 million population, which is far less superior than anyone in the Asian region of India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and whatnot. Sri Lanka. I don't know about Sri Lanka, but actually, what is Sri Lanka's population? I actually have absolutely no idea. Sri Lanka population. Sri Lanka population is 23 million people. So, look, similar to Australia there. But we bat well above our weight to be the best team in the world. We do. And remember, India's focus is on cricket. Our focus is on rugby league, AFL, football, rugby union, cricket. We've got basketball that we're pretty good at as well. We've got plenty of guys who are good at the Olympics and Commonwealth Games and whatnot. The point is that everything, Australia is very confident in their sporting stars, and when you're going to try and talk down about Scotty Boland or something like that, we're going to bow back at you and say, well, where's your trophies to prove yourself? Because Scotty Boland has plenty of them. How many trophies has Shaheen Afridi got? Hell, you want to compare in regards to trophies and success, we can even talk about Babar Azam compared to quite a few of the Australians. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's very easy to twist it back on you. And again, I don't want to be sitting here. I'm happy to shit on the English, but they understand that it's banter, and they understand right now it's kind of earned. But I don't want to sit here and talk down upon Pakistan and whatnot. So, yeah, let's try and avoid the Australia versus Pakistan comparisons, because you're not going to win them. But anyway, that's going to be a wide there. Wide from Cars. Malik says, Sir, Pakistan has a lot of talent, but the management here wastes that talent. Sure. Sure. I'm not going to even deny that. You guys should be much better, and so should India. India should be far better in a lot than what they are. That comes down to a lot of different factors, but that's not the point that I'm referring to there. It's like that is a valid discussion. I feel like Pakistan and India should be far more superior than what Australia is, considering that we have multiple sports. You have a far bigger population in both countries. I think Pakistan's like, 350 million or something. Well, it's a ridiculous amount. It's a significant amount more than Pakistan. So absolutely correct. I will stand by it and say that India and Pakistan should be the clear leaders of world cricket, because it's the only sport you guys really care about, and you have a much bigger population, and especially with India, with a significant financial portion from the IPL and all that kind of stuff. Like, they should be doing far better than what they do. That's not the point, though. Because at the end of the day, Australia do punch above their weight, and the same thing goes for a country like South Africa. South Africa is a prime example. Look at their financial situation. Look at how they operate. And yet they've gone and beaten Australia in the WTC. Very one-off, but at the end of the day, they still did it. I'm proud of South Africa. I really am. I'm proud of the way that they've been able to really emerge as a cricketing nation, especially in the Test scene. It's great to see, especially when their country doesn't care about cricket. Their country cares about rugby union. It's rugby union, and that's it. Just like India and Pakistan is cricket, and that's it. Yeah, sure, the national sport of India is hockey, but no one really cares about hockey. They care about cricket. It's Kartik says, that's true. Maybe it's the Aussie genes. Also, the Australian home season is limited to 3 or 4 months. Still, they do much better than Asian nations playing all months of the year. Exactly right. Again, not trying to shit on your nation. Not at all. Just kind of providing that perspective. Like, because he keeps commenting and trying to get us to say, like, Pakistani players over Australian players. And it's like, I'm taking the Australian player every day of the week. Of every single one of them. I am. Like, and straight up. Draz says, Shaheen isn't even better than Bumrah or Rambada. Tell you what, Rambada's a dangerous player, man. He's a good bowler. Obviously, we all know how good just Bumrah is. The worst Australian team's past 500 runs. You're exactly right, Duraz. We got told this is the worst Australian team in 20 years, was it? Or 10, 15 years or something? Brenton says, whatever you do, Oz, don't give Cast the last wicket. Oh, dude, please don't let Cast get the last wicket. He doesn't deserve 4, let alone 5. You know? Oh wait, I just realised I'm not live. I've got to click on go live so I can get more up to date. It's a little bit behind right now. So he gave up another run. So Australia lead by 176. It's 9 for 510. I think I'm fair with what I just said, by the way, Malik. I try to be as nice as possible when I was putting that across. I do think I was fair then. So I hope you don't take offence, but I hope you understand the statement that's been made. Drudd says Boland is in his highest test score. What a man. Oh, is this his highest test score? So he's doing what Jofra Archer did. And next up, that'll be another run here for Doggett. Come on! 2 more runs, Doggett. He's on 13. 2 more. 11 Oz bats in double figures for the first time since 1992, by the way. All Australians, this is the first time since 1992 where they've all got double-digit numbers. Crazy stuff. But again, Doggett is 2 runs away from everyone getting 15 runs or more. When was the last time that happened? Well, Sean says 500 plus. I told you we'll do this. Well, I didn't disagree with you. I just said it was a very tough ask, but I didn't disagree with you. But, you know, good call. Malik says only an Indian can understand this. What? What? Kartik says politics and pitches here at crap. I'm not. Yeah, I also don't disagree with that. They just showed Paddy Carrigan in the crowd. I know that AJ was there. I saw it on his story. He was there yesterday. He's probably close to Paddy right now. To be fair, he's probably there as well. Yeah, he was Jay, but he got a fair enough response. Steve says England are officially gone. Bro, they've been gone for a while, to be fair, but I did speak my honest thoughts about England and their situation going forward after lunch, really, or just my first little conversation after lunch where I was like, I do think it's time for McCullum to hit the road, Jack. I do. Sean says, when Australia plays India, that is a good statement. When Australia plays anyone, it's a good statement. Again, super happy for South Africa. It's great for the game, too, that they actually beat us in the WTC, because otherwise it is just Australia completely dominating in all facets of the game. Then India will reply in regards to T20s, and it's like, well, funnily enough, Australians, and it's not because of the lack of success, it's just that most Australians don't give a shit about T20 because I don't find that a great format. I think it's too tacky in a lot of ways. I think it takes away the beauty of what we're watching in this game, the beauty of cricket, where you have long periods, you wait, you sit, you enjoy, and it's like a full course meal rather than, as I said yesterday, there was a great analogy of like the T20 is a drive-through food. One day is like Uber Eats, and the 5-day tests are like a fine dining meal at a restaurant. And it's like they're all great. They all have a place when you need them, but what one are you going to remember in a week's time or 10 days' time? And the one that you're going to remember is the fine dining. And you are going to remember tests rather than the individual. Oh, he's gone. And there we go. England do finally get him. Doggett goes for 13. And that, my friend, Scotty Boland, not at 21. Get around him. But England, they have a big chase, 177. But just a reminder for people who aren't really too aware, that is a big chase because Australia still get to bat again. So there is 2.5 days left of this test. England are not playing for a win at this point. It's just not going to happen. They are playing for a draw. They would, if they got 300 runs, which is, mind you, 34 runs less than what they got in the first innings here, they would only be leading by 123 runs. And this is what I'm saying. They cannot win this game, but they can do their best to stay at the crease and just stick in, stay in, and try and hope for day 4 or day 5 weather, which does have its question marks, especially late on in day 4 and early on in day 5, right? So the question marks are there. They're not playing for a win. They're playing for a draw. That's not a negative to say. Well, it's a negative in the sense that you've been completely outclassed in a lot of factions here, but it's not a negative to say that you can still get a result out of this game. There is a chance, and I was speaking about this on day 1. You can still get a result out of this game. It's a hard task. Australia would be nearly $1 to win this game. But there is still the question marks, and that's the beauty of Test because the question is still there. Can Australia win this? Probably. They 100% should win this. Will Australia lose this? Absolutely not. But is there a draw? Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. So that's kind of how this next 2 days are going to go. What I want to see here from England after what we just saw is we've just seen Australia take the piss a lot. England should be able to bat well on this. They should actually, realistically, they should actually be able to hold out for tonight and tomorrow for the majority. And then Australia have the day and a bit to chase down whatever total they have to get, whether it be 100, whether it be 200. It's not going to be 300 because if they get 300, if they're leading by 300, then that means they've scored close enough to 500 runs, which just isn't happening, like 470 or something like that, which just I don't believe is happening. So yeah, it's at least England got us out. It took you a day and a half, but at least they got us out. Jacko says T20 only has 1 goal. Slog it and hope for the best. Barely anything goes in besides fielding. I agree. And like I am weighing up whether I do stream the BBL and whatnot. I would actually consider doing the IPL if it wasn't for the fact that I'm always in different time zones. Yes, I'll be in Asia next year and a good chunk of 2027. And that time zone is fantastic, but I need to be consistent with this channel. So for mine, it would just be all over the shop. It'd be all over the shop. We will do the T20 World Cup, though. We will do World Cup, Australian. Draz says, I'm okay with that. Jack's kind of deserved a wicket, not Cast. Yeah, no, at least it wasn't Cast. Like, 4 wickets is absurd. If you've watched the innings, you know that 4 wickets is the most disgraceful thing that Cast has got. At least he's got the 4 wickets. At least he's got it. But his bowling was just abysmal. Abysmal. T20 is whack for the TV with a good name. Yeah, it is just... I might actually run to the bathroom here, guys. I'm just going to quickly run to the bathroom while there is this innings break before England do come out for a bat and we get excited behind wickets, son. Let's see, firstly, if England can chase down this total. Can they get 173? They should. 100% should be getting 300 and forcing Australia to chase 130 at minimum. I'm talking about at minimum. They should be. We've just seen Mitchell Starc hit 70 damn well 77. Mitchell Starc. So if he can do that, surely you can do that. But England are going to be tired. They're going to be frustrated. They're going to lack motivation with the fact they can't win this game. And you can see, you saw Jofra Archer was tired early on today. You see, he hasn't been his best peak self in this test so far, in this series so far. To be fair, I just said that, said in regards to Jofra Archer when he's a bowler. But the point is that, all these guys are going to be tired from being out in the hot sun for basically 2 days straight. Actually, for 2 days straight, because they were out in all of yesterday, and then in regards to in today, they were out for all the day. So yeah, no, it is all over the shop here. Shachi says life is hard as an English fan. It is, mate. It is, but not in cricket. Australians don't really know how it feels. In other sports, for sure, we do. Rugby union. Like we were so successful in the past. Actually, rugby union is a prime time example with English cricket to Australian rugby union. We used to be successful. You used to be successful. To be fair, Australia still has more rugby union World Cups, but that's from the past than England. We have 2 to your 1, even though your 1 was a brutal one against us back in 2003. But Australia used to be successful. It used to be Australia's sport. I would say, I don't know if it was Australia's sport. Cricket would always probably have been Australia's national sport, but Wallabies were huge. and then they've just been dog shit since Rugby Australia decided, you know what, we're going to make this a privatised business, and we're going to go into private schools and not really allow it into public schools and go for the financial growth of the private school kids who have money. But the thing is, the private school kids already have money. They don't have the intention, comparatively to a lot of these public school kids who are fighting for their, to make some money and to make something of themselves. It's a very big difference. And rugby league went into public schools and private schools, but mainly public schools. Same with AFL, and we've seen the complete growth because they've gone for. And again, this isn't to insult private school kids, but in comparison, it wasn't the correct thing to do. So Australian fans have completely gone off the Wallabies, even though they made a World Cup in 2015. No one remembers it. I remember it because I know my sport, and a lot of rugby union fans will know it. Australians don't know it and don't give a shit about it because they're so off Rugby Australia, and even now they're even worse right this current second. So it's very similar to England in a lot of ways, where most wickets in Test first over of innings. Stark with 26 is only 3 behind Anderson right now. Woohoo! Woohoo! If he gets one here, he'll only be 2 behind Anderson. Point is, England cricket used to be amazing. Australian rugby union used to be amazing. England cricket now is not amazing. Australian rugby union is less than amazing. It's less than not amazing, sorry. So, we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to run off to the bathroom here, guys, whilst while they're warming up for Australia to come out for a bowl. Hit that like button, subscribe if you're new around here. Keep getting involved in the chat and doing apparently a Pakistani circle jerk. I'll be back in a moment. When we are back on, for some reason the internet cut out again. I think we're back now, but yeah, for some reason it cut out again. So I'm just getting the VPN though. Still not off the duck just yet. He fell in the toilet. Refresh the stream. Are we not here? Are we not live right now? Are we not on? Mitchell? Are we not on, Mitchell? Are we not on right now? It says to me, oh, we are live. Mitchell, what are you talking about, son? What are you damn well talking about? Sorry, you started freaking me out thinking that we weren't live. Refresh the, you're gonna have to refresh the stream, guys. Refresh the stream because page not found. Maybe it's going now. Okay, so England are on five runs, by the way. Ben Duckett got off the duck and he's on 3. I'm gonna say refresh the stream in chat so that if you guys are a little bit behind because of my fault, well, not my fault, but the internet's fault, just refresh it there. You can see. But okay, so yeah, there is plenty of runs happening here early though for England, which is a good sign that they're gonna at least have a bit of a crack and to put some runs on because they're gonna need runs and there's still plenty of days left here. But I don't think they're playing for a win really. I do think they're ultimately playing for a draw, as I've spoken about many a times so far. Many a times so far. Just trying to get this game back up. They are 5-0 as we currently speak, and it is Zach Crawley obviously opening up alongside Ben Duckett, who needs to have a much better performance than we saw from him on day 1 of this test, where he did go out for a duck. Zach Crawley obviously got 72, which was gigantic for him, considering that he did have 2 ducks in the opening test there in Perth. 6:20 there, lights on yet. I can't see it as we currently speak. I'm just trying to get it back underway after our internet shenanigans. I'm just trying to get it back underway. But yes, it would be 6:20 p.m. there in Vegas. I'm assuming the lights are probably on. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to. I'm waiting. Jagger says we're live, ready to watch Crawley and Duckett's triple century partnership. Okay, we're back on. We're back on, and I've come back onto a 4 for England. Well, hey, Zach Crawley with a 4. All right. England trail by 168 runs. Come on, England. Make a game of it. Good smack there from Zach Crawley that goes over for the boundary. Gerard says, what is the best venue in Australia for Test cricket? For me, SCG or not MCG. MCG, only annoying thing is the rain usually in Sydney. I'll take the MCG every day of the week, but I do love the Gab. But MCG is always going to be the answer. Oh, good bowl from Nisa, but it will go past the stumps. Good bowl. So, England, I'm going to ask the English fans here, what are you expecting? What are you hoping for? What are you hoping for from this innings? What are you hoping for? Woohoo! Highest opening partnership. This is the first time this series you've gotten through the opening over without a wicket, Tatted. It's the first time. Adelaide Oval, definitely second behind MCG. Oh, I don't know if I could agree with that. I do love Adelaide, but I wouldn't put it behind the MCG. I do love the Gab. English fans hoping for rain. That's what they'd be hoping for. I will agree with that one there, Jay. I think England cannot be like 4 or 5 wickets down today. They can only be down by like 2 wickets. If they can get through today with no wickets, that's huge. Absolutely massive. 400 runs and the rain, yeah. Well, 400 runs would be England leading by about 130 odd. 230 odd, sorry. But it's not enough to win, but like at least it gives them a sniff at something. But yeah, the rain is very important for England's result chances here. Base Reality says, what do you think of our World Cup group? Yeah, I love it, dude. I think it's awkwardly tricky, but I do think that it's one of our best case scenarios. Every group is going to have its awkwardness. Argentina got absolutely kissed from the dick, to be honest with you, but overall, like if we're going to get a group, then that's probably what the group that we wanted to get. A bit tricky, but we can probably progress through it because it is the top 2 teams in the group plus the best third place teams. So I am pretty confident. I would prefer Turkey to not get through their qualifiers and for it to be one of the other 3 teams, which I can't even remember who they are. But I would prefer Turkey not to get in. Tatum says a draw is all I'm hoping for. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I don't think anything but a draw could happen, but it would take a miracle for something like that to happen. But it'd also take a miracle for 1 second. Mitchell Stark coming back in for his second over, and no run. It would take a miracle for that to happen. But also, if England could bat through to the end of tomorrow, wow, this is a good batter's pitch. England should bat well here. They should. What World Cup? He's talking about the FIFA World Cup Skeletors. We got partnered with USA, Paraguay, and one of 4 teams, which is either Turkey or 3 other teams, but I just can't remember who the other 3 teams are. All right, next bowl from Starkey. Ooh, good bowl. Jackers is hoping for a 10 over run rate, and we put 850 on by lunch tomorrow. What am I expecting? Well, then Australia's going to get the draw. If you're getting 850 runs, well done. But then Australia's getting a draw because they're getting through the rest of the they're getting through the rest of the day and a half. Then, so either way, it's still a draw. Skeletors talking about 2006. I hope Italy didn't qualify the Chiefs. So they haven't qualified yet. Which is funny because it's an expanded World Cup to like 64 teams, which is like double. But they haven't qualified yet. No, they've still got 3 other teams to progress past, which is quite funny. Because like the Congo and Haiti and Cabo, good shot over the top, leg side, and that should be maybe a 3. Yeah, probably a 3. Cape Verde with 50,000 population of this World Cup. 50,000, they've already qualified. Italy, 60 million. Italy love their football. Not at the World Cup yet. Dries says, crazy when you look at it, Australia basically tied with Argentina in their game with a chance, but a silly mistake led to a winning own goal for Argentina in 2022. Let's not pretend like it was a silly mistake. We were still down 1-0 at the time. But it wasn't that we were basically tied. Like Argentina deserved that win and got that win, but it was a very silly mistake for him to be up 2-0 rather than 1-0. Rather than 1-0. So one says, hopefully the plan's working, letting Stark bat a while, hopefully tire out his bowling. Great planning. Well, we were talking about that before, saying like England are happy, but they're not happy at the same time. They're happy that he's been to the promised land, but you could tell that he was starting to feel it late on, which is probably why it's impacted him getting the first wicket here in the first over. Tadded says, excited for a World Cup that England actually have a chance in. So the thing is, Tadded, is that you say this, and I hate to say this to you, but do you? Do you? Because this does happen every time round. We all do get pretty confident that England are going to have a good opportunity to do well in a World Cup, and then for some reason they get to the semi-finals, or they get deep enough where they're expected to get deep enough too, but then they come a gutser when it comes to the semis. They come a gutser in like the quarters or something like that. Usually it's like the semis, isn't it? But they come a gutser in pretty crucial times, and England fans who have plenty of confidence, rightly so. But with that being said, that's going to be that's a nice shot, tucked away there from Crawley's. He's going to get to 12, and England trails by 159 runs now. Seb says, no, we don't. We have an awful draw. Who do you guys get again? I forgot in England. Who do you guys get? Jagger says, we'll see how we go without Southgate, I guess. It'll be interesting for sure. Then we scored 500 and no one even scored a century. No, we saw Mitchell Stark at 77, though. 77. Basin Reality says, as a fellow Pom, we say this every time and every time we get let down. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that what will always, and I know you guys are going to hate me for bringing this up as we wait for the next ball to be bowled. You're going to hate me for bringing this up. But what will always summarise kind of England when it comes to football, until proven otherwise, Michael Neeson's about to come out for a bowl. Until proven otherwise, is that England-Italy game at Wembley. Because they should have won that. They should have won that Euros. 100%. And I think you guys 100% will agree with me. Good song. Get around the Stormtroopers. Get around them. 0 for 18 through 3 overs. Are we watching Bazball back? Are we watching the Bazball return? Sun is going down to Bris Vegas, right? We need to swing. Yeah, sun's going down now. It's still out, but like it's going down now. Next up, and we've got the man there, Jackie Weatherall, to stop it for a no run. Someone says if we win the group in third place side, last 16, probably Brazil and Mexico semi, we would have Argentina or Portugal and final Spain and France on the other side of the draw. Yikes, dude. I did see, though, if Portugal and Argentina both win their groups, Argentina should absolutely piss it in. But if Portugal wins their group, it's Portugal-Argentina in the first round of the knockouts. That's so designed, dude. You know, and they say it's random. It's so designed. It's like, sure, as cool as a last hurrah there for Ronaldo and Messi, but you're just like, come on, man. Do you really think that we believe that wasn't designed? Oh, dearie me. Why is it... and like, the internet's working, but a couple of runs? You got a decent couple of runs here, 18 runs. This isn't feeling. I'm feeling like we might, buddy, we're struggling right now. I feel like this is the end of the world. No wicket first over, no wicket in the first 4 overs here. Oh my gosh. End of the world has hit us here in Australia. End of the world. Pom should just stick to darts and pool, things where you can smoke, drink, and eat garbage. To be fair, my diet's not great, man. But, you know, to be fair, the old darts gets a good crowd. They get a good atmosphere there, eh? I've never been to a darts game. Australians don't really give a shit about it, but I do see and hear about how the atmosphere at darts games is just absolutely mental. Oh, and there's going to be a boundary. There's going to be a boundary there for England, so they're on 22. And that is 4 leg buys. Based in reality says it's always should have and what ifs with us. What if Beckham didn't get sent off? What if Lampard's goal wasn't disallowed? What if Ronaldinho didn't lob seam? And not to mention the hand of God where it all started. Hand of God. Diego Maradona. Nara says, are your streams usually lagging overseas or has this happened? This is mainly just in Fiji, mate. This is mainly just in, this is just today, really. We didn't really have any problems at all yesterday. Didn't really have any problems at all, but yeah, Fiji is pretty rough. Throughout all of our NRL streams this year, we didn't have a problem with any of them. In any country that we're in. Oh, true. I actually didn't even see that one for Nisa just then. I think that's because the internet was down, but I didn't see there was a drop catch, but it was a very difficult one. It was hit right back at him. Lob seam, and that sounds like a sticky situation. Come on, Skeletor. What are we doing? Oh, Diego Lob. Oh, okay. And now, Jay, what are we doing? You know, we've gone from Skeletor's comment to Jay's comment. And there we go. All right, so Nisa's still bowling here. Next up. And good shot from Duckett. Good shot. That should be 3, maybe 4, probably 4. Can Scotty B get there? Yes, he can. Oh, it'll be close. Does he touch the... They still could run 4, and they do run 4. They do run 4. Well, you can see England's intention here. It's good to see. It's a positive intention. It's a positive intention. Someone says the English look like they're putting away plenty of the small Aussie beers. Again, like I said in Vegas earlier this year, when the English and the Aussies came to town for the rugby league, when Sharks played Panthers, Rays played Warriors, and the 2 English teams were there. I think it was Australia versus England, the women's game too, but you don't want to know the score of that. But the Australians and English sold out the beers in the stadium by the end of the second game, I think it was. And there was 4 games. It was 4 games. So it just showed the Americans, you know, who the big dogs are. Who are the big dogs? Who's the big dogs? We're the big dogs, baby. We're the big dogs. Because like, it wasn't even sold out. And yet we drank him out of our house at home. England trails by 151 runs. Draz says, low key enjoying these shots from these 2. No need to panic unless they somehow get to 100 for 0. We will eventually get them. Oh, yeah, for sure. We had a chance before that was dropped by Nisi, even though it was a really difficult catch. We'll definitely get him. There's no worries here, bro. Like we're not worried at all. Like again, you've got to remember Australia still come out to bat. It's a great shot there from Crawley for a 4. I said this before. This is expected. I don't even know why we're talking about the potential of being worried. There's not even a worry if they're 100 for 0. Like Australians will bat on this pitch too. The only worry for 100-0 is a draw because it means that it's going to go on for ages and ages and ages. It means that, the draw definitely comes back into play. Not worried about a loss. Australia will not be losing this game. Jay said it's only day 3. It is only day 3. It is only day 3. But there is weather predicted for day 5, bad weather, and there is a bit of bad weather predicted for tomorrow. But and also this is expected on this pitch. It is expected for England to be able to get some runs. 270 off the triple century partnership. 26 partnership right now. There we go. All right, next bowl. And, I think that's leg buys here for a single. Maybe a double. Yeah, it will be a twosie. Beer goggles are a beautiful invention. I lived there for a bit last century. Taylor said, Trisha and Singh, a fat 18-year-old being world champion is fun to watch. Oh, you're talking about that? Is it Luke Littler? Is that his name? I think that's the guy, yeah? I don't know much at all about darts. It's one of the very few things that I don't really know too much about, but I still think it's that guy you're referring to is maybe Luke Littler, is maybe the name. It's so funny how serious they are, though, when they're doing the darts. Next bolt. And another good shot. Another good shot. Again, guys, this is expected. And also, you would be hoping for this from your two openers of Crawley and Duckett. Duckett says, Eastern Europe drinkers are heavy hitters too. Yeah, Eastern Europe, yeah, for sure. Are you talking about like Bulgaria and stuff like that? Is that Bulgaria and Serbia and Czech and all that type of jazz? Is that who you're referring to? Good started for England. Happy for it. 0 for 36 very quickly. You got to appreciate it. You got to appreciate it. Give it a crack. And send us in to bat on the final day so that we can slap you around for 6 all day. Or you can win with a session to play. How about that? Now we're talking. Beer goggles are the bane of my existence. Don't go to Thailand then, Smithster. If you got the old beer goggles and like heavy beer goggles and the bane of your existence, don't go to Thailand. You'll get yourself in trouble there. You'll get yourself in trouble there, son. All right, so next bowl here for Stark. He's given up 8, 10, 12 runs is over, so you can clearly tell he is tired. That's why I think he will get a rest in Adelaide. There'll be, I think, 12 runs now given up in the over. Oh, that's right, you do live in Potato Smithster. Oh, you've been in trouble. You're not going to get in trouble. You've been in trouble. I forget. 20 minutes to go until dinner break, by the way. 20 minutes to go. Potato of all places too, Smithster. Oh, Smithster, gee whiz. Shauno and the chat who's been to Thailand know why I'm doing this right now. Oh, potato. Seb Watson says we just need 350 plus and bowl you lot out front of 200. Job done. You know what, Seb Watson? Spectacular effort there. You know, it's incredible to me. It's incredible to me that you've come up with that absolute cold swallow, and you're expecting England to not only get more runs than they did, which is fine, but then to expect Australia to get bowled out for less than 300, with 300 more runs, 300 less runs. Like you're spectacular. You're spectacular. Like it's impressive. It is impressive from you, Seb, to expect that Australia, after just going for 500 runs, to go for less than 200. If that happens, you give up. And this game end by any chance? Probably in 2 days' time, dude. This is still day 3. We're definitely going to be there tomorrow, and I would 100% assume, based off of the rate we're seeing right now, will be day 5. And it probably will go a decent chunk into day 5. So no, there's still 2.5 days to go here. We're not even into the third session yet. We're not even at the dinner break yet, which is a 15-minute break. So plenty of cricket still to go, mate. Plenty of cricket still to go. Unless England, the only way this would end like really, really soon or tomorrow is if England got bowled out for 135 runs or less at this point. From here, an extra 135 runs. So they have to get to 137 or more and then add on some more runs, right? But they're doing it at a pretty quick rate right now. They're playing some good cricket. They're playing some solid cricket at the moment with these two openers. So the only way that would happen is if they got bowled out for less than 177, which isn't going to happen, or England got a small margin above Australia. But if they go like 150, 200, 300 over Australia, then we'll definitely be here to day 5. Yorkshire man says, Australia talking mad shit, still time, and Stark leaking runs now. Okay, so the draw is the only option for England. Let's just remind you that. You are down 1-0 in the series. The English fans here are very well aware of what I say here on the channel. But obviously you're here for a piss take, so let's return serve here. You're down 1-0. Your team just got done for 77 by a bowler. This is expected that English are going to bat well here. But also Australia still have an entire second innings themselves. So congratulations on your 45 runs in 5.3 overs. You also forget, again, that every single batter for Australia got over 15. You had 4 ducks in the first innings of your first innings, whilst Australia had none and got all double digits. So at the end of the day, is it technically still on? Sure. But to have the confidence to come in here and say that Australia is talking mad shit and for us to be unrealistic about being extremely confident, because I guarantee you were sitting there with your cup of tea and your biscuits at the end of the Australian innings thinking, when are we going to get Stark here? When are we going to get these guys here? I guarantee you were doing that. And at the end of the day, I was saying, like, look, England are going to come out and bat well too, and we're going to go to day 5. If I was being overconfident here and saying, oh, Australia, easy win, blah, 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 I would have said that you'd be out by tonight. I would have said that you're out tomorrow and we have a small run chase, but I'm still saying there's going to be a day 5 here. So I think you're in the wrong place here, bro. Like, I'm telling you from a confident level that Australia should win this game and England don't have really a chance to win the game. But in regards to draw, it's still absolutely a chance. If Australia threw this game away from here, it would be a miracle for England because you need to get 500 runs and then you're still only up by about 323 runs, which Australia scored 180 more in their last innings. And this pitch is very clearly bat-friendly. Very, very clearly. So it's like, well done in regards to coming in here to talk shit. You do that all you like, but at the end of the day, we can return serve and say, well, there's a reason why the confidence is here. Oh, by the way, this is actually the tea break. So it wasn't 20 minutes, it was actually now. So we are going to tea break. You know, at the end of the day, this game is technically still on, and I'm still giving you, you know, I'm still saying that England should be good batting. I've said this the entire time. Like, I couldn't back in the consistency of it, and I also don't know if they're still going to collapse like they always do, mind you. But their batting has been much better in this test match so far than what we've seen in previous iterations. Because if you'd like to remind you about the fact that you got done over by day 2, then you can do that all you like, and I can remind you all you like about what happened in day 2 just over 2 weeks ago. Very different pitch here. That wasn't expected, but it still happened. In this game, it is very much expected that both teams should be able to bat. But no matter what here, England could put 500 up. Australia still have full innings themselves on the exact same pitch, right? That's why I say I give England pretty much a 0% chance of winning this game. But I think a draw is genuinely likely. Not genuinely likely. It's unlikely, but there's a genuine chance based on the fact that there potentially is bad weather tomorrow night and there potentially is bad weather on Monday for day 5. So the draw is a chance. Unlikely, but a chance. Again, you need to get 500 runs to be up by a score of 270 less, or 170 less than what Australia just got. And that's 100 less than what, you know, take away Stark's score, who was batting in number 7. So, yeah, again, very easy to reply to. But again, I give you guys a lot more credit than a lot of other Australians are going to give. And that's what I've been saying the entirety of the time. But it is tea break, guys. So hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. And also for those who, like, when I reply like that, you're probably like, oh, he's angry, we got him. It's like, no, I'm just being very stern in my response to explain on it from my perspective, right? Like at the end of the day, he's coming in here to slap me down. Cool, you do that, but then I can also slap you down in return, and it's all good fun. We have a good laugh. Like it's not anything serious or anything like that, but it is quite good. Ayush says, bro, who is winning? Currently, Australia is very confidently in the lead, but England are doing really well. England are doing really well in this opening start, the late part of this second session. They've just got to get through this third session. If they can get through the third session and have some good runs, they'll be in pretty good stead. They'll be in pretty good stead. Jacko said, read the screen, Bellend. It's so funny when you get into like a serious conversation like that and you come back and you just see a comment like that. Too funny. Yeah, look, the screen does give you a good suggestion. I feel like if people haven't watched this game, they wouldn't really know a great deal. But I will say, England have been good in this first part of their second innings. But like it's like, and this is the thing I was saying about before, the delusion from some English fans and from general fans in overall. They don't understand that England should score very well here. They should. It's expected. But this isn't the last innings. That was one innings for Australia. Australia also get a chance to return serve. That's Test cricket. So when people go to make a comment to say, oh, England are dominating now, Australia getting done over, it's great because it makes the game more competitive. And it does make the game more like, question this, question that. Because Test cricket's all about questioning the what-ifs and questioning the maybes. It's always about having that thought process that maybe this happens. Or maybe England might be coming back to this game. Oh, they're probably not back in this game because Australia still have a fucking innings to go. You know what I mean? That's why Test cricket is so amazing because of these questions. But it's just like, think about what you're saying before you say it. You need to have a well-rounded opinion on, okay, England are really giving themselves a red-hot crack here. But also, what happens if they do get one wicket? Are they able to maintain? Again, they had 4 ducks in the first innings. This pitch is very flat. They are expected to bat well. Is a draw potential? Absolutely. Actually, can somebody please go onto a betting agency right now and check to me what the odds are for a draw? Because I remember on day one, I was saying that a draw actually is a potential here. I wouldn't be completely out of the equation of a draw, and it was paying 11.50 to 1. Someone in the chat was saying. So I'd love to see. If you want to get your batting average up, go to Pakistan 2-3 years, 2-3 years and forget. That's a good one. I like that. Now, someone says no one even likes anything to do with Yorkshire, barring the tea and Joe Root. The rest of it is a slump. I love that you, Seb, and a lot of the English fans in the channel, is that you give it to me, you do it in a good way. You give it to me, you have a laugh and you get involved. But then when an Englishman comes in to slap me, you go in. or the pretend American from the other day. It's too funny. Like, I'm happy to take it, but it's just like stupid comments. And then you see you guys, even though you're English, you're just like, what's this stupid comment? Because, and that's what I said the other day. It's not that when I reply, it's not like to have a crack at the entirety of England. It's just to reply to that individual. But unfortunately, you guys come under that same bracket. So by me replying to this one individual who said something stupid, it means that you guys will cop it too, because I have to reply in that way to that English fan, and then you guys just get the extras from being in this as the same nationality, And I do feel bad for a little bit because you do have to hear that what I'm saying there, but yeah, as Jay said, it was a count that was like 1 minute old or 1 day old or whatnot, which means. Usually it's a fake count trying to get a reaction. We got a reaction, but I love that kind of reaction. Ayush says, you talking? You're not talking to me. Yes, I am AI, Highlanders. Yeah, no, I am. That is me. Boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. I am AI. It is the tea break, mind you, so that is why they're talking to Paddy Carrigan right now on the field. Someone says, waiting for the Jai Apatai fight. Get in, Jai. Get up, Jai. Go, Jai. Fire up. Sean James says, when English and Australian play cricket, banter is the game off the field. Then you get pissed together after the day's play. Exactly, yeah. That's what we do. We take the piss out of each other. We have a laugh. But you can tell, and I hate reading tone through messages, but you can tell tone in the way that people are saying things. And it's just like Australian talking mad shit. It's like you'd put it differently if it was more of a if it was more. I do really think that was trying to get into us and trying to really get into the Aussies. And it's like, who are you to be getting into the Aussies right now? But you still trailed by 132. A wicket could change your entire complexion of your lineup right now. It's great to see that Zach Crawley's making up for his test in Perth. But honestly, Tom, Dick, and Harry could get runs on this pitch right now, as we've seen. But Jofra Archer getting close to 40, his career high. Scott Boland getting a 20, which is career high, not out. You know, like any Tom, Dick, and Harry could score on this pitch. Again, this is expected. And when England score well, Australia will also score well. That is cricket. That's cricket. That is how A goes into B, which equals a C. And so 2 plus a 2 equals a 24. You know what I mean? Like, it's very simple stuff. This is what to expect. We're on day 3. Oh, boy. Oh, and then we got Chris. Shut up, Chris. Chris comes in and says, morning, all Aussies running scared. I see. Shut up, please. Shut up. Please, my gosh. I need to go get a Coke Zero to save for this. I need to go get a buddy Coke Zero to get through this final session because we got the English out and forced to say they're winning the test match now and they're dominating. You know, you guys are unbelievable. You're unbelievable. All right, guys, I'll be back in a second. I'm going to get a Coke Zero. Can you Aussies in the chat just deal with these English lot for a little bit while I go get my Coke Zero? You just deal with them. I'll come back and I'll slap them. But for the time being, you get into them. All right, I'll be back in a second. All right, Poms, come here. All right, come here. All right, come here, Poms. That's it. That's it. All right, let's get back into the chat here. Taylor says it's because the Aussies the most similar personality and culture-wise to English. Oh, absolutely. No, it's great stuff. That's what makes. That's why, and I've always maintained this. Rugby league is amazing, and I do every rugby league stream, and it's so much fun. And ultimately, I'm obviously the most passionate about rugby league in a lot of ways. But the Ashes streams, they bring out the best because 4 years ago, the Ashes streams here, that was when we were kind of really starting out with streams outside of rugby league, but we were kind of, that was really beginning stuff of streaming for mine. And that was so much fun, dude. Like the shit talk, the banter, obviously good fun with the wickets. We had Martin Whitehouse, who was a legend, who was celebrating with his popping his champagne in Adelaide before England got done over. He was telling us that Australia were going to get done. It was a draw, and England was celebrating the draw, and it was like fair enough considering the context of the match. But it was super funny because he was just ripping into me, ripping into the chat, having a good time. And then, yeah, Josh Butler puts his foot back onto the stumps and England collapsed from there and Australia win within the next 3 overs. And he just got absolutely slaughtered. But it's so fun. You know, it's unbelievable. So I will always say those first Ashes streams were the best. These ones can absolutely overtake it because they are so much fun. I've had so much fun since we've done, obviously, only 5 days so far because we only had 2 days because you English were terrible in the first game. But in this one, at least we've got 3 days, and we're looking at 5 days 100% in this game. Unfortunately, some people don't understand that because guess what? Both teams still have to bat. No, I love them. It's so enjoyable because you're here for so long. You get to this point of day, and you get tired. Like I get tired, exhausted, and whatnot. And it's like, well, imagine what they're feeling on the field because it is duration. It is all about the stamina, and it'll be super interesting to see how the English bowl when Australia come up to bat because you could see how tired the English were already, and they've still got another 4 innings of Australia to go. You know, if England can do the job, which is what they're doing. Australia are tired, and you can see what's happening here, and the pitch is perfect for batting. So you know, this is just how cricket is. It's enthralling, mate. It's enthralling. Sean says, "Let's see how good the Pommies talk when the sun goes down. High boots and short skirts will not save you this time." Skeletor says, talking shit makes the Poms take the loss even harder. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. Chris says, we'd celebrate a close loss. Honestly, you're not wrong. We would see on social media people going, oh, we made a game of it, but which look fair enough, but is it really something to celebrate? Like, is it? Especially considering it would be 2-0 as well. You still got the MCG, you still got the SCG. I do think Adelaide's a chance. Adelaide is a toss-up. It's definitely an advantage of Australia still, but Adelaide is a toss-up. It's definitely a toss-up still in a lot of ways. Antidepressant sales about to spike after this test. Taylor says, Stark with an economy of 8.3 this innings, basically the Aussie Bryden Carson. So what's happened with Stark, and we did mention this when he was at the end of his innings, is that you could see he was not only cramping up, but he was also feeling it in his arm because he had to bat for so long, which is why England were happy to see him bat, but they weren't happy to see him bat because he was getting a lot of runs. So yeah, no, it's a catch-22 in that situation. That's the little niche things about this game. Niche things like we saw on day one with the conversation we had at the late end of that day. The niche things of trying to understand the context of what England should do, what England shouldn't do. You know, what Australia should do, what their situation was, whether they wanted to bat at night or not wanted to bat at night. They're giving up too many runs, these little niche things, and you could see that Stark was tired. And it's like, it's great that Australia's hitting runs with Stark, but he's our prime-time bowler. We don't have Patrick Cummins. We don't have Josh Hazlewood. We don't have Nathan Lyon, which was a choice with Nathan. But we don't have Paddy Cummins and Josh Hazlewood, and I don't think Nathan would have done too much anyway, to be fair. But the point is that we are without these guys. So your prime-time guy is Stark. Boland can step up, but you don't want him to be the only guy there. We want to see Doggett step up, and we want to see Michael Neser step up, and we want to see Cameron Green do his job. But it just brings it a lot more back into the equation for a lot more of the conversation. So it is interesting to see that England have started off red hot here, but it just takes one wicket to change shit. But this pitch is not really aligned with just a massive collapse. It's not. Is he going to stream the Ranga Paul bloke against Anthony Joshua? Maybe, we'll see. Maybe. When is that? I don't even know. Hunter says Australia winning the MCG test on day one. Imagine the scenes. Imagine the scenes. We send him in for the follow-on. Send him in for the follow-on when they're all out for 100. Send him in for the follow-on when they're all out for 200. Let him just keep going. Just keep going. We'll take our 2 innings later. We won't need it. won't even mention the other ones. Still T-break here, guys. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. We've got a full day of action tomorrow. Still got a full session to go here tonight. And then I'm pretty certain we'll have a fair good damn well chunk of day 5. Fair good damn well chunk. Maybe even a full day 5 too. Actually, I'm going to wash my face. That's what I'm going to do. Wake myself up. Even though I am quite awake, I'm going to wash my face. Back in a second. All right, here we go. Here we go. Jacko, don't you start with Doggett's Bakery. Here we go. Doggett's Bakery reckons. Well, we're about to get back underway here for the third and final session of the day. We've got another 2.5 hours of cricket to be played. 9:30 local time, 10:30 Muppet time, and 11:30 Fiji time, which will be 11:30 a.m., I think, New South Wales time. I think so. Sean says the stream will get his lights turned off. I tell you what, though, if there was a miracle and England did find a way back in to win this game, which I don't believe, but if there was a miracle, the roasting in this chat, we would be blasted no end in this chat. By the way, like we would get blasted no end. God help us if that was to be the case. Chris says, I wonder why we hadn't lost a wicket recently. Yeah, no, it feels weird not to have a wicket already. It feels weird to see England not 4 down already. Next ball, and no run. Doggett is bowling. See, no Bakery. He's on for a 0.1 maiden here, as Jay would say. 0.1 maiden. Jay says, if that happened, I would never shut up. God help us. It would make the series interesting at the very least. It would make the series interesting at the very least, but jeez, we would just get flogged in this chat, eh? Dog at the series, 6 wickets, 26.5 average. See, he's been fantastic. Jacko, how about that for a bat? Oh boy, you've jinxed it now. Doggett, he's about to blast you. He's about to get 3 wickets and it's over. He's about to get a hat-trick, son. His average is actually pretty good. His wickets and average is actually pretty good. I know he wasn't great on day 1, though. But again, who has been a good bowler besides Stark? I'd show humility. Oh, Chris. I don't know. Your first comment back here today was Australians are running scared. And that's from a position of not strength right now. So I don't know, Chris. We'll have to wait and see. Jagger says, if we go at 8 and over and never lose a wicket, we could be on. It's a big if. 8 and over. Like I said, though, if you guys get 1,000,000 runs here, if you guys got 1,000 runs, if you guys got 600 runs and forced Australia to chase a score of 420, you had to get 600 runs for Australia to be chasing, 423 or whatever it is. The issue with that is that, one, that would take up all of tomorrow, and it would probably take up a good portion of day 5, to be fair. But also, Australia get to bat on the same pitch. They get to bat on the same pitch. And they just hit 500 runs themselves. So it's like, if England can improve on their first innings, What's to say that Australia won't improve on theirs? At 8 and over, it wouldn't take up a day. Jacko, listen, I'm too tired for the specifics of it all, all right? Too tired. But then again, if you're hitting 8 and over, why wouldn't Australia then hit 8 and over when we know the English are exhausted themselves, especially their bowlers? Oh, it's a good bowl there from Doggett. Oh my gosh, Jacko. Doggett's coming for you. He is coming for your individual head. Just you, Jacko. Just you. Natural light is gone. It is now under light, and Shauno was right. Now we're starting to see a little bit of that swing, son. Woo-hoo! Don't run now, England. Chris says 600. You pronounced 200 wrong there, buddy. I'm just trying to give you a chance here, Chris. Come on. I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to make this game still somewhat on. Like, I'm trying to give you guys a bit of something. Maybe 700. How about that? And maybe review this. Maybe wide. I think maybe this is missing. They all went up for it. Yeah, a little bit too high. Smitty says. Oh, dude, you got lucky, Jacko, because that was a great over from Doggett. And that's showing what the ball here is doing under the lights already. Look at the shape of this bowling here from Doggett. Pushka, yeah, it is missing. But, geez, it's a good bowl regardless. I'm dreaming of a Doggett Christmas, Jacko. That's what I'm dreaming of. I'm dreaming of Doggett tonight. Yeah, gee whiz. I'm scared now. Doggett nearly with the wicket then. I think it's over. I think we're about to win in the next couple of overs. I'll have a steak and a kidney and a curry pie. Cheers, Brendan. Well, he only gave up 1 run just then and got really close on 3 of the balls. So maybe he's on. Maybe he is on. He is not Jack Leach, son. He is not Bryden Cass. But you know who is the greatest of all time? It's Scotty Boland. And he's coming in for his first ball right now. He's going to Duckett. And that's going to be a single. That will be a single. You know what? Really proud of Duckett, though. You know, he's on 15, which is 15 more runs than his first innings. It's really good stuff. Oh, jeez. After the dinner break, that deviation is huge. There is massive deviation since the dinner break. Beforehand, it wasn't looking too crazy. Now, you are looking at significant deviation. Beautiful. That's what we like to see, England. Don't get scared now, son. Don't start running now. Don't start your running and yapping now. Next bowl here from Boland. If he has a day, I know. Just like me, Jacko, when I was having a crack at Ben Stokes in the first test, like I just got slapped. I got slapped here. I got slapped on the actual comment section, saying that I was too harsh. It's like it's all part of it. Gee whiz, they're getting close. I want Scotty Boland off so Doggett can get the wickets now. Scout says, did we get the sandpaper out in the break? No. We took from the English lessons and we got the mints out. Next up. Ooh. Single. Done for 48. Duckett comes back on. Boland, day-night test, 19 wickets, average of 17.1. Got the old mints out for this one. Mints are a lot easier to carry than sandpaper. A lot easier to carry. A lot less obvious too. So much so accountability falls out the window. So England trails by 129. People are chanting Doggett's name. I think if... Ah! Duck it! Duck that one, baby! Get off my field. Get off my field. Ducky boy. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, good boy. Get off my field, son. on, son. One wicket down. England trail by 129. And the wickets are coming now. That swing since dinner break. Woohoo! Oh boy. England, England, England. What have you done here? Duckett gone for 15. Ollie Pope comes in. Check the cokes here for that one. You don't have to ask me twice. Tastes like a wicket, son. Tastes like a bowl straight to the middle stump. Woohoo! Oh my gosh, it just tastes beautiful. Garden gnome is out, Skeletor said. The garden gnome is gone. So I guess it's all part of the plan. Pope's entry. Look, it's a part of a plan. That's for sure. Don't know if it's a part of the plan. Maybe a part of... Definitely part of a plan, just not the plan specifically. Brent says English hopes are dusted. Well, you can't have another wicket in this over. Let's put it that way. Chris, it's still time. Moving into the Mike Atherton and Pat Ball approach. 9 wickets remaining. All you need to do is get 130 more runs, but it's getting dangerous under the lights. Oh my gosh, you nearly just got done for a duo. Oh, this is nervous times for England. Hey guys, we've still got 2 hours and 20 minutes left of the day, and that ball is deviating like a mudder bish. Mudder bish deviation. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh, Scotty Boland nearly bowled him. Nearly Boland caught. Skeletor says the plan to make Piers Morgan cry. That is usually the plan. A lot of English don't like Piers Morgan, so they probably do enjoy when Piers Morgan cries. Even if they have to sacrifice their own cricket team, they probably enjoy watching Piers Morgan cry. 9 to go. Count it down with us. Count it down with us. Scotty Boland. And that is going to go for a single. I'm at work, can't watch. Well, you got me to tell you all about. I think you'll be able to understand and know when there's a wicket. I think I might make it quite evident when there is a wicket, to be completely honest with you. I think it might be heard in not only in Fiji, not only in Australia, but all the way in Zimbabwe when there is a wicket. See you later. This just keeps getting better. It's only day 3. Go on, son. All right. Did I hear a wicket? Sean, not only did you hear a wicket, but the locals of Tanzania heard a wicket because the wicket was so loud that they're currently celebrating it in Costa Rica. That's how loud that wicket was. Scotty Boland slapped them not back to yesteryear, but back to a previous century. Jacko says, can't stand Piers Morgan. He sucks off Ronaldo to keep getting him back on for clicks, just spewing genuine shite. Hey, listen, Piers did say something, though. He did say England will win 5-0. So, unfortunately, look, I think it's a great call. The only unfortunate thing about it is that they're currently down 1-0. So, it's very difficult. It's a very difficult process to winning 5-0 when you are currently down 1-0. But, you know, have you seen crazy things happen? Probably not, actually. That's probably the craziest thing that could happen. It would take a genuine, not even Christmas miracle. It would take a Christmas mixed with Hanukkah, mixed with the main celebration. What is the main celebration of Muslims, actually? What do they have? I don't even know. I know a lot about a lot, but I don't even know that. What is like their main... I know they don't celebrate Christmas. When is their main celebration? I don't even know. Hindus have about 1 million celebrations in India. They had like a celebration every single different week. I don't know if it was like the equivalent of Christmas, but the prediction is a quarter there. 4 wickets tonight. Our prediction. 4 wickets tonight. All right. Well, we are seeing massive swing on his ball. You were right. As soon as those lights came on, Sean, before dinner, it wasn't swinging at all. There was no deviation. After dinner, oh boy, it is just swinging from left to right. It's swinging from New Zealand to Australia. If we can get 2, even just 2 more wickets tonight, if we can get 3 wickets, like that's done and dusted. It's not even a draw. If Australia can get 2 more wickets tonight, it's not even a chance of a draw. Next up here for Doggett, No run. Still only the 1 run, given up through 1.3 overs. Doggett's bowling well. Bowling quite well. Big old Brendan Doggett. So I got Foxtel to watch the replay later. That's right. I haven't had Foxtel for years and years. We've had Unlimited Australia, but I haven't had Foxtel for years and years. Foxtel used to be the GOAT back in the day when there wasn't so much of everything everywhere. You could watch the Premier League on Foxtel. You could watch the Super Rugby on Foxtel. Watch the NRL, the AFL, everything on Foxtel. It was so good. And then everything just started getting sold off to different platforms. Premier League got sold off to Optus, and it was Optus, and then now it's not. It's something else. Not Stan. I think it could be. No, Stan's Champions League. So it's like Champions League is on Stan. I think maybe Optus has Premier League. Yeah, Ostar, Jay. Yeah, those are days. I think Optus has Premier League. Stan has Champions League. Stan has rugby. Like boxing and fights and stuff are on, and some now sports going on to Netflix too. Like it's crazy. Oh, too high. Oh, get back in your crease, son. Don't do a Johnny Bairstow. Wickets for dessert. I do like a good dessert. A wicket for dessert. I do like it. Good over here. 0.5 of a maiden here, Jay. 0.5 of a maiden. Hotstar basically was Foxtel, though, wasn't it? The best was when, and you probably can do it now, you probably can just watch it whenever now, but when you would record something, when you'd be out, and you could record like an entire TV show through Foxtel or Hotstar or whatever. Again, I'm sure that you can just go and watch whatever show whenever you want to watch it now. England trails by 128 runs, 1 for 49, 9 overs bowled, and Doggett with a maiden. Cheers to the maiden. Beautiful, Doggett. He's bowling well. Bowling well. They still have Sky. Sky, do you mean like Sky Sport and stuff like that? Or Sky News? Is that what you're referring to? Dessert and a Bairstow in the same sentence checks it out. Look, I don't think Bairstow cheaps out on that. And I don't cheap out on it too. To be fair, I'm not a massive dessert guy. Like, I'm always a main meal kind of guy. I don't mind an entree, and I'll very occasionally get a dessert, but I'm just straight up like a... When I was in Thailand and I was doing this fitness camp, there was someone there who their main thing was desserts and sweets, and I was like, I don't really care for sweets that too much, to be fair. She was an Aussie, funnily enough, living in England, in London. Get Sky Sports. I think New Zealand definitely still has Sky Sports. Scott Boland. Oh! Has he hit the pad or is it nicked? Oh my gosh, I think it's hit the pad. Oh, dude, you guys are in trouble tonight, England. You guys are in a lot of trouble tonight. You guys are in a lot of trouble tonight, dude. The deviation is madness. Scott Boland is getting some great movement on this. Yeah, it's off his pad, but gee whiz, is there deviation on this ball right now. Raz says, I love how Marnus even said, no, not out. He just usually appeals everything. That is true. He does appeal anything. Can you please just get through tonight, England? That's all I ask. Next ball here from Scotty B. And, a little bit of confusion. But he gets back for a single. Gets back. Chris says, I was a swimmer in the 90s and got fed... Do you mean Gatorade? Gatorade. Gatorade. You mean Gatorade. An Aussie product. I honestly think the stuff was Liquid Speed. Yeah, Gatorade was huge growing up. Powerade. I was more into Powerade, to be fair. Powerade, Gatorade. They're the same company, yes? Or are they different companies? I actually wouldn't have a clue. I always preferred the Powerade, though. I went through periods where sometimes I'd prefer the blue Powerade, sometimes I prefer the lime Powerade, sometimes the red Powerade. Next bolt. Oh! Oh my gosh, Scott Boland is going up for this. Oh my gosh, Scotty Boland was very confident here. I don't think they're going to review this. Oh, you're in trouble tonight, England. Yeah, Powerade was the go. Getting PTSD out of bowling. Dude, he's bowling well right now. 1 for 4 through 1.2, now 1.3. They're not going to review this, but I don't know if that's inside the line. I don't think that's bat. Jeez, England are in some serious trouble, man. Yeah, second innings Boland is just absolutely flying right now, AFL Legend. Next bowl here for Boland. Oh, no run, but still scary. Oh, Gatorade is American, Powerade is Australian. Okay. So, are you sure? Did you have Gatorade or Powerade, Chris? Probably mad stuff for a legal product. Yeah. No, it was good stuff. Lots of sugar, but lots of sugar. Brenton says, were people making bongs out of them with... Oh, okay. Yeah, Powerade and Gatorade bottles is what a lot of people use, yes. Red Bull was invented in Thailand. The real shit is a good pickup. Really? I didn't even know that. And no run. Didn't even know that. Didn't know Red Bull was made in Thailand. It doesn't surprise me now that you've told me this. It does not surprise me. Malik says, since when did you start watching cricket? I started during the lockdown. So as Australians, mate, we watch it since we're basically born. A lot of people don't care about it, but people still watch it. When it comes to Australia versus England or Australia versus India, somewhat, not really Australia, New Zealand. But it's like a favourite pastime. You know, I don't know about the younger generation now. That's why it's great to see Carl with his son watching and whatnot. But it's a pastime for Australians where, 1 second, next bowl, no run. Where we'll remember back to when we were a kid and we were watching, you know, Warney or Ricky Ponting and Dennis Lilly for a bit of the older generation. If anyone can remembers watching Donald Bradman, then good luck to you. You would have been watching my great uncle Alan Kippax at the time, but Jay was there. To be fair, Jay was the umpire in those games back when Don Bradman and Alan Kippax were playing. But no, it's for Australians. We watch it basically since birth, and I feel like a significant portion of the English would probably be on a similar wavelength. I don't know if it's the same culturally in England. Actually, the English can answer this question for me. I know it's still very deeply cultural impact, but is it the same as what I'm kind of saying here, where the Ashes was just something that everyone always used to watch, and you just watch it since you were born? So I'm 31, so my answer to you is 31 years. Jacko says, I prefer Gatorade. I get the great one. You prefer the Americans to you, Jacko? You don't like Australians or something? Deary me. Come on. All right, next bowl here from Starkey. No run. Oh, this is scary. If Starkey's got a little bit of something here with this swing, yikes. Draz says, the thing is, Indians and Pakistanis will watch every series, you know what I mean, but even folks here would only watch during summer because now cricket is so packed with T20 series and domestic comps. People don't give a shit about anything that's not Australia versus England or Australia versus India, and the only reason people gave a shit about Australia versus India was because the Indians were getting too up and at 'em after the first test, and they were really insulting Australia online, and people got defensive. They're like, screw you, dude. Like, I love my country, and I don't really watch cricket, but I'm going to watch it now just so we can see us beat you. And then we did. And the Indians got absolutely roasted. Everyone was just like, they just replied with the same father this, father that. And it was good fun. Like, it was really enjoyable. First test wasn't enjoyable to have to deal with their nonsense, but it was a good ego humbling of India after that first test. But yeah, look, Indians and Pakistanis, they're so obsessed with cricket, and I love it. They're very passionate about it. But yeah, they can watch South Africa versus New Zealand. They can watch the West Indies versus Ireland. They don't care. They love cricket. Australians, they won't even watch most of what Australia does in any format, unless it's Australia versus England, and then now Australia versus India, because their fans are just so annoying online when India are playing Australia. But that doesn't mean it's still not culturally just like so strong in Australia regardless. No matter what happens, Australia will... It's like with Americans with baseball. Baseball isn't necessarily supported by everyone in America. but it's their favourite pastime from back in the day when they grew up with their dad and they took them as a 5-year-old to go watch the Cubbies play at Wrigley Field, and just the smell, just the food, the atmosphere, the home runs. Like, it's the same thing with America with baseball. Baseball and cricket, pretty much the same concept, different way of playing, but pretty much the same concept in a lot of ways if you deep it. And Australians and Americans have their massive inside edge there from Crawley, and it's going to go away for probably a 2. Yeah, we'll go away for 2 there for Crawley. So we'll go to 50-30. So yeah, that's why I keep saying similar. Malik says, you've been doing commentary for quite some time. Won't you get tired? Yes, dude, I get really tired at the end of the day. Yeah, I have a great sleep late on at night. I appreciate you say that, because most people don't understand that sitting down and talking and watching the sport and talking to you guys and all that sort of stuff does actually get tiring. It's physically an incredibly easy job. Mentally, it does definitely get tired, but I love it. I'm passionate about sport. We do this pretty regularly on Saturdays. Like, we have 3 rugby league games in a row where we'll start at half an hour before the first game, which starts at 3 p.m. and we won't finish until like 10 o'clock at night, 11:30 at night, because we've got 3 games in a row. And now with the Super League, it'll be even longer. So when you love something, man, when you're passionate about something, even though you're tired, you can power through it. And I love watching this. 10.5 of us gone 152. But this is what I'm saying. I couldn't do this kind of stream for South Africa versus the West Indies. I couldn't watch India versus England, because with Test cricket, I need to have an investment. And my investment is, I'm Australian and I love Australia. I don't have an investment in India versus England, and I'm not going to bet on something like that, because then it's a biased commentary too, and I don't want it to be biased. Like, of course, I'm Australian and I love my Australians, but if you watch the extremes long enough, you understand that I'm giving you benefits and pros and cons to both teams at points, and criticising where necessary, whether it's Australia or England. It's just that Australia give me a lot less to criticise. So Stark only gives up 2 runs in that over. 27 runs, 4 overs. Runners to 25 million, barely care about cricket, yet still dominate. Correct. Exactly right. Mark says, everyone in Oz as a kid watched the Boxing Day test. Yeah, Boxing Day test is prime time. Not necessarily everyone watched the first test or the second test, and I think a good portion probably watched the SCG, but the MCG everyone watched. It's like the Melbourne Cup in a lot of ways. A lot of guys. Australia's massive on the horse racing, but realistically, the Melbourne Cup is like the Boxing Day test in a lot of ways, where just everyone watches it. Oh, we got the pounder out here on the pitch. Yeah, they're pounding into the pitch right now. I think England is scared. That's what's happening. Jay's, I'm not going to read Jay's comment out. Sean says, welcome back, Malik. Do you have a thick skin? Yeah, you do need a thick skin to be Riani. You do. And you just have to understand it's all in good fun. Right, says the thing is for any Indian or Pakistani, that's not an insult, it's a compliment, because whole year we are focused on our rugby teams or even football like Premier League. Australians consider cricket as a passover between seasons. Next bowl here for Boland. Okay, hold on. We're going to pause this because Boland's been bowling exceptionally so far in his first 2 overs. He's 1 for 4. Oh, another good one. 2.1 overs bowled, no run. Australians, for the majority, I'm a different breed. You guys are a different breed. There are people out like us who do just love sport and love it all. But a good 95% of Australians would look at cricket as, I want something to watch in between my NRL season, or I want something to watch in between my AFL season. Nate says, technically we only need about 500 cricketers playing nationwide to beat anyone else in world cricket. You're not out of this world. Chris says, Aussies get 12 months of summer, we get 12 days. Scotland gets 12 hours. Yeah, well, no, it does get cold, mate. It does, well, for us anyway. Not for you guys. But Melbourne does get cold even for you guys. That's going to be 2 for Ollie Pope. So he'll be on 3 from 14. Blaze, give the local rub and tuggers a mention, mate. What? The local rub and tuggers a mention? What are you even talking about? Oh, no, now I've seen Jay's coming and I get what Nate's talking about. In Thailand, he gets a massage after each stream. Funnily enough, because it was included in the fitness camp that I was doing, yeah, I did. It was great. Not you, what you sickos are thinking, but like I did 5 workouts. Oh, that's a good shot there from Ollie Pope. That's a good shot there for a 4. It was brilliant because like I would do 5 workouts in a day, which was just hectic, and then I'd come and do 2 streams, and then it would be brilliant to finish off the day after 5 workouts, 2 streams, and to get a Thai massage. It was unbelievable, greatest ever. And then Jackass' happy ending. This is why Thailand's ruined for a lot of people because it just has this is the connotation that everyone has of it. How do you actually feel about it, Sean, as someone who lives there? Because obviously, anyone who speaks to you would, you know what I'm talking about here. Anyone who speaks to you would say the same thing as everyone here in the chat does. So that's going to be a single there for Ollie Pope. It gets to 8. And actually, you know what? With all due respect for the people you know, what do the Thai people you know, and I know your family's Thai, but like, what do the Thai people you know think about how people think about the country? Is it like a bit of whatever, or is it a necessary for people to have an opportunity, or do they just absolutely despise it? Because I remember a lot of women actually looked up to being in that industry, which was quite sad in a lot of ways. And that's going to be a great shot there from Crawley. It gets through for a 4. Gets through for a 4. Drave says, is it because of the venue being Melbourne or because Boxing Day no one works that much and goes shopping for Boxing Day sales? It's just something that we've always done. Australia have always loved their cricket because you've got to remember before social media, before all TV and all before when there was nothing to do in the same sense there's too much to do now. Back in the day, there was nothing to do. So it's like you've got something to do for 5 days. So that's why Test cricket back then was just gangbusters. Everyone loved it. Everyone cared about it. There was nothing else to really... Oh, big swing from Crawley, but a big miss too. Not the best over here. Not the best over from Boland. 8 runs, 9 runs, 10 runs, 11 runs from the over. England trails by 114 runs. You guys need elbow. Chris says, I bet you did when getting free tugs. Jay says, free happy endings, all-inclusive health camp. Dear me. Guys, did you stream the 2023 ODI World Cup final or just watched it? I just watched it. Boom, boom in Vietnam as well. That's the case, but not as in your face as what you find a lot in like Bangkok and stuff. Malik says, Sean James, your thinking is just dirty. That's a good shot there from Ollie Pope, and he's going to bring it out for probably a 3. I think they'll stop it. And good shot still, but Travis Head will stop it for going for 4. Travis says, yeah, because I feel the day before on Christmas, everything is closed and family gatherings playing cricket in the backyard to Australia. There's no sport on Christmas Day, which I love in Australia. There's no sport whatsoever, but you do get the Christmas Eve games of like American sports, especially the NBA and NHL and whatnot. And then there's... Oh, no, sorry. I think that the NBL has a Christmas Day game now, I think. I think it's the NBL. It never used to, though. It never used to. But with Boxing Day, I think there's no American sport. I think there's... Or is it... There's no American sports on Chris... I can't remember. Oh! Oh, my gosh. Crawley... Just count his lucky stars. Wowee. That was nearly gone at slip, but he gets a 4. If you're going over the top of Green, just, you know it's a good enough shot. Because Greeny is a tall bloke. But, geez, that was a chance right there. Oh, it was not... Oh, he just didn't get his hands up quick enough. It was a tough catch. Oh, dude, I really think he should have gotten up for that, though. But it's still a tough catch. Really quick. Jagger says, thank you for not jumping, Green. His hands were already basically at the ball without jumping as well. Yeah, but it was very quick off the bat. Like that, he needed to have exceptional speed to get that up. Chris says 400 up. Got him where we want him now. 400 up. Yeah, you're only 100 runs still behind Australia. Deary me. Next up, no run. It's a great ball from Stark as well. What number is Carey on the all-time wickets taken list? Not Carey. Mitchell Stark. What number is he? I know he's number one for left-handed bowlers, but what's he on for overall wickets? All right, next bowl here from Stark. He's getting up 7 runs here in this over. And that'll be a single. Yep, single. Third. What's the top 5? Can you show us the top 5? Yeah, Malik, just remember this is an English-based channel, man. I understand you speak a different language, but just remember, I don't understand the language that you're speaking in, and 99.9% of people here don't understand the language you're speaking in. So with all due respect, we've got to keep it English. Pope in 5 day-night test. Oh, it's disappeared from mine. Trying to see the stat. He's got 143 runs for an average of 15.8. So he's 5 runs short of his average here, but it is trying to tell you that maybe he could be going relatively soon. Ooh, that was a tough one. 11 wickets behind McGrath, I think. Top 5 wickets by bowlers in history. I'm going to get it on Google. That's Mataya Muratharan from Sri Lanka, which is debated too, mind you. He's on 1. Hold on. List of bowlers who've taken 300 more wickets. Muratharan, I don't know how to pronounce it now. I try my best, but he. And Mitchell Stark is down in 16th right now. Oh, good bowl. He's down in 16th right now. I don't know if that includes this. That wouldn't include this test, though. So add another 6. Add another 6 plus. I know he hasn't got one just yet. So add another 6. So he would go to. Oh, wait. No, hold on. That was showing me a completely different thing. He is 16 with 415. Then Harbhajan Singh is on 17, so he'd be above him now. He'd be equal with Sean Pollock on 421 and 14. Richard Hadley with 431. Rangana Harath from Sri Lanka, 433. Kapil Dev from India, 434. Then number 10 is Dale Stein, South African, 439. Courtney Walsh, 519. Yeah, no, I'm talking about world rated. Yeah. Next bowl here from Boland. His last over wasn't great, but he's been bowling well. No run. Glenn McGrath's on 563. Again, I don't think they probably included the 6 wicket. They wouldn't have included the 6 wickets from this test. So he'd be on, 421. So still a decent way away from Glenn McGrath. Top 3, obviously, Morales Laran at 800, Shane Warne 708, and James Anderson 704. Come on, Boland. Come on, Boland. Smack him in. Get another wicket. Send him home, Jack. Send him home. I want to see another sad face on the old Stuart Broad. That's what I want to see. That is what I want to see. Jagger says, couldn't even take a wicket. Stark's wash, mate. As gone as his hairline. You know who's not washed, though? Doggett. That's who's not washed, mate. And you've really got to start figuring this out. You really got to start knowing this because he's going to get 100 wickets on you. And there's only 10 wickets at play. There's only 9 wickets at play. And he's still got help him. Sean says, I will have a hottie and relax. Oh, boy. I thought you meant for the Aussies. That's right. What's happening in the chat right now? What's old mate doing? What is old mate doing in the chat? Skeleton says, the English cricket team never arrived to even be washed. Have the English cricket team actually had a shower before? That's a good question, actually. Great question. It's a great question. Or maybe they shower too much because they're always in the always on. Oh well, no, they're actually on the field. Yeah, no, I don't think they wouldn't have showered today. They wouldn't have showered yesterday either. The old English don't have to shower in their history. Showers definitely optional there. Definitely optional in the old Pommy land. But right now it's a bit of a lull as we're seeing like England do what they need to do there on 1 for 76. They went out to a 46 for 0 run start here by dinner, which was 40 minutes ago. Since then they've scored 30 run 56 30 runs. It's been much lower, and they have got that wicket, which does make them a lot more nervous. You need to be at England trails by 50 with 2 wickets remaining still. At a max. Oh, Chewbacca with the skull. Chewbacca with the skull over there in the Stormtrooper section. Get around him. Shower each other in tears after this loss. Look, probably Stuart Broad, the ringleader of that. Next bowler from start. No run. Do you really, Jacket? You better hope that you haven't jinxed this. The Stark doesn't go and smack a wicket right now. You better hope. Don't poke the bear, Jay, please. Please don't do it. Don't do it. Scary thought process. Geez, that wobble seam is wild to look at. League and Timmy runs, not really, but a bit understandable with 2 of our main bowlers having batted over 100 balls, but this session we should not be loose. Not really. Like it's not too many runs. At the end of the day, we're completely sweet, mate. We still lead by 100 runs with an entire innings, and we've already got 1 wicket. There's still an hour and 50 minutes to play here. If they need to get 600 runs to lead by 80 runs less than we scored. Do you know what I mean? So there's no worry here. Hairline's gone, mate. Me? Oh, you're talking about Stark. I was like, me? Oh, plenty of hair. Oh, plenty of hair, the old me. Yeah, I was wondering. I realised he's talking about Stark, but his hairline has gone. I will give you that. All right, Crawley on strike. He's on 40. Oh! Nick through, but it will be just for the 2 up. No, just a single. Surprised they didn't try to push that. Now they trail by 100. Should you not want to see the win the comp in 2026? Anyone but the Titans. That's my answer for you. So Stark's going 36 runs through 5.3 overs. It's a healthy chunk. But each wicket is so significant right now. Malik says, why do we call England the English team? You are also speaking English. Yeah, I'm going to let the chat reply to that. That one away. Still 1 for 72 here. Brent says, anyone about the Sharks? Why do you have the Sharks so much? Does Victoria beer still exist in Oz? What other beer does it taste like? Yeah, it's the same shit that like 4X and Carlton Draft is and all that sort of stuff. VB still sponsors the New South Wales. Oh, I don't know if they still sponsor the New South Wales team. But no, VB is still advertising in this Ashes series. Yeah. Yeah, Victoria Bitter and 4X, Carlton Draft. It's all the same shit, really. It's all just real basic stuff. If there's anything Europe does way better, it is their beer. The beer development. Mark says, Blaze should not catch up with Malik for an in-depth chat on his travels. But, listen, I don't know if that's going to be happening anytime soon. Might catch up with you and Barley. Don't know about catching up with Malik. No, don't know about that. So no run there. So I'm going to get 1 run on that over. Jago says, Portugal and Brazil both speak Portuguese. Why do they play each other in football? good question. It's a great question. Deep in day 3, England still trail by 100 runs. I'm not reading that out. Gosh. Oh, it's definitely that time of the day. It's Muppet Central. With an hour and 45 minutes left of the day's play, this is what happens at this point of the day. Marks, it sounds good. Shout your feed in a bintang. Hey, listen. I can't wait. I think I'll be in Indonesia in like June of next year. Or maybe like May or something like that. Because January, February, into the beginning of March is Vietnam, and then I'm off to Philippines for about 2 months. And then Indonesia after that. So yeah, be about June. No. It'll be about May actually. May. Olivia says I'm waiting for my crusty. Yep, it's that time of the day. All I'm being asked is whether I'll be his girlfriend. I keep saying no, I'm taking it. He's not. Oh, wait, old mate message you did he, Olivia? Yikes. Scott Bowl, next bowl. Oh, good bowl, no run. Did old mate message you, Olivia? So I have to keep popping my ears. When you have the headphones on all day, it just like gets you, so you have to keep trying to pop. 16% of people have voted for England. Gotta be kidding me, pal. Gotta be kidding me. Yeah, Olivia, I would suggest blocking him. Don't even interact with it. A bloke's probably getting off to it, and you're just giving him what he wants. You might find it funny, but ultimately, it's a bad path for people you don't know online and stuff like that. So, I would suggest take it from someone with experience who gets plenty of DMs and gets plenty of stuff. You just don't want to go down that path. You know, Jay in the past, as you would know, with like the Welsh subscriber from back in the day, we take the piss out of it and have a laugh out of it. But at the time, it was quite full on. Like he made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fake accounts to hate on Jay and also partly hate on me, but mainly on Jay, and would send Jay like extremely violent voice messages, which like we find funny, but like the guy was all over the place. So just block those kind of people, man. It's not even worth getting involved in the banter and the trolling. Use that here. But yeah, if you take it privately and separately, you just don't know what kind of person anybody is. So whilst they're probably just a person taking a piss and whatnot, I would steer clear of it. You never know what people are like online. You never know. Sean says, Olivia, and send him to Thailand. I will help. And Blazers mate York, he was way out. Well, he wasn't aggressive though, York. He was just full on and just would not stop, dude. He was like overly loving, to be completely honest with you. That's going to be a single. Good fielding to keep it to singles. Crawley will get to 42. Yeah, York was harmless. He was harmless, but he was just excessive to the brink, yeah. Half an hour left? No, there's an hour and 40 minutes left. Finishes at 9:30 local time, and currently it's 7:50 local time. He wanted my number, so I sent him Domino's number and said, honestly, I wouldn't interact with it. I genuinely wouldn't interact with it, Olivia, but that's a good response regardless. I would leave it at that, actually. Leave it at the Domino's number. And then, you know what? Give him the help hotline. Give him the help hotline number. Make it like the mobile phone number for it, so he doesn't even know, and then he calls it and it's like, hi, this is self-help hotline. How can I help you? When he rang the banana phone and pretended to be someone else. Oh, yeah, just desperate fanboy vibes. Again, like I feel like ultimately he meant well, but he just didn't understand what he was doing. Because obviously he did have a disability, and that's why I understand it. But like it doesn't make it any less annoying. And it didn't like he would. I'm not even I don't use the Facebook page for BK Sport anyway. I haven't used it for like 5 years. But a friend of mine who's still a moderator of it, because I changed Facebook profiles and I can't even get the ownership back. But a friend of mine, James, who's a moderator here, he would see that York would send him message after message after message on BK Sport. So it just got excessive and incessant, and unfortunately his disability prevented him from understanding that. But that doesn't make it any less annoying. Chris says, should have given him the Houses of Parliament and he'd just be on hold. She'll pick up soon. I swear. Next up. Oh, good bowl. No run. Jay is a rogue mod, to be fair. He is. Oh. He leaves himself open for a return. He leaves himself open for a slap on this channel. So England have come under the 100. Hey, well done, England. You're under your 99 runs to go after all your good work. You've still got 99 runs just to tie it up. Next up. Oh. That'd be a single leg by, I reckon. Livy says he sent me a love letter straight from ChatGPT. I literally died out laughing. Malik says no. Tries to Jay Malik as your friend, and Malik said no. Oh no, how do you feel now, Jay? He's not your mate. He's not your friend. 16.20 is Waldy. Honestly, if England get through, even if they're like 1 for 100 at Stumps, that's actually a really solid session for him. And up in the air. Oh my gosh, he nearly just got caught. Oh, Josh Inglis has gone for a belter of a catch. He hasn't been able to get it, but geez, Josh Inglis got close. Geez, he got close. No. It's a good attempt there from Josh Inglis, though. Oh, just out of his reach, but dancing with fire there, Ollie Pope. And God bless him, Inglis. He's grabbing at his shoulder here. He would have come down hard on it. We need another wicket here. It's 2 settled. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But as you say, Jay, it's only day 3, sir. It's only day 3. Mark says, run a poll on Malik's line of work. Unemployed. Chris says, bonus runs from here then. Well, it's not a drop, so it's not bonus runs. Was there a drop? Well, there technically was a drop from Nisa on. Was it Crawley or was it Duckett? I think it was Duckett. I think he got like maybe 4 bonus runs or something, but it was a really difficult catch to take. If you want to blame someone, you could technically blame Greeny for not being quicker to get to the ball for the when he didn't get a hand on it, so it wasn't a drop. And listen here, English, you had 5 drops yesterday. We've had 1 today, but it was a very, very difficult one. Why don't you just leave us alone? Why don't you just be nice, you know? It's free to be nice. But yeah! Oh, you guys are so lucky right now. It's ridiculous. Oh my gosh, Doggett is getting so close, Jacko. He's got his heart in his mouth, the old Jacko. Oh, dude, that was a chance right there, but it was too high, but it still goes back above the slips. Chat's got a mind of its own right now. Mind of its own. Way too high there for Stevie Smith to get. Chris says skills, boys. I was half celebrating it as it was going back. But you could tell immediately that was going too high. Next ball. And that's going to go for a... Oh, he's going to be out, I reckon. I reckon it's going to be 4. This will be close. It's either a 3 or a 4, but I reckon when he has his second touch at this, it's probably touching the boundary. Oh, no, apparently not. They're not even checking it. So it's just it is a 4. They have given him a 4. They're going to have a look to consider it, but I'm pretty certain he touches it. And, yep, he's already touched it. So that is a boundary. Boundary. Curtains and blinds, 1-3-1-3-9-9. What a tune. What a tune. Now you're giving me a timeout again. You got to be careful about going at mods. Because they do have the ability to time you out. Because people don't realize I'm not the one who times you out. I will tell you if I time you out. But that's usually because you've done... I think it was Mark before, and you've gone and done the jinx of a hunch before you could. This should be 4. Why are we still looking at this? This is 4. He touched it. The reason I'll time you out is 1, sometimes people are too annoying, or 2, they're just being ridiculous in the chat, abusive wise to people, which doesn't really happen on the Ashes streams too much. and more so rugby league. But also 3, if you break a rule, if you say Storm with an S, but usually it's the mods who will time you out for Storm with an S too anyway. Malik could win this poll if he joins in. All right, next bowl. Oh, no, they're going to hold time up. Nice is bowling again, by the way. 14 runs given up through 3 overs. It's just over 4 runs and over. You love time and Lagan out. I think we do too. Yeah, look, to be honest with you, Lagan is the most enjoyable timeout. There's a reason why he's got 100 plus timeouts in the channel. There is a reason for it. And we are mad. You'd love to hear the Barmy Army going off still. Even though they trail by 87 runs. Next bowl. And, oh, yes! Cruelly! It's not gone, it's Pope. Ollie Pope is gone. He's gone. The London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. Bye bye, Poppy. Poppy corn. Poppy corn. Poppy corn. 8 more to go, Jay. 8 to go. The countdown is on. They trail by 87 runs. The London Bridge. It is falling down. Well, guys, if it continues like this with an hour and a half to go, if we see another wicket or 2, we won't get past day 4. They cannot have another wicket. Look at the Englishman, the crowd just doing this to an Aussie. The banter there is so good. The jingles are back. London Bridge is falling down. You know, this right here will tell us a lot about what England do. Joe Root. If he goes and does a similar thing to what he did the other day, day 5. If he does not and he gets out tonight, day 4. Because if he goes, it probably happens within the next half hour, and then there's still an hour to play. You're already 3 wickets down, and Crawley's a cat. So, geez, that's an awful shot, by the way, from Ollie Pope. Malik says, if I face Stark and I need just 1 run in the over, will I be able to do it? No, he's bowling your middle stump after it hits your forehead. It's no. Bro, do you think you have a chance against Mitchell Stark when we see him bowl prime-time professional batters in the first over consistently? Like, Jace Val, for him to say it's coming too slow, well, guess what? He got bowled for a duck the next innings. And how about that for coming slow? You know, when you talk your shit, you better be able to back it up. And it's like, it shouts to be Jace Val. Whilst he's got a promising future, the fact that he talked down to the Australian bowlers when you've done jack shit in your career, you've done nothing in your career, and you say it's coming too slow, well, then you had a terrible series from that point onwards. You got humbled, and that'll make him a better player going into the future. But, like, it's incredible that you talk down to a guy like Mitchell Stark. Like, are you serious? It was Stark, wasn't it? Mark's still going on about the occupation. Jagger says at least it wasn't Doggett to start. Yeah, but Doggett is bowling well. You've got to be fair, though. Doggett is actually bowling quite well. He's been very close, like a couple of wickets. He probably deserves a wicket. He just hasn't got it yet. There's been no ball cycle days. He's secret in elite English. I think he popped in briefly, didn't he? Or maybe not. And that'll be a single for Rudy. Scooty Rudy. No, it'll be a double. We'll get to 2. Chris says, I think we're leaving for a Magic Gus and Joff partnership. You're not going to achieve the brilliant partnership that is Scott Boland and Brendan Doggett. I definitely don't think you're getting a partnership of Starkey and Boland. What a partnership that was. Root and Day Night Test, 641 runs, average of 49.2, 200s. Carlson, these two can just get us to 400. We have a chance. Only 308 more runs. 308 more runs for that. You're close. You're on your way. Who has bowled the fastest ball in cricket? The answer is Mitchell Johnson, and I don't even care for the real answer. Mitchell Johnson, mate. England trail by 85. I'm willing it into existence. Existence doesn't exist, though, sometimes, Carl, and I'm feeling like the existence isn't going to be existing for this instance. And that's going to go back for a single. How about, Carl, I'll meet you halfway. All right? I'll meet you in the middle, and I'll say these guys will get you to 130. And that's been generous. How about I meet you in the middle? Give you an extra 40 runs. It does mean that you're going to see Australia bat again. It does mean that. The pressure is on. But I don't know if I can give you 4. Don't know if I can give you 4. England got closer to winning the Rugby League Ashes than they will the Cricket Ashes. Could make the discussion right now. Could make the argument. But then again, Australia hasn't won the Ashes yet. They haven't even retained the Ashes yet. Well, they have to win this game, which they will. But they still need to win one of the final 3. Or if there's a rain out, then we retain it regardless. But I just... It's so difficult to see England finding a way to win at the moment. Just anything. Any test. Well, license go. Get around it, Sean. We're on a massive cricket channel, so like obviously we're growing the cricket, and it cracks on at times, and it's great to see all the new viewers of the channel. At least it wasn't Doggett or Starks. Crazy. Well, Doggett's on now. It's 12 runs to 3 overs, and no run. He's basically on the dot 4 runs and over, which, considering the conditions and the pitch, it's good. Yeah, rugby wasn't the only thing you got wrong there, Skeletors. I fixed it for you. You don't need to tell us what you needed to fix. I fixed it for you. 2 dot balls, though. About to get a half maiden here, Jay. Come on, the half maiden. Maybe a wicked half maiden. Chat's lost the plot. When hasn't the chat lost the plot, Olivia? Next ball. Oh, jeez, it was nearly a wicked half maiden. But it will just be a half maiden. Still an hour and 25 to go. Like England. But England has always lost the plot. They've never had the plot to begin with. But no, this is the time of day where everyone gets tired, so it just gets all over the shop. No, I am. But it's so good, when I'm here at home, like when I'm in Vietnam or whatnot, I just go, I order a grab and it takes 2 seconds, or if I'm in Australia, I order Uber Eats, it takes 2 seconds. That's great, but it's not a home-cooked meal. After a long show like this, there's no way that I can be bothered making a home-cooked meal for myself. But in Fiji, there's no delivery service and whatnot, because it's still a tourist nation that is jam-packed inside the hotel, so the food is just there. They just get it. But there's no delivery service, so it's great because Mum usually cooks up a great feed that I smash right after we finish. Last night it was, I had some sausages last night that good bowl, no run. I had some sausages. It was a simple one last night. Sausages, some hickory barbecue sauce, which was beautiful. Good bread. And then the night before that, she cooked up some steak and mashed potato. Beautiful. A couple of nights before that was like spaghetti or something. So it's so good. It's just so good to finish it up. When I'm in Vietnam, it's so easy. But you're just too tired to cook after this. At like 11:30 p.m. over here in Fiji, 8 straight hours. We've done 3 straight days now. Your brain just needs to rest. So Dog at 12 from 3.5, and it's going to be a single. Jeez, I was hoping he got the maiden. But still, regardless, 13 runs from 3.6, 13 runs from 4 overs. That's really good stuff. 3, 6, 9, 12. It's about 3.2, 3.3 runs and over. It's good bowling from Doggett on this pitch. Jay says the all-inclusive hotels smash the local economy. Sad to see. Yeah, for sure. Happens everywhere. Happens everywhere. But that's why when people go to Denarel in Fiji, it's not going to Fiji. It's like, and that's why I say when you go to a country and you go to a 5-star hotel, a lot of the time, it depends on what country you're going to, but if you're going to like Asia, if you go to India, right, and say you go to Agra or Jaipur or Delhi or anywhere that I went, or just anywhere in general, and you go to a 5-star hotel, you get an extremely elite experience, but you're not really experiencing India in a lot of ways. You're not having a lot of the interactions you would get if you're kind of more so living amongst people. I stay in Airbnb, so I'm usually in I was in apartment complexes. I stayed in the backpacker in Udaipur just for a bit of a laugh, but I stayed in a private room in a backpacker, so I had that interaction, plus I also took that separate. But like I'd be in Airbnbs in apartment complex, and it would be a nice Airbnb, don't get me wrong, but I'm not in an all-inclusive hotel where it's separated. In Jaipur, I stayed in a 5-star hotel. In Delhi, I stayed in a 5-star hotel, but for like a day or two. Everywhere else, I was staying in for weeks on end in Airbnbs. 5 stars are amazing, but it's not really experiencing a lot of the country, especially not in Fiji. There's a single there for Root, but not everyone wants to actually experience the country. They want to just feel the feeling of being in another country, in a beautiful country like Fiji. They don't necessarily need to feel like they're immersed in the culture in a lot of ways. They just want to feel the emotions and the feeling of a separate culture, but not actually have to live it in a lot of ways. That's why you get a lot of people going to poor countries and going into these and going to them. Like, if this is the thing, I don't like. I never did it. I don't like the slum tours. A little bit unsafe in a certain place I stayed in, but that was an Airbnb. But it ended up being great. No run. Not much runs are happening here. It's because England are just trying to get through till tomorrow with no more wickets. They're just trying to get through this night, which is not an easy task. 2 for 95 with one more ball to come from this over. Blaze got the deep pockets. But you got to remember, man, it's actually cheaper and more inexpensive for me to live in, say, India or life. This is the crazy thing that a lot of people don't get. I saved money in 2025 by traveling internationally. Let that sink in. Comparatively to me going to every single Gold Coast Titans game and paying rent on the Gold Coast and the paying for fuel and internet and all that kind of stuff. You save money traveling on a long-term basis if you don't have a specific location to be in. You can save it. If you're going to Europe, you're not going to save money. If you're going to America, you're going to lose money. You're going to lose a lot of money. But if you're going to Asia or you're going to Africa or you're going to South America, you can absolutely save money. Significantly less. Like I'm talking in the thousands less than what you spend in a month back home. All right, so still not too much happening right now. Still about an hour and 20 minutes left of the day's play. We're guaranteed a full day's play tomorrow, guys. We will be here day 5. No run. Carl says, I couldn't agree more with what you've said for the past minute. Yeah, and a lot of YouTubers benefit from that. It's like a lot of people told me, like, I'll film that, it will be great content. I get that it's great content for you, but it's taken, in a way, it's really taking the piss out of people who are extremely less fortunate without an option. It's not like they were just lazy and decided not to get a job in the Delhi slums or the Mumbai slums. They weren't lazy just not to get a job. It's not possible, especially like caste system and stuff like that. But like, it's not physically possible for it, and you're going in there to ultimately, essentially, make yourself feel better about looking at someone. Whether you acknowledge that as a person or not is up to you. But essentially, what you're doing is going into this slum to make yourself feel better about the problems that you have in your life, and realizing they have harder problems. But by doing that, you're looking down at them, and it's just a weird thing for mine. I just didn't have an intention. You will see poverty in India regardless. Yeah, like, you will see crazy shit when you're in Delhi and Mumbai and all that type of stuff. But it's just, yes, it's such an unnecessary thing for mine to see people going and doing those slum tours. Next up, no run. Scott says, yeah, 5-star hotel is $80 Australian max in Vietnam. Not necessarily, but it's a lot less. It's a lot more expensive. Vietnam is the cheapest country I've ever been to. So good. Draz says, credit to Crawley, though, for better showing with the bat this test. Yeah, fantastic. The first one, 72 runs, and then this one, he's got 42 right now. This is what we expected. Ollie Pope, he was actually pretty good in the first test, but then it's had a really poor second test here. Really, really poor. A duck in the first innings, and then, 15 here in the second innings. So Ollie Pope has been a massive disappointment, but he had a much better. He pulled in England through a good portion of the first innings of the first test. Oh, my mic cut out for a bit back now. Missed most of what I said. Oh, damn, I don't even know what I was referring to. Damn it. So the mic's back now, though. All right. Basically, I was just saying, I don't know if you heard. Oh, Mark says that's why I live in Bali. Exactly right. Yeah, no, absolutely right. Oh, I'm muted. Oh, sorry, God. Yeah, I saw your comments too late. It's that time of the day when my mind is just like. So sometimes I will kind of miss it, but at least we're good now. What did you hear? I don't even know where to pick it back up. But England trouble, 82 runs here after that over. But yeah, Mark says that's why I live in Bali. Bali's more expensive nowadays, though, isn't it? Like, it's still inexpensive compared to Western expenses, but. I wonder where, maybe from when Jay was asking me about the safety, yeah. Anyway, you guys have a pretty good idea of what I was kind of suggesting. But no, Vietnam is super cheap. Bali, I feel like, is a bit more expensive. Might be the connection to your computer. No, it's just randomly at times this disconnects. Like, the internet is fine. The internet's great. This is connected to the computer, but for some reason I have to take it out and take it back in, put it back in. Luckily I didn't have to do that. I'm guessing it was about the people less fortunate. Effectively, yeah, I was talking more so about how essentially by going into these slums, you're doing it to make yourself feel better about your problems, to know that there's worse problems, but that's putting them down for your own entertainment, because ultimately it is entertainment, which I don't really respect. But I get the point of why people do it. I just don't agree with the point of why people do it. So England trail by 80 runs here. Nisa 1 for 20. He could have had 2 caught wickets, by the way. Oh, he's got his second run there, baby. Boom! Just as I was saying that, he could have had 2 caught wickets. He gets his second caught wicket there. He could have had 3 caught wickets. Nisa, he is on fire. Your defense is terrified. Your attack is terrified. Nisa's on fire. Your attack is terrified. Nisa's on fire. Na 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 na. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. 7 wickets to go. just as I was talking about how he could have had 2 wickets from a bowl and catch, he gets a big one there of Crawley, who was doing numbers. He was at 44. Awful shots, Carl. 3 for 97. 7 wickets to go. It is a drinks break right now. Draz says, what is wrong with the English batters? Why do they want to drive everything that's carbon copy of the Pope wicket? Was it Pope or was it Crawley originally who got dropped, even though it was a tough catch? Was it Pope or Crawley who got dropped by Nisa originally? 7 to go, Jay. 7 to go. Fire it up. Evelyn says, Harry Brook, duck incoming. Duck is coming, son. Quack, quack. We haven't seen a quack, quack in the chat just yet. We will get a quack, though. We didn't see a single Australian quack. But I will say that the English confidence from before saying that Australians are scared. Don't know about how scared we are right now. No, don't know how scared we are. But right now, the only thing I'm scared about is that they get 2 more wickets tonight, and then tomorrow, it's like Australia might have to chase down 3. Who said it earlier? 5-4 end of sunset. I think it was Sean, though, wasn't it? Oh, it was Duckett earlier on. Thank you. Duckett, yeah. Yeah, gee whiz. Yeah, so Pope got caught out. Crawley got caught out by Nisa, and he could have had Duckett too. Chrissy boy, welcome back. Welcome back, my good friend. How we feeling, Chris? Confident, mate? I just went to scroll back to your comment and I saw never liked Pope. Listen, we don't talk about religion here, all right? We're not talking about religion here, Chris. We're not talking about religion here. But no, Pope's not been great in this innings, in this test so far. He did have a decent enough first test, though. Sean James is 4 wicket. Who was that wanker's talking shit? Harrison, maybe. Harrison hasn't been here since, I think the first session. I think he disappeared, didn't he? Jeez, he keeps losing money betting on England, but it's funny. Every single time he comes in here at the first day of the test and goes, I bet on England. And I said, why? I feel like going to get up. They're paying like 4 to 1. Actually, I don't know what they're paying, to be fair, but they would be paying probably around the 350, 4 to 1. Now, they'd be paying about $1 billion to 1 to win this game. Wasn't it Martin? Martin! Nah, Martin hasn't been back here today. He was here yesterday, briefly. Carl says again, Harrison does not speak for us. He's even got the English at his throat. Chris says, happy times here in England. Already starting to numb the pain. Yeah, fair enough. Is it cloudy or rainy there in England, Chris? Is it at least helping you out with a cloudy, light rain day, which is the best kind of day England has? Or is it, bucketing down and hurting the old feelings? Because sun doesn't exist in England. But is it at least light rain? Sean says, GB pissed off because he realised that, oh my gosh, Harry Brook Duck. Quack, quack. Oh no. Oh no, hold on, they may review this. No, Nice is saying no, he's saying it might just touch the pad. Oh, dude. Oh, England, you're in trouble, dude. Can you get through tonight, please, England? Please get through tonight. Please get through tonight. That's all I'm asking. I want to watch some cricket tomorrow. Can you please get through tonight? Yeah, it's definitely off the pad. I actually thought it actually hit the stumps. For some reason, I just felt like it hit the stumps there, but obviously it doesn't. It hits his pad and just goes over the top. Max is just stand outside in the rain in your tiny yard. Oh my gosh, they got lucky there for a 4. Brook gets the boundary. He's got lucky. Yeah, GB hasn't turned up since Sean, unfortunately. Fortunately, GB, I think he's starting to figure out the stupidity of his comments. I'm sure the person behind that account would be still watching, though. That's what you got to remember. The people who talk the shit, the people who come in here and troll and not get involved in the conversation and just come in here to take the piss at a random time, they will usually still be here. They just won't be commenting because they know and realize what a stupid thing is that they said, and they can't hack it. Even if they're a fake account, they still for some reason can't individually hack it. Emotionally, it's so funny. Too giddy, too quick, then Blaze. Look, Carl, I think we're in an all right position. I want you guys to get through tomorrow so we can get 5 days of cricket. I want it. I'm at least happy we've gotten it 24 hours past where we got to in in Perth. This is just chock-a-block cricket. What's 3 days of cricket? I don't know after the first test. Maybe, hopefully, Adelaide can be 4 days if it ends tonight. There's no way it ends tonight, but like we're on an upward trajectory at the very least. Jeez, what a bowl there from Nisa, and what a catch. It was just funny our rhythm. I reckon it's time to get Cass in for a bat. He carried England with his massive 4 wickets. I reckon it's time to bring him in next. Draz says, I get trolls find trolling funny, but part of me thinks, why waste your time not do something better or try engaging into a chat? Because they get off on it. Like they find that they want to get me angry for starters to get me reactive on the stream. They're like, oh, I made him angry. Oh. It's like people who watch the big streamers and they say things to get them upset and angry. It's like there's nothing better really going on in their life than to just get that reaction. There's a difference between funny trolling and funny banter and being a dickhead for reaction. There's a boundary there for England. Root gets up to 9. Yeah, sometimes, unfortunately, people don't have better things to do in their life, mate. Like they truly don't. And that's why it's so funny when you have a persistent troll, like a troll that goes across months or a troll that goes across seasons. Like there was one guy, I think, and Jay and the moderators and regulars will remember him from a couple of years ago. There was one guy who kept like spamming something about the A-League and why I don't stream A-League or something like that. And it was for a good 3 years. Not every stream, but randomly pop up and just make like 10 accounts, 10 fake accounts and just spam about, why aren't you streaming the A-League? Rugby league is shit. And then the next one was, oh, by watching BK, you're paying him or something like that. And people would reply, good. Like he was trying so hard. I don't know what it was, but he did it for years. Just no one cared. The dog at 17 runs and 5.2. Again, Jacko, he's bowling well, the old dog. He's bowling well. But that guy probably is still watching, mind you. He still probably watches. Next bowl here. And that's going to be a good shot there from Joe Root. Sean says, as they're playing Fist of Fury when trolling, no misses, just the end. Yeah, it's an easy 3 there, but they only took 2. That is poor running. After this over, I'm going to go quickly wash my face for this final hour. Just need a nice little refresher. Nice little refresher to push us through the last hour. Fair Ashwin? Ashwin? What are you talking about, Ashwin? Did I miss a comment or something? Next ball. Oh, that's a brilliant ball. Brilliant ball, but it does miss the stumps. Origin stream's my favourite. Origin streams are wild. It's so hard for me because the chat's going wild. We have 1,500 people live in chat. You know, we have 1,000 people live in chat. For Origin 2, I'm pretty certain we had like 2,300 live viewers. And the chat was just going so fast, it was impossible. And then I'm emotionally invested in the game. I've got this and that. It's so wild, dude. It's so wild. Fair Ashwin, and he meant to say Sean. Sean, you've turned Indian, mate. You've become Ravi Ashwin. And chat so fast you miss him. Yeah, on Origin streams, it's really difficult to see like donations on those streams are pivotal. These ones I can see every single comment, but the fast-paced streams, like donations, are super pivotal for me to be able to read your comment because it's literally impossible. I try my best to read all the comments, but those streams, NRL Grand Final, I think we had 1,800 people watching live at one stage. Like it's impossible for me to read every chat. All right, so next ball from Doggett, and good ball. Good ball. I'm going to run and wash my face. Give me 1 second here, guys. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe, change to the over. England 3 for 107. Got some Oasis pumping out of the Gabba right now. Oasis. Duraz says, I'll read that kind of set. Oh, good bowl. Nisa is bowling again. Duraz says, I actually had a replay at your Origin 3 stream. 2022, you kept calling this one fan out like knowledge for lyrics. Seemed like he was talking a lot of shit for you to roll him up at full time. Yeah, so regulars here will know who that is. So knowledge for lyrics, that I can't really remember that series, but I think it was we won game 1 and then we lost game 2 and he just ripped in, dude. I think it was 1 second. Good shot away for 2 there for Harry Brook. I think maybe they won game 1 actually. And he ripped into me, just like went at me hard and was just slaughtering me, Queensland, all the fans and stuff. And he really took it upon himself to be like the New South Wales leader for shit talk. Anyway, obviously there's 3 games in the series and we ended up winning game 2. And then he came back and he was ripping and saying, it's just one game, New South Wales still win, blah, blah, blah. And then we won game 3. And he regretted his life decisions. And that's going to be a single there for Harry Brook. Good bowl, though, from Nisa. Nisa's having a good game here. He could have had 3 wickets. It's just the first drop was really tough. Yeah, no, he regretted his life decisions. I don't know if he ever came back. I think he went away for like a good year before he started commenting again. Arthur Fox says, go England from Australia. Why? Why, Arthur Fox? Very interested to hear your reasoning behind that. Yeah, he was also quite racist as well, knowledge for lyrics. Was that before, was that during that? I can't really remember. This was 3 years ago, nearly 4 years ago now. I've had a lot of streams since then. But yeah, he did make some race comments just like that golden anime bloke. Based on reality says, this is just embarrassing for England. Yeah, it's not great, but look, they trail by 67. They're just getting through tonight. If they can get through tonight without another wicket, they've got 7 wickets remaining, 2 good batters here, a beautiful day. Well, it's meant to be cloudy tomorrow, so it's not meant to be as beautiful as it's been the first 3 days. Yeah, I think we might have hidden him, Daz, because of the racism that he was showing in the comments. Skeletor's son says 5-minute ban for the Aussie England fan. I do know another one who is like that. Best Sport 2.0, good friend of mine, great bloke. But he goes against Australian motorsports because we're too good, and he actually likes going for the underdog. I find it disgraceful, and I tell him that, and I say that, and he knows I talk about this publicly too. I say it's disgraceful. Again, fantastic bloke, love him, close friend, but I think it's dog shit. I don't agree with Australians not supporting Australia. I would understand it more so. 1 second, next up. No run. I would understand it more so in rugby league. I can kind of understand it with the Kangaroos. Every other sport, though, and still, I'm still Australia all the way. I'll get around Fiji as the soft spot team. But rugby league, it's like it is Australia every single time. But in cricket, we still lost to South Africa in the WTC. Until this recent India series, we'd lost the last, we haven't won in India for a very long time. We haven't won in England for a very long time. Yes, we are the most dominating team in cricket across pretty much all formats. But we don't win all the time. So no, I don't like it when I see Aussies going against their own nation. Yeah, block and pray at the moment, Chris. They are just trying to get through this next hour. Because if you see one of these guys go today, it'll be over by the second session tomorrow. Still maybe not, but you know what I'm getting at there. Who was his NRL team? Shit, I can't remember. Was it Roosters or Storm? I might have been Roosters. Knowledge for lyrics, no? They're just flattening the pitch again with the old stomper. Australia women's are always winning the cricket, though, it seems. Yeah, but people don't watch women's sports. And that's, with all due respect, people don't watch women's sports. I like women's rugby league. Can't get behind many other women's sports. And that's not because I'm disrespectful. I just don't find the same enjoyment on a quality level. Maybe in 20 years. I just don't at the moment. That's basically, it's crazy. I have a mate like that. Bloke's never been to New Zealand, goes for New Zealand, never been to Queensland, goes for Queensland. Is he born and raised in New South Wales, though? So he's born and raised in New South Wales and goes for New Zealand and Queensland. The Queensland one doesn't make sense. The New Zealand one doesn't make sense either. But I do know a lot of people who'd rather see the Kiwis win in rugby league. If he goes for the All Blacks, it's stupid, though. Yeah, Mitchell Stark has pretty much got Man of the Series wrapped up already. Born and raised in New South Wales. Yeah, that's silly. Is he? Has he got like? Is he? Like, does he? Is his family Kiwi? All right, England trails by 67 runs. Harry Brook on strike. Start. Single for Brook. He's a Tigers fan. So, well, that's just random. Why not? Why didn't he choose the Broncos if he just randomly went for Queensland? Why wouldn't he choose the Warriors if he just randomly went for New Zealand? Guys, it's annoying watching England at times. These two in are capable of putting on 200, but also could go next ball. Absolutely. That's what, yeah, it's just Johnson that says it all, mate. Yeah, with the Tigers. Yeah, no, these guys. We saw Joe Root get 135. We also saw him get a duck and 6 in the first innings. Oh, sorry, the first test. So yeah, you don't really know. And Harry Brook, he carried you guys, absolutely carried you guys in the first innings of the first test, but then the second innings did nothing. In the first innings of this one, also, did he get a duck as well? Was he one of the duck brigade, the quacks in the chat for the first innings of this game? Or he definitely didn't get much, that's for sure. No, he got 31. He got 31. Sorry, decent enough. Decent enough. You take it considering. This series got 16 wickets, 7 caught slips, 3 bowled, 3 caught wicket, 1 LBW. There was 2 other ones. And that's going to be a no run. Trails by 66. Realistically, what do you see? Well, Fox, I'm really not surprised that you haven't replied. I'm genuinely just interested. I'm not even here to roast you. I'm genuinely just interested why someone from Australia is saying go England. If you say, like, go the West Indies against Australia or go Sri Lanka, I feel like it's stupid, but it's an underdog and Australians love going for an underdog. Start next through. That should go for at least 2. It will go for 2. Again, I still find it stupid, but going for an underdog is the Australian way. England might be an underdog, but they're our biggest rivals in cricket. As we said, Dynasty before an Origin game was ever played. Where do you think this Queensland Spirit underdog myth shit came from? Yeah, Jason, the cricket is on. Yeah, exactly. I do see all the rugby league comments. I am trying to kind of pass through them to get back to cricket. Roosters are full authoritarian people who support the team. Full authoritarian's a crazy way to put it. That's going to be maybe a twosy. They are going to go for 2, and they will get the 2. Mark, it's warm humidity day in Bali. A good day for bow funking. For bow funking? What's bow funking? Funking. Is that an auto Is that an auto spell mistake or what? Autocorrect? Just under an hour left to play. 55 minutes left here. No, I get you, Duraz. I do understand it's nice to get a bit off it, but we did speak for a good half an hour to 45 minutes at one point earlier today about rugby league, and I think it was Carl. I don't know if it was you, Carl, or somebody else who came and said, "Oh, I'm going to tune to one of your rugby streams so that I can hear about the cricket." That's a good one. Mark says it's. God. God. All right, change the over. That was Stark. Out 5 runs in that over. 41 from 7. Look, England, you're a good chance of getting through the day's play tomorrow if these two guys stay in until the end of the day for stumps. I think I did say 4 wickets is just 4 wickets by the end of the day would be diabolical. 35,574 official attendance today. Mark Buswell? Not right at this very second, man. My brain doesn't comprehend right at this very second. Elaborate. Or are you talking about that guy Sharknado or Sharkman or something like that? Who was the guy who lived in Thailand, the Australian who lived in Thailand. I think he might have been here for the original Ashes series 4 years ago when we were streaming it, or maybe another. It was definitely cricket at some point. Edward, yeah, we spoke about the favourite draw many times, man. Happy with it. Tricky draw, but probably the best draw that we could have got still. Oh, big swing, big miss. Carl says, at what time would you think we would be looking at sending in a night watchman? With the last half hour for sure, but like you're getting close to the night watchman. You're getting close enough to him already with the wickets that are falling so far. But with the last 20 minutes, you would. Oh, the Aussie politician that got caught sniffing the chair. Yeah, fair enough. Harvey said, I reckon about 45 minutes left. You're a wizard, Harvey. You are a wizard, mate. It's actually 50 minutes left. You're close enough. Again, 9:30 local time. So if you're in New South Wales, that means 10:30 your time. Yeah, send in Cast now, Carl. Exactly right. Send him in. It's time to get Cast on, and he needs to find a rhythm. Fair. I wasn't here early, but just have to be in front as usual versus England. 1 wicket pretty much guarantees Oz chasing a target tomorrow. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I had to think about that. 1 wicket pretty much guarantees that Oz is chasing a target tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, it is that time of the day, pretty much straight through. Twice as high, Ella, sir. Edward says, Cummins, if he comes back in Adelaide, who do you drop? I think Stark is going to be rested. I don't think he gets dropped. I think Stark is going to be rested. I think he deserves a rest. I think he's earned a rest. And I didn't think that Cummins, Nathan Lyon, Mitchell Stark, Hazelwood and all that, I didn't think they would all, and even to say Boland, I didn't think they would all play every single test anyway. And I do think that Stark has kind of earned a rest. He's been so incredible these first 2. Bring back Hummo. And I think that'll be sweet for Adelaide, and then he can come back for the MCG. It's not a dropping. It's just you've earned a spell here, mate. You've earned a spell. You've been fantastic. We've just seen how phenomenal you've been, and obviously he's on the older end, and you want to really pump him home for the 2 final matches there after a huge early start of the series. Like he's carried us. He's carried us significantly. And really got us home strongly with the bat, with the ball. It's just been spectacular. So I would say that Stark should be rested, and you bring Cummo straight in. And Jay says, Cummins ain't coming back. Heard on the radio. Jay's a big fan, Cummo. Massive fan. Massive fan, that bloke. Massive fan. All right, we've got the game back on here. We've got the game back on. And we've got Scotty Boland. Scotty Boland coming up for a bowl here. Scotty B, Scotty Boland, come on now. Oh, sorry, he's on his 6th bowl. I shouldn't say he's coming on for a bowl. He's on his 6th bowl. And... Oh! No, I don't think so. This will be close, though. This would be massive if they get Harry Brook now. This would be absolutely massive. They are going to review it, are they? They are going to review it. Okay, they are going to review this. I feel like it might have been just missing, but it'll be interesting to see how it does go. I think, yeah, it's definitely going to hit the bat there, but I reckon it is just missing there. I reckon it is. Oh, geez, it's a good bowl, though, and it's a worthwhile review. Oh, dude, pitching outside, yeah. Review lost there for Australia. Review has been lost. Well, England, you might win this game now. There you go. The review's lost. It's game over. It's game over for Australia. How do we come back from here? That's a weird costume that bloke's got on in the crowd. He's got a coconut bra on and big gut. Big gut on the bloke. So Stark coming back in for a bowl. Come Staggy. Chris says not out. Nah, you're biased, mate. I reckon that was hitting middle stump. I reckon it was hitting just square in. All right, let's see Stark. 50 minutes left here. Pump him late on the day. English would be absolutely exhausted from a day, 2 days in the field. Oh, my goodness me. It's a great bowl to start us off. No run. Who ate all the pies, his name? Dude, he was a big boy. I don't know much about Goxie, but everyone was going off about Goxie. Like, I've seen him around and whatnot, but I don't know a great deal about him. Is he like our Javo, just without the actual sneaking onto the field kind of deal? Like, what actually does Goxie do? I actually don't know. It's not a disrespectful thing to say that. I've seen him around. I just don't know what he actually does. Besides what happened yesterday. All right, so Stark bowling his second ball here of the over for the 7.2 overs down, and that'll be a no run. I tell you what, Joe Root really wants to keep on running, eh? Like, he really wants to get runs on the board. I feel like right this very second, mate, the best option for you is not to get runs and just to get through the day. He's with DJ Checkers. That means absolutely no idea, nothing to me. So you need to explain what that means. Yeah, you can tell. Look how tired Starkey is, man. You can tell. He's still bowling. He's still bowling okay, but you can tell he's exhausted. Oh. Oh, is that... Hold on a second. Carey is very confident here. Australia are high-fiving. This could be Joe Root out on 15. We are reviewing this. We have immediately reviewed this. We have immediately reviewed this. They're very confident. Umpire gave not out, but Australia have immediately reviewed this. Carey was super confident. Here we go. Is there an edge? I think he's going to get an edge there. We need to hear the snicko. We need to see the snicko. He's definitely got an edge there. He's got an edge there for sure. Yes, baby! Yes, baby! Yes! Yes! It's a massive edge, son. The London Bridge is falling down. Falling down. Falling down. Sing it with me, folks. The London Bridge is falling down. Bye, bye, Scooty Rudy. Bing bong. Till you later. 6 to go, Jay. Remember when I said that I saw, Joe going big, but I did see him going for under 10? Well, he got 5 more than what I said, but still only 15. And England, 56 runs they trail by with 6 wickets to go. Rooted and no reach round. The old Scooty Rudy gone. Scooty Rudy gone. And Mitchell Stark with the wicket, by the way. There is no way this guy doesn't win Man of the Series. And a press Tigers fan said he smashed that house. He's not heard that. Yeah, they went immediately up. They were just like guaranteed. They ain't making it without Root. Well, you can't just rely. They need Stokes to have Edgbaston. They need him to have an Edgbaston performance. Basic reality says rest of the series is basically a waste of time now. You need to win Adelaide. Yeah, it is, mate. It really is. But, if you love cricket, you'll still be. I'll still be here streaming all the games. But, yeah, you're going to find a lot of the English not really tuned too much in. But this is just absolutely. This has been embarrassing. I'm sorry to say, England. It has been embarrassing, especially after what we saw from Australia. And yet we've seen Joe Root the same day that Mitchy Stark goes for 77. We've seen Joe Root go for 15. Just like, come on, man. I've got half a Mongol. Duraz says, I genuinely hear a big noise. I was shocked umpire didn't give it out. Yeah, I can't believe he didn't give it out. Test finishes tomorrow. Yeah, for sure, Edward. At this point, I thought they needed to get through without that wicket. I feel like we could see another wicket or even 2 wickets in the next 40 minutes at this rate. I really do. Stark. Oh, my gosh. No, I think he's got an edge on that. Oh, my gosh. That was a good bowl, though. Someone give me Piers Morgan's Twitter. He's got Instagram. He's got Twitter, bro. He would be active. I think he does comment quite a lot on Twitter during the game. Yeah, this should finish tomorrow, Ed. But I guess, again, if they get through with these two guys, they still should get through a session or two. But it's not going to be long, and Australia's not going to be chasing much. Skeletor says the plan to get Baz fired. I spoke in depth today about this. I do think it's time Baz goes. I do think it's time. No run. Carl says, right, lads, been fun. Go take the daughter to gymnastics. Thanks for all the light entertainment during these bleak times. Appreciate you, Carl. Well, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully we do see you tomorrow, and hopefully there is some cricket on. But, right, yeah, that was a massive edge, dude. I don't know how the umpire called that. I actually can't believe it. And Root knew it straight away. Scooty really got rooted. Mason Melly says Bazball out. Well, I just don't even think this is. They're not even playing Bazball, but they're so used to Bazball, which was shit, that they're now in a real kind of purgatory. They're in a single here to finish the over for Stokes. They're in a super purgatory right now of not knowing whether to hit the ball or whether to take their time, be patient. They don't know. And it's like this test has been a very clear intention to change their ways. Look at Marn fire up. Look at Marn. Get around the old Marn. Yeah, they're in a weird spot, man. Baseball's shit house, and whatever they're doing here is shit house. But I do think it's because they do need to move on from Brendan McCullum. I do. Obviously, Stokes is your captain. That's fine. It's not Stokes' fault, in my opinion. He's done what he can. He's got 3 wickets in this innings. He should have done better with the bat, to be fair. But, he got 5 wickets in the first innings in Perth. You can't tell me that Ben Stokes hasn't done at least a good portion of what is needed to be done as a captain. But unfortunately, England just play a way they're taught the wrong way. And Australia are put in a bed right now. This is embarrassing. It is. It's humiliating. You can't hide from it, really. There's 6 wickets to go and 55 runs they trail by, with Australia having a full innings, And we're on day 3. We were talking about day 5. Now I'm lucky to see the end of day 4. And it's sad because you want to see a good series. You want to see a good test match, but I'm sorry, there's 0% chance that England go and win in Adelaide, go and win in MCG, and then go and win at the NCG. There's just 0% chance. Reminder, there's been no Paddy Cummins, our captain, hasn't even played in the series so far. One of the greatest spin bowlers of all time, Nathan Lyon, is not playing in this test. Not that I do think he would have done anything, but he's still not there. Josh Hazlewood, one of the best bowlers in the game in the world at the moment, he's not there. We've had to rely on Mitchell Stark and Scott Boland, who are fantastic, but we have had a weakened bowling attack, and yet we've still pummeled through England. Next up, No run. Where is that York bloke from earlier saying Stark League and runs, got a wicket now of root? Hey, Yorkshire man, how's your Yorkshire pudding tasting right now? How's it tasting, Mr. Yorkie boy? Question. No Kawaja. Yeah, Brenton, but that's a stretch to use. It's a stretch. I do think that he wasn't going to be playing this if he didn't have a good first test, and he didn't have a good first test, and it was marred by injury, but he didn't have a good first test, and that's why we've seen. And look, we're not even going to see Travis Head be able to do what he really does. Besides, well, he got 33, but he still should have been out of 3. But I don't think you change Travis Head, and I don't think you definitely don't take out Jake Weatheralls. And then you're not putting Uzi in at 3 because who are you getting rid of for him? I'm happy with Martin at 3. I'm happy with Steve Smith at 4. I'm happy with Josh Inglis at 5, even though he won't be there. I'm happy with Cameron Green at 6. He's still got 45. Who are these clown English fans shushing the Australians? Just are you serious? Are you serious? Shut your mouth. There's a couple of English fans looking at a couple of Australians and putting the old shush up. You shushing, son. You got 6 wickets remaining. You're down by 55 with the whole innings. I hope you don't get beaten by innings at this rate. Basically, says, okay, let's start a football Ashes series. Well, we did a rugby league Ashes series, if you'd like to talk about that. We did that this year, actually. We actually went and played in England. It was Australia versus England and England. We've had 2 Ashes series this year. Would you like to know how the results have gone? We actually had beaten England once. I think it was back in 2010 in the football, mind you. I think we won 3-1 or something. It was ridiculous. You've got to remember, man, Australians don't really care about football. But yet we still punch above our weight, dude. It'd be interesting to see if we came up against you guys in a World Cup, something that England are very well known for bottling in, and Australia infamously known for punching above their weight in. I still think England should win, but I will say it's not as much of a guarantee as you think. It definitely should be. 100%. You should be winning that game 7-0. But Argentina should have beaten us 10-0, and we only lost 2-1 and had a chance to tie that game up at 2-2. And it was our own fault for the second goal that made them 2-0, and then we scored a goal to bring it back in and had a chance. The only 2 teams we lost to in the World Cup were France and Argentina. Our form's not great, but for some reason when it comes to World Cup, for some reason when it comes to football, we just find a way to turn up when it matters. I don't know what it is. And again, financially, we do jack shit for the Socceroos. They try to promote the Matildas' equality more than the Socceroos. They try to put the Socceroos down to build the Matildas up, and you're just like, it's ridiculous. But the point is that whilst you should win that series very clearly, at the end of the day, it's extremely different context to this series that is historical and has gone for many years. And England used to be awesome at cricket. They used to be really, really competitive. But Australia punch above their weight. They do when it comes to football, a sport that is not big in this country. And it says, am I right saying England media pundits were confident pre-series of winning? Edward, that's an understatement. That's an understatement. They thought the Australian bowlers were too old, too slow. The English batters, Bazball was going to slap us. Starkey nearly got him. Brooke chased it. They said that their bowlers, Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, were going to absolutely annihilate us. Again, we've got some great English fans here, but that was the general consensus. And that's, and even at lunch on day 2 of the first test, we even had Australians buying into it. And I had to fight the good fight saying, you're off your rocker, dude. And Jay just said, it's day 2. Like, it's so emphatic in regards to their media. But their media is also their worst enemy when it comes to football. English media is putrid towards their national teams. Like, they'll build them up to fail. They'll hype them up to fail so they can get the clicks. They want to hype them up. The English media do not even want success. I will say that. I don't feel like the English media has the best interests of England national teams at heart. I feel like they genuinely want to see them fail because that is what produces the clicks. What is going to produce the clicks? Maybe sure, England win massive tests, but they would also rather say England humiliated at the Gabba. And people clicking and going, oh, God, here we go again. It's a bit like New South Wales media. New South Wales media is very similar, yeah. I do not believe, but I think New South Wales media genuinely believe it, and I think that they do have the best interest. They just are overconfident. I don't know if the English media actually has the right intentions for the English national team of any sport, especially football. In football, they'll build them up. They'll say they're winning the World Cup. They'll say they're going undefeated, don't never lose a game ever again. And then they will encourage a lot of what we saw towards guys like Bukayo Saka after the missed penalty in the Euros. They will encourage a lot of the significant negativity that team received, and just in general. So, I genuinely don't believe the English media have the best intentions of their sporting teams. Sean says England always blowing their own trumpet or something else before it finishes. Yeah. And that's going to be a nice hit there from Harry Brook. Trails by 44, Australia. England trails by 44. 54, sorry, 54. Based on reality says English pundits are delusional sometimes. Absolutely. Rhino said, but it happens with every sport, but it's just that there's nothing to back up the delusion in a lot of ways. Like Piers Morgan, he's got a massive audience. He'll go out there and say they're going to win 5-0. And most people will like, you're a dickhead, shush. Stuart Broad will come out and say that Australia are going to get punched in the mouth 4-5-0. You're just like, shush. What are you doing? Like, you know full well that England aren't going to win 4-5-0. Why are you building up the hopes and the hype of this team to set yourself up for failure? Why are you doing this? I think Stuart Broad wants to win. Don't get me wrong, but no, Ron. I think Stuart Broad believes his delusion. I think Piers Morgan believes his delusion. Piers Morgan came out and said this is the worst Australian team that he's seen in 15 years. Well, shove this one so far down your esophagus and enjoy this, because Piers Morgan, all he does is shit on the Australian national team. He was the leader of morality. Funny that, out of all people, Piers Morgan was the leader of morality 2 years ago. But he's so emphatic in his opinions and his beliefs. And it's like, you can have your opinions and beliefs, but you're going to get ripped for it. I also don't necessarily believe that he 100% believes it. I just think he's trolling, but it's also a negative on the English fan experience and a negative for your own nation. It's like, sure, he gets an enjoyable laugh out of it and loves the troll and loves the interaction content-wise. It's great for analytics. But I don't think it's great for your media. Mark says, yes, Landon, polishing in F1 is amazing. Do you watch F1? The British bias is diabolical. No, I don't. I would love to have gotten into F1. I just haven't been able to get into it, man. My dad was always rugby league or cricket or rugby union and stuff like that when I was growing up. So I never got into car racing. Still half an hour to go of day's play here, guys. Thumbs up button, subscribe. I don't know if we're at 50 likes or anything. I think we were at 42 the last time Sean said. So if we aren't at 50 likes yet, go and hit that thumbs up button. Let's get to 50 by the end of the day. We will be here tomorrow. There will be cricket no matter what tomorrow. I would like to see that there's still only 4 wickets rather than 5 wickets. Because then we'll get a good full day. We'll probably should be getting a full day of play in. Next up. Ooh, well. Chris says, the British public are well aware of how we players, we have eyes. The pundits seem to forget that. I think there's a majority of people who are extremely aware. There's probably, but there's also a lot of media cucks out there. And that happens in America. That happens in Australia. That happens in England, where people just full well trust what the media is saying. They're like, oh, he's in the media, so he must know. Happens in rugby league and in sport all the time. You get some guy coming out and just talking absolute yap. Absolute, just a yarn of epic proportions. Next bowl here for Boland. Oh, maybe. He's put his finger up. I think Harry Brook is going to review this. This is going to be interesting. Thanks to Lewis Hamilton. This is going to be interesting. I think England reviewed this. He called it out. Harry Brook is going to say he hasn't. This is massive. This is any kind of competitiveness to like this test is done. But like this is a massive review here. There does look like there's probably a gap in between ball here, but you can't really see it from this angle. I can't even see anything. It's like cut off there. I can't even see it. It's cut off. Oh, the bats hit the pad is what is being said there. It's funny how the umpire calls that out, but he doesn't call the other one out. Yeah, it's hit the pad. That's where the noises come from. So it will be not out. It's funny how the umpire's given that out, but not the other one out. That's a massive decision. But he went up immediately. Broady, I can understand to an extent as a former cricketer. Piers just knows he is nonsense chat, but he wants to show his ego above. Yeah. Oh, maybe he's gone here. Yes, he is, son. Oh, is he not called this out? I definitely heard a nick here. I definitely heard a nick here, and they are going to review it. They are going to review it. I definitely heard a nick here. I definitely heard a nick here, dude. I definitely heard a nick there. Harry Brook, he looked guilty too. Australia have reviewed this immediately after. I definitely think he has hit this one. And England, it looks like to me that the London Bridge is falling down. Scott Boland, he's been having a fantastic bowling effort tonight. I am surprised that the umpire hasn't called that as out. I am surprised he hasn't called that as out. Just wait to react to it in the comment section because it is quite slow for mine. For some reason, my KO is stopping and starting quite a bit. Here we go. Oh, bro, that is the thickest of edges that you're ever going to damn well see. This umpiring is atrocious. The London Bridge is falling down, baby. This umpiring is horrific. He goes and calls one of the wickets not out that was a thick edge. And then he goes and calls the previous one out when it hit pad and was nowhere near the ball. And then he goes and calls that thick edge not out, and it is out. What a horror show from this umpire. But Australia, they've got him again. Harry Brook is gone, and the London Bridge is falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. 5 more to go. Just get through today, please. My gosh, England. Please make the test can end today. It's not going to end today, but you know, like what a way, what a show Australia just keeps putting on, dude. What a show. Stark got 77 today. He's got more than the English batters. The only batter who has got more than Stark in this test so far was Joe Root in the first innings. Just a reminder. That is the only batter across both teams who've got more than Stark. Oh! If this is hitting the wicket, I swear to God, ump. I swear, ump, because I think this might be out. This is close. Oh, it might have gone down leg side, but like this is close. I don't trust the ump, so that's why I don't know until we see it. Plenty going on right now. I think it is probably just outside there, but like I just don't trust this ump, dude, after what we've seen late on today. Yeah, it was just missing. Like again, sure, but it's just this umpire has not been trustworthy. Can we get a hat trick? Well, that's not out. That's not a wicket, so not a hattie. But I would love to see the first duck. I would love to see the old quack in the chat. The English fans at the game. I feel for them. You know, they deserve better. They deserve better from their team, and then you can clearly see how sad and upset they are. They deserve better from their team. Right, regardless of how much I dislike England cricket team and all kind of jazz, like they deserve better as a cricket team. I want to see a competitive game, and they deserve a competitive cricket team. Scott Boland. Oh my gosh, he's nearly just bowled him. Arjun says, is innings defeat in the cards? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We've gone through their top order, and they've still got 54 runs to get. Yeah, an innings is on the cards. Especially if we see another wicket or 2 wickets tonight. Especially. It won't be done tonight. We will still see cricket tomorrow, but it could only go for dead set could only go for half an hour, maybe an hour. But like the momentum for Australia right now is so strong. Like you can hear the atmosphere. It's palpable. Australia want to end this tonight. Like Australia are going to, and also you got to remember, if we get through the next 25 minutes and we get 2 more wickets, there is a genuine chance that Australia say, you know what, we want the extra halfer. They might ask for the extra halfer, but that's if they get another 2-3 wickets tonight. Contextually, depending on the game, they potentially would ask for it. Chris says the comeback's still on, so it's all out today. It really is just crazy the fluctuation of a test like this and the fluctuation of the test one. Brendan McCullum needs to go for mine. Does any English fan who is watching this, do you disagree that Brendan McCullum has to go? Like, he has to go. Sure, do I blame players? Yes, but I also think this team should be doing much better, and I believe that your tactics are so incorrect, and I think this is awful cricket. I think they play awful cricket. I think they're being led incorrectly, and you've seen that guys like Joe Root can still go for 130. You've seen guys like Zach Crawley can go for 70. You've seen these guys do it, but you've also seen them go for 0, 0, 0, and 6. And Joe Root goes for 15. You know what I mean? Like, there's such a variation in the way they play. And I do think a lot of this comes down to the way that England's been coached. I think it's the way that they've been force-fed this Bazball down their throats. And it's like Bazball is shit, and the tactics that England play is shit. And we are again here 3 days into a test, and it hasn't looked competitive since the end of day one, or 3/4 of the way end of day one. Since then, Australia have dominated the game. They had an absolute schmozzle in the middle order with Cameron Green. Outside of that, they've wiped the floor with everybody. Every single batter got 15 plus. And then you go here and have a look at England. You've got 44 from Zach Crawley, Ben Tucker 15, Ollie Pope 26, but Joe Root 15. To be fair, they're all getting 15 too. But also, we had Jake Weatherald with 72. We had Mitchell Stark with 77. We had multiple 60 pluses. We had multiple, in regards to the four, they should be better than what's happening right now. I'm just having to refresh. And if you're an Englishman and you disagree with what I'm saying, please explain to me why. Matty says if they get 2 more wickets, they definitely extend play. That's what I'm saying, Matty. Yeah, get a couple more wickets, and we probably see the end tonight. If they get 2 more wickets in the next 20 minutes, I do think that we probably see the extending of play. And the momentum right now for Australia is super strong. And then we probably would see the end of it tonight. And then again, Cricket Australia is going to lose 2 million because they don't get another day's play. Cricket Australia are desperate for England to hold out to tomorrow. They are desperate for England to hold out till tomorrow. 100%. They're exhausted right now, England. They are exhausted. They're in the field way too much. Yeah, you couldn't knock over Scott Boland for 2.5 hours today. You know, that tells me everything I need to know. Next ball, no run. Stokes on 1, Smith on 0. God bless you. Where is Harrison? Come, mate. Talk shit now. 5 down, 50 behind. Into him, Shauna. Get in there with the uppercut, son. Get into him. Get into him. Innings defeat would be glorious. It'd be glorious, Brendan. Glorious. Especially with the dribble from GB on day one. Or from Yorkshire, man, about an hour ago. Stokes on 1 from 16. Smith on 0 from 3. Stark comes into Stokes. And oh my gosh. Definitely bounced into Cameron Green, but good over there from Stark. He's lowered his run rate. It was up towards the 7. Now it's 4.3 of a run rate. GB will never return. GB will never return, dude. Never, never, ever. Not even if there's a fire. Not even if there's a fire. Glorious. It would be glorious. It would just be spectacular, Benton. Absolutely spectacular. It would be brilliant. So 31 overs bowled here. 5 from 123. Smith on the duck. Come on, we want 1 duck. England, it'd be rude not to give us 1 duck. Come on. Don't, think about it for a second. It'd be rude not to give us 1 duck. That's too high, but it's a good bowl. Just one quack quack in the chest, and we want a quack quack. You know, give the punters what they want. Give the punters something. Give the punters something, England. You can't give them a win. You can't give them a competitive game. So why don't you give them something and you give them a duck so that everyone can have a laugh? I guarantee you, even the English will be like, they will laugh at it because it's just ridiculous. That was me with the Titans a lot this year. I just laughed because we were so bad. 2 wickets in 19 minutes. I'll be honest with you, I'd nearly prefer not to. I want to see tomorrow. But I still think we could see tomorrow in Australia still win by an innings because 54 runs, sure, they can get something going on in the day, but also it's not meant to be as beautiful tomorrow as it has been the last 3 days. Scotty Bolt, next bolt. Oh, it's a good hit for a drive. That should go for a 4. It should go for 4. Look at the effort, though. Oh, geez, that's a good effort there to try and get the ball from Josh Inglis. But that's a confidence booster there for Jamie Smith, who is a big reason in regards to the fielding, why they went down by as much as they did. Brad says, bowling on spicy wickets, man, is so hard to play. It's so good because it means that Stark it doesn't have to face so much pressure. You know, he got 7 wickets or so in the first innings of the first test. Boland did nothing. And, oh, dude, Boland. Oh, my gosh. It's just zipped past the stumps. Oh, my gosh. I'm watching a new phone after that Warriors game. Sent it down the hallway. Oh, you're lucky I wasn't streaming that game. The internet. Oh, I was really sick. That's right. I was really, really sick and I couldn't stream the Warriors game. Oh, jeez, you're lucky that bounced. Look at the deviation. Boland's been getting movement, mate. And no run. What a sensational way to win the game. Backyard cricket pummies can't play. Dude, they are struggling right now, mate. They are on, and we could tell as soon as dinner finished and we were into the final session, you could tell they were significantly under the pump. When they scored those 46 runs for no wickets, the ball wasn't doing much. It was very much still in the day's play kind of deal. The deviation wasn't there. As soon as we got back, my gosh, it's just been moving from Australia to New Zealand. It's been swinging massively. Neeson with 2 wickets, Boland with 2 wickets, but Boland's balls, the bowls that Boland has been doing have been just spectacular. I was about to say Boland's balls are spectacular. Gerard says England genuinely could have been bowled out today, but our lower order slapped their asses after losing Neeson early. Yeah, they would have been bowled out today. Well, maybe not. They would have had an easier time. We saw when we saw when it wasn't the night and the ball wasn't swinging as much that they did go 46 runs not out. So not necessarily. They might have actually put a decent score on before getting quite a few wickets. Oh no, that's gonna miss. No, it's gonna miss. It is gonna miss. Harvey says I saw before in the crowd there was an Indian cheer for Australia. How do you know that he's not Australian? Is my question. How do you know that he wasn't born and raised in Brisbane with Indian descent? So England by 50 runs is what the trail is at the moment. Yorkshire man, I know you're watching, buddy. Come out to play. Daddy just wants to talk, son. He looked like Indian. God give me strength. God give me strength, Harvey. God give me strength. My gosh. I'm going to move past that comment. So, how did my previous comment not alert you to the fact that that is even more of a ridiculous comment? So that's going to be it could have been Sri Lankan. Could have been Sri Lankan, Joe says. Could have been. Well, it could have been Nepalese. Could have been Pakistani. We've had plenty of them today. How do you know he wasn't Bangladeshi? How do you know he wasn't born and raised in Australia? How do you know he wasn't from North Sentinel Island? How do you know he was? Oh, man. Very true, Blaze, but these blokes just play expansive shots all the time. They throw the wickets away. They do. But they do look really good before dinner, before the tea. I get so confused, but I think it's dinner. But before the second break, they did look really good for a bit, and then see you later. So you're just giving them extra time in that really good conditions. No run. I feel like if we get through the next 5 minutes, 1 wicket would end the day's play. So no, it wouldn't end the day's play. No, we're going to wait until about 5 minutes to go for that. Well, I have had a lot of fun today. I've actually really enjoyed today's stream. It's been great. Sean, how many likes are we on? We on 30? What we get, Sean? What we link up with? Starkey. Next bolt. Oh, Jay's gone! Hey, baby. Oh, baby. Boom, 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 boom. Don't think about reviewing it. Review it for me, baby. Come on, sweetheart. Jamie Smith. Review it for me. Oh, it makes it sexy. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you for the reviews. We get to watch it again. Yeah, Jamie. Yeah. Walk. That was it. That was an edge. Should just walk there, Jamie. Sir, you should not be reviewing this, I don't believe. This, my friend, is an edge, and I'm about to start singing a certain song about a certain bridge and a certain falling. Extend the play, Brenton says. Look, the extending of play could definitely be happening. We're watching through. I'm thinking that's an edge there, son. I'm thinking that's an edge there, James. Jamie! Jamie! Fuck off with the review. What are you reviewing, son? You know you edged it. What is the point of reviewing that? Get off the field. Na, goodbye. The London Bridge is falling down. Falling down. Falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. Shove that review where the sun don't shine. That is gone. 4 to go, baby. Big Ben has also crumbled. If Big Ben's not looking too Big Ben right now. He's not looking too big. The old Ben's having a struggle time right now. Mitchy Stark again with the wicket, by the way. Mitchy Stark again with the wicket, and gee whiz. Like, what are you reviewing, bro? Like, look at it again and hear the sound. What are you reviewing, bro? What are you reviewing? Just walk, bro. Like, it's clearly an edge. You've heard the nick. You've felt the nick. They've heard it in Colombia, mate. They've heard it in Antarctica with the penguins. You've heard the nick from Pluto. Why are you reviewing that? English paychecks need to go to Cricket Australia at this rate. Yeah, they do, to make up for the lost day's play. Trust me, Cricket Australia are desperate that this gets through this next period. They don't want another wicket in the next 10 minutes because their play will be extended. They want to get through the next 10 minutes with no wicket, and then tomorrow comes out. Mitchy Stark, oh my gosh. Cricket Australia are desperate for some days' play, otherwise they will lose another million. Moses, where is Yorkshire, dude? I don't know what he's doing right now, but he's definitely not doing much except for crying. I'm just thinking right now, maybe he's crying with a nice little Yorkshire pudding in his mouth, just shoving it down there. That's what I'm feeling from Mr. Yorkshire, man. Matty Smiley says, no way they timed it perfectly. If England went in earlier in the day, they might got set 1 second. Next up. Good shot. That should be a 4. That should be a shot. That should be a 4. Should be a 4. Is a 4. I love the way the Australians are chasing the ball, though, still. They want to end this tonight. I don't think they will, but they want to end it tonight. They timed it perfectly. If England went in earlier in the day, they might got set in, and England was scoring well in the first 15 overs of daylight. This is what I just said. Yeah, I agree with you, Matty Smiley. I agree with you. That's what I was just saying to Raz. Essentially, I'm pretty certain. That was what I was thinking. If that's what I just said, but that's definitely what I was thinking. I'm pretty certain I said it though. Josie Bass, what a day. Pretty good day, Josie Bass. It looks likely right now that we're going to win by an entire innings. Send him out again, they'll struggle. Send him out for a third innings. He's gone. Not only is the London Bridge falling down. Oh, you're not reviewing this. What? What is the review here? Original decision's not out. Are you serious? Was that not just massive just then? Oh, maybe it is off the pad. This could actually not be. I think this actually is off the pad. Oh, it is off the pad, dude. Oh, it is off the pad. Damn. Well, last time we saw a review, the very next ball we saw a wicket. Fair got that right. Yeah, he did fair call to the umpire there because I was convinced, dude. I was convinced. Cricket Australia had their heart in their mouth just then. Cricket Australia had a heart attack just then. Good decision there. Yeah, commentary said he got that one right finally. Nah, the snicko was from the pad, man. Nah, definitely didn't touch. So England have 2 reviews remaining. Australia have 1. What a over from start, but what a performance here from the Australian bowlers. You can tell there's an intention right now to end this today. They want to be on the golf course tomorrow. That's a great catch from Carey, though. And that right there is the difference. The difference between winning and losing is Carey making that catch, even if it's not an out, even if it's not a wicket. Carey makes that catch, Jamie Smith dropped it. Carey makes the catch, Jamie Smith dropped it. And that is a big difference in why Australia is where they are right now. Next ball from Boland. No run. 8 minutes to go. If they get another wicket in 7 minutes, 8 minutes, we will see the play extended by half an hour, but they have to get another wicket. They cannot extend it now. AFL Legends says Cricket Australia quaking their boots watching this. They are. They really are. Otherwise, they will lose 2 million if we don't see a ball tomorrow. Mark said it's like playing the under-15 fucking one inside. It's like we've gone to American Samoa for a game. No run. They're just going to defend. They just want to get through to tomorrow, dude. Stokes is going to need an edge batsman on steroids to win this game. Stokes is going to need an edge batsman just to get this not to be an innings loss. Like, regardless, they're going to lose by 10 wickets. Minimum. But, like, they're fighting to not get beaten by full innings right now. Next up here. Can someone tell me how... Actually, I'm going to Google it. What's the Indian ODI score? India cricket. So, South Africa 258 for 8. 258 for 8 with 5.5 overs to go. Probably aim for about 275, 280 there. With only 2 wickets going, and they've got their tail enders. If they can get up to that. So I did call India. I did say probably India with them being at home in random Placeville. Oh, Headingley, not Edgbaston. Yeah. Edgbaston was us, wasn't it? I think Edgbaston was when Paddy Cummins killed it, didn't he? Next up. No run. No, single. Oh, look how tired they are. Yeah, they're going to get 2 runs there. You can tell how tired Australia is too. Yeah, I think Edgbaston was Paddy Cummins, maybe. Yeah, Edgbaston was Cummins in line. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Levy says the Barmy Army's still singing. Credit to them, they've sung most of this day. They're not singing now, though. No. they're not singing now, but credit to them. They do sing regardless of the result, usually. But right now, they'd be too pissed. They'd be too drunk, and they'd be hot from the... It would have been an awfully hot day. Was an awfully hot day. Their team was losing. They'd all be just in an absolutely foul mood, but they would have had a fantastic day. They would have had an unbelievable day there on the Terps. But you wouldn't be expecting them to be singing now, no. Too busy drowning their sorrows, yeah. A lot of them will be passed out in their room within the next 15 minutes. They're saying, don't write this man Stokes off. I've written England off, lad. Gary was looking to get a cheeky little something there. Dude, England would have lost their lives. They would have blamed it on that. They would have blamed it on that, eh? All right, Scott Boland. Only 2 runs off the over here. We need another wicket in the next 4 minutes for them to extend play. No run. And I don't think we'll get it. I think we'll be back tomorrow, lads. I don't know how long for, but we'll be back tomorrow. We won't be back for a full day's play for 4 overs, though, that's for sure. Oh, that first bowl from Boland that bowled in was beautiful. Sean O says, well, we have to admit it's good England came here to try and teach us their country sport again and again. Doesn't seem to work, but they come back. Valid comment. Jagger says, who's ready for some Premier League lads? Nothing else on right now. Yeah, that's not a super late time. I'll have to watch I'll have to watch it in the morning, to be fair, because I'm tired as, which I'm sure you can imagine. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Aston Villa and Arsenal will start in 3 minutes' time. Cardiff Villa. Cardiff Villa, son. Cardiff Villa. Yeah, City Sunderland at 2 a.m. for me. Yeah, I'll watch that in the morning before we start this stream up for the fourth day. I love Sean, though, again and again. To try and teach the country sport again and again. It doesn't seem to work. Yeah, look, it's a little bit of a struggle to work that one there. Cast, even though he got 4 wickets. Jagger says this is a fake game. Ooh, let me just have a look here. It does look quite real to me, to be fair. Just look and see if it's AI. No, it actually says on the middle of the screen, it says this is not AI, England are just shit. Yep, no, it does say that. No, it is. Yep, I'm looking at it. No AI, England are just shit. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I'll trust that. So sorry, Jacko, to give you the update on if this game, the massive confusion that we've had in the chat right now, huge confusion. Update is that it's not AI, England just shit, yeah. Mark says I could play better in my thongs than England. Which thongs are we talking about, though? Which thongs are we talking about there, Mark? It's a great question. Dasmate says, can watch hopefully Lando Norris been into a war right now. Edward Ellis says, Scott Boland faced 72 balls today. No England batter has managed 60. Yikes. He was in for 2.5 hours, dude. 2.5 hours. Well, England, how's it been to decide to bat first both times? Been good? Stuck with a massive push here. This will be the final over of the day unless we can get a wicket. I wouldn't be surprised if Australia have been told don't push for the extra halfer because the Cricket Australia don't want to lose $1 million. Well, they'll lose $1 million no matter what for day 5, but they don't want to lose $2 million. And that's going to be a no run. Oh boy. Credit where credit's due to the English fans here, but if you're still watching, credit. If you're back for the Adelaide test, credit where credit's due. There's a Coventry fan. Oh my gosh, and now we've got someone saying, is that a Manchester City shirt? No, it's a Coventry. It's Coventry, lad. Well, it's not really it's not the wrong colour for City. Oh my gosh, the commentary's having a shambles. They said one guy was saying, can't even pick up who's talking right now. Wait, next up. No run. One of them said, oh, is that a Manchester City shirt? No, it was a Coventry shirt. And then the next one goes, no, it's not the right color. It's not blue. Like, it's blue, but it's not the same blue. It was pretty much the exact same blue. Coventry and City have the same blue, but it wasn't Manchester City. That was just a shit show of Coventry just then. Yeah, Mitchell Johnson. Mitchell Stark is going to have a phenomenal sleep tonight. Alyssa treated well. Sean says, in Adelaide, rumour has it, the English will get head, but Aussie style. Dude, Travis loves playing at home in Adelaide. Travis absolutely loves playing there. Marks, I know you replied double. They are thinking about the extra half hour, but I feel like they need to get this wicket here. No run. And I think that's it. Is that it? That, my friends, is it. England trail by 43 runs. Well, Australia will win tomorrow, lads. They will win tomorrow unless Stokes can have a Headingley of all Headingleys on steroid times steroids. We will be back tomorrow, guys. I don't know how long we'll be here for because this game will end really quickly. Well, maybe quickly, but there's a significant chance of an innings victory here for Australia. Yeah, no, it's unfortunately been a pretty poor showing there for England, and Australia are dominating this once again. And look, at least it got past 3 days rather than 2 days. It didn't even get past 2 days in the first test, and get past 3 days in the second test. But yeah, look, for English fans, legitimate English fans, I'm sorry, man. You deserve better than what you see here for Australian fans. But for the English fans, it is a rough one, mate. It is a rough one. But all right, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow for day 4, which is pretty much 100% the final day of the cricket that we will we'll see. Mark's a good stream, bro. Cheers. Appreciate you for tuning in, mate. We'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, guys, hit that thumbs up button.